Oh, baby.
Gotta make sure my hair is perfect.
That looks great, bro.
This is day 3 with XTB. I'm Andy Singleton, People's Pen, owner, founder, Expand the Box Score. I got some of the scouts here with me. And let me introduce you guys. Cyril Penn, Director of Scouting here, Sales Pickney, extraordinaire, special team specialist, long snapper, premium leagues. This is your guy. Robert Simpson, creator of the Athletic Success Indicator. And, of course, Matt Holder, you've seen him on a bunch of stuff lately, doing the 220 scouting videos. Guys, I'm going to host, but I'm going to let you guys run with this and take this over. Do whatever you have to do. I'm going to be trying to add some graphics and guests throughout the day, make things relevant to as picks are going. We'll even try to bring some fans on, discuss what they think of their team's draft, everything like that. The goal here is to not be formal and to have fun. There's no dress code required. There's no language barriers or filters. Listen, we're just guys that love the draft, guys and gals. Shayona will probably be on at some point. Hopefully Anna Jimenez as well. Some other Expand the Box Score personalities, but we're just gonna have fun with it. So by all means, jump in, talk. There's like I said, there's nothing formal here. We're streaming to Twitter. We're streaming to YouTube. We're streaming to our Facebook page. So if you're looking to find us, pretty much everywhere you can imagine. If XTB is there, we're there. So guys, jump in, have fun. Let's get with it. Who wants to take this over? What did you guys think? I was out of commission entirely. I was at a funeral yesterday, and I planned on only having one. That never works out too well. And the day was lost, so I was catching up this morning on what I missed for day 2. Who's more surprised by day 2 than day 1?
I mean, from my perspective, obviously, day 2 was a little bit better than day 1, just from the Leatherwood to Merrick pick, but for the Raiders. But I mean, I felt like we're getting a lot of more reaches this year. I don't know. What about you guys? Yeah, like in the second, third, still. I mean, obviously in the first, coming from a Raiders fan perspective, that happened as well. But yeah, I feel like we're getting a lot of guys that are flying off more randomly.
I just put together our biggest 8 reaches and biggest 8 steals based on where we had guys on the XTB board. And yeah, most of these major reaches are coming on day 2. Milton Williams, that's a guy who went 182 spots higher than we had him on our board. And that's mainly because he's an elite athlete. I know that he tested awesome in Robert's athletic success indicator, but the tape just isn't there, and I'm assuming the teams are betting on the upside. But other guys, I'm not as sure, like the Chauncey Golstons, the Malcolm Kuntzes of the world. Like I'm just not sure if they have that athleticism that makes those picks less questionable.
Yeah.
Hey, who's the one player? Let me go around the circle here. Who's the one player, starting with Cyril, that you are most surprised to still see on the board entering day 3?
Let's give it to Rob, because Rob's got the number 1 player on the board.
All right.
I would say definitely Trey Smith, guard out of Tennessee. There must be some medical issue. I know he had blood clots in his lungs his sophomore year, so there must be some sort of medical issues where the doctors just didn't give him the green light to go. I think that's really the only explanation for him slipping as far as he has. I know we had him ranked pretty high, so just shocked that he's still there.
Well, how about you, Matt?
I'm going to say Davion Nixon. I mean, he was a guy that I think we had as the second DT behind Barmore, and I think even maybe like a tenth of a point off on this grade. And then I didn't think he was going to be quite like a first round guy. I didn't think that using that question, but I definitely thought he'd be at least a third round guy. So to see him still off the board and so many other D tackles flying off here, and there's like a run of them, and I felt like in round 3 with like Osei Igizawa. Of course I'm gonna butcher that one, like Lynn McNeil and whatnot, and then surprised to not see his name off there.
How about you, Sales?
I want to say the running backs, but everybody know how people feel about running backs, so I'm going to avoid that one. I'm going to go with Sage Surratt, the wide receiver out of Wake Forest. Big red zone target type guy. He's not going to run past you, but he's going to run crisp routes. He's going to get up and get the jump ball, and he's really going to help people in the red zone. And I was surprised that we didn't see one of these teams that needs weapons for their wide receivers go after somebody who can come down with the ball from the in the red zone.
Yeah, I'm sharing right now. I mean, so just so everybody knows what they're looking at, I've been sorting these different tabs all day. Draft results by position, draft results by pick, and now who I personally see is still best available. And, highlighted some green of guys I was kind of surprised. I left the wide receivers alone just because it's so many. At the top of each position, you'll see how many have been taken so far, and then based on law of averages, how many should expect to be still called. So normally there's 12 quarterbacks taken per year. So far, 8 have gone, so I imagine another 4 will be taken. So the other grades here are the first 2 columns are my personal scores. This third column, the singular number that you're going to see in all the columns, is the XTB grade. So this is basically, I mean, there's a lot of talent still on the board. You look at the running back position, Chuba Hubbard, Kenneth Gainwell are still there. Michael Carter, a lot of people are surprised to still see there. I'm mostly surprised looking at the defensive tackle position. I mean, Davion Nixon is my top guy. Jalen Twyman, man boy, he's still on there. If you look at how many defensive tackles are normally taken, it's normally 21. Only 5 have been taken so far. So it seems as though I didn't think this was a great defensive tackle class, but it seems as though the scouts and GMs are attesting to that as well, saying, yeah, we can wait on that and get somebody that we're happy with. So let me come back here to Cyril. You never gave an answer as far as who you were surprised to see who was still on the board.
No, you make some great points, Andy. There's a lot of defensive linemen who are seemingly clumped together in this same area that we'll expect to sort of probably fly off the board by the end of the 4th round. But, I mean, aside from the guys who have already been mentioned, the Trey Smiths, the Davion Nixons, who are really at the top of our board, I'm surprised that Brevin Jordan's still on the board. I know that he's a smaller guy for a tight end, but I'm just surprised that no one has been willing to take a flyer on that type of athleticism and run after catch ability. I think that he could be a steal and really make some team happy and contribute year 1. And whenever you can find that on day 3, that's an awesome pick.
I remember early on in the process, he was in the conversation with Pitts and Freiermuth for tight end 1.
Yeah, exactly.
So we had a question here from. Let me go back to this. I got 1,000 tabs going here, but G Muniz. Is Washington falling because he's small or what?
I can take that one. Yeah, so I did I'm assuming it's Ardarius Washington from TCU. Yeah, so I did him for the guide, and he was the guy that when I watched him over the summer, I was thinking he could be like a top 10, top 15, or not top 10, top 15, top 20 kind of safety, just based on his redshirt freshman tape. But it was a small sample size. He only played 450 snaps, had about 4 starts, but he looked really good in it. And then coming into this year, he was going to be a starter and had that spot locked up for him going into a preseason. So kind of the hope was that he was going to look just as good and even better and kind of rise up the draft boards. And he ended up having just a lot of lapses in zone coverage, a few mental errors, taking some poor angles when coming downhill, and ended up missing a bunch more tackles. And I mean, to your point too, his size doesn't do him any good. He's only 5'8", like 185, just a little guy. So I actually was kind of hoping he would come back and play back into that first round conversation. But yeah, I think a combination of the size and kind of the bad film in 2020 is causing him to slide down the board. It's kind of what film do you trust with him? Do you trust the 2019 tape that's a small sample size, or the this last season where obviously there was a lot of stuff going on with the off season and whatnot with COVID, but who knows? So yeah, I think that's gonna be the big reason why he's sliding.
Yeah, and if we go down now to safety position, this is something you can find in the draft guide as well. All the pro day results we have tabulated thanks to our friends at NFL Draft Scout that were kind enough to let us include this. So you're looking at Ardarius Washington. He measured in at 5'8", 176, so definitely somewhat on the smaller side. 176, I think, in particular. But
yeah, and he ran a 4.6 too, so that's not going to cut it either. That's not going to help him out either.
No, and listen, we're going to be here all day. Like I said, we're going to be updating picks as they come in, and you're just talking shop, just talking football. So come for the whole time, drop in and out, whatever you want to do. I mean, we're just watching the draft with you guys and trying to give our feedback as it happens. There are a couple picks already in right now for day 3. Am I correct? Somebody, while I'm looking those up, want to tackle that? No pun intended.
I haven't seen any get broken yet, but
the Jags pick is in. They just haven't announced it yet.
Oh, all right. So we're not missing anything yet.
Yeah. I will say we're going to have our first guest on soon. Mike Riddleman, Director of Scouting and Player Personnel for the College Gridiron Showcase. They're going to have a whole bunch of prospects who are taking on day 3. They had their highest prospect ever to come out of CGS yesterday, Brandon Stevens, with the 104th pick. Stevens was an awesome presence at CGS, wore a suit. He was really dressed for the interview process. He interviewed with teams for 8 straight hours. Rob, you could talk about having to pull him away from scouts, literally.
Yeah, it was crazy. There were all these teams coming up saying, hey, where's Brandon Stevens? We need to talk to Brandon Stevens. And, I mean, the guys had been interviewing for hours straight. It was like 8 o'clock at night, still hadn't eaten any dinner. And I was like, guys, can we give him 20 minutes? So fortunately, the guys at CGS got him a pizza, and we let him sit down in the dining room and eat for a second before he had to go and talk with the Colts. So, I mean, teams were literally fighting over the chance to talk to this guy. Highest guy ever drafted in the history of the College Gridiron Showcase that came out of there. So really excited for our friends at CGS and excited for Brandon Stevens to go in the 3rd round.
You're muted, Cyril.
I did.
Pick is in, and it's J2 Fele.
I think no, he muted himself.
Yeah,
we're back. I'm looking up. I'm trying to go with all this stuff while you guys are talking. So here, I'm gonna share. You guys were just talking about Brandon Stevens, so let's show a little Brandon Stevens.
Oh well, we can chat about this most recent pick while you're pulling that up. J2 Fele. I'll read our summary. He's an athletic defensive tackle with natural power and a first step that'll allow him to blow up and redirect plays, but lacks experience and has a lot of room to improve in his hand usage. Projects as a potential starting 3 tech who can play all 3 downs. So when you find a potential starting 3 tech and you're the Jags right here at the top of round 4, that's awesome value.
Got to have the beef up front. Stop the run, you win the game. I don't know if that still applies anymore, though. That might be a little.
Let me update this. So Jacksonville goes. We're only going to be able to get the next 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9.
What do you guys think about in the first round? The theme of reuniting teammates.
Oh man, that was fun. Like that's the.
I don't know what the Bengals were thinking, but everybody else I liked. I mean, Joe Burrow's not going to be able to throw it to Jamar Chase if he's on his ass. So,
Yeah, and I'd say that XTB didn't really love the pick of Jackson Carman either. That's a guy who was drafted about 100 spots too high based on our board.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know. I kind of felt like they could have still gotten like a good tackle in the 2nd round, but the one that they went with ended up kind of ruining the plan a little bit.
Right, that was questionable. I scouted Jackson Carman a little bit as well, and just a little slow for the tackle position. Not particularly athletic. They're going to have to put him on the right side, unless they may even want to move him inside. Didn't come out with very long arms, and just doesn't have quite the athleticism. He has the size to be kind of that bulldozer for him, open up some space for Josh Jacobs, but I think that there were some better tackles available on the board.
You thought he might have been a guard, right, Rob? Might be a guard at the next level.
Potentially, I think he could potentially move inside. Yeah, so yeah, Joe Mixon will have him to run behind, but I think that there were some other guys there.
Hey, Sales, looks like Michael Carter just got taken for the Jets.
Let's go.
You want to take this one?
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Sales and Andy, time to dish.
You
Michael
guys,
Carter, RB1.
I think it's obvious to anybody that follows me that I'm a Jet fan, and I was distraught with the way the first round started unfolding. I just did not see the value in moving 2/3 for Elijah Vera Tucker to move up to where they did. Not anything against the player. I love the player. Just the fact that there were still some quality players on the board, Tevin Jenkins in particular, that would have made just as much sense for me. And to give up 2/3 just seemed like overkill. But listen, they're starting to recover a little. Elijah Moore, I've really warmed up to. I was hard on him at the beginning of this scouting cycle, but I'm really warming up to him now. Michael Carter, I've always kind of really appreciated. I'm a Javante guy, but Michael Carter, sure, definitely a need for running back. So I mean, this is starting to look like a good haul for the Jets, despite giving up 2/3.
Yeah, he's on the smaller side, but he's got that shifty, elusive trait that will just help him make people miss in the second level and break away towards the end. He's got that second gear, or that like fifth or sixth gear that he can just turn on once he grounds the corner. And I think Jets fans are going to be really happy with this once they have a line that can block for him.
Yeah, all four of the scouts in here, we were all at the Senior Bowl, and I'll just speaking for myself, I thought that Michael Carter stood out by far among the running backs in attendance. He was easily the most explosive, the most shifty, made the most guys miss. He was a joy to watch while we were there.
And it's hard to stand out at an event like that as a running back because it's never like really full contact, quick whistle kind of stuff. So,
and he can also he can be a weapon out of the backfield as a receiver. I mean, he made some really good catches during the team periods at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan.
Another Senior Bowl guy here.
I think the Falcons pick is in, and it's
It is,
another Senior Bowl guy.
We go.
Is it who I want? No,
it's Darren Hall.
No,
Rob, you want to take this?
No.
Sure, yeah, I did Darren Hall, and I can read my summary on him for XTB. I had Hall is an athletic instinctual quarter who wins with patience, anticipation, and sure tackling, while a lack of physical strength limits his ability at the catch point. Projects as a depth corner who could act as a hybrid, as a third safety on the back end, and fits best playing deep zone or press man against less physical receivers. I think this is a little bit of a reach for them. I think there are some other guys left on the board that maybe have been able to fill that same position, but it depends on how they want to play him, really. So
it all depends on if they want to stick with Isaiah Oliver and AJ Terrell. I mean, the secondary for the Falcons needs some help. So
right, that defense had a tough year last year.
Remind me, who else have they picked up? I know they got Pitts in the first, but
they got Pitts, and then they got what's his face from. I had a conniption when they picked him last night. Jalen Mayfield.
Oh, okay, gotcha. From Michigan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is their first defensive pick.
Yeah.
That's rough.
I mean, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Asante Samuel still on the board?
They picked up Richie Grant as well.
Richie Grant. I liked Richie Grant.
That's a good one.
I like
Samuel went, I thought.
Yeah, Samuel's off the board. Okay. I'm pretty sure.
There's so many picks.
Andy sounds like Mike is in the waiting room.
Okay. I see him. Let me get him in here.
Hey, Mike.
What's
going
on,
guys?
Great to have you on, man. Appreciate it. We're just doing an informal thing, kicking around. We were just touching on Brandon Stevens a little bit. How stoked are you guys at CGS about him being taken at 104?
It's a good feeling. It's a real good feeling. So it was a great thing to see last night for CGS and for Brandon. He's a hell of an athlete, and we're excited to see him do great things in Baltimore.
Awesome. Appreciate you you coming on.
Yeah.
Who do you think, Mike, are going to be the next CGS guys to start flowing off the board here. I think teams are really going to be liking the certainty this year compared to others of guys they actually got to see in person. So CGS was more valuable than ever. And it seems like guys might be more inclined to take those safe guys that they've talked to for multiple hours in that interview process.
Right. I mean, it's always a tough question. We had a lot of good athletes at CGS this year. I'm just going to be happy to see guys coming off the board, getting an opportunity at the NFL level. So to name a few, I really can't pinpoint it. There's too many to name. And so I'm just excited to watch all day and see where everyone lands up.
Oh, yeah.
I want to jump in here real quick. I was thinking of Hampson Nasruddin, not Asante Samuel.
There we go.
I got the Florida State guys mixed up. So
easy to do.
I'm not that much of an idiot.
Mike, are you a Pittsburgh guy?
I'm a football guy, man.
The right answer.
Okay.
That's the right answer.
Good answer.
Football guy.
What have you been doing for the draft? How have you been celebrating and watching the picks?
Just me and my wife have been watching it, just hanging out at home with our dogs. So, I mean, it's been real low key. Like I said, last night was awesome. It was great to see Brandon get drafted, perform very well at CGS. So we'll see what day 3 brings. And, I'm excited, just to be in front of the TV, eat good food, and see where everyone lands up.
Awesome, man. We're excited to see as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking to pull up his.
So Des Fitzpatrick goes here. That's a guy who was really low on your athletic success indicator score, right, Rob?
Yeah, that was the lowest guy in ASI of the receivers, mostly because of his size deficiency. So, it's an interesting pick. There have been a couple of interesting picks at wide receiver specifically. I think there are a lot of guys left who they could have picked up. I know we talked about Sage earlier. Seth Williams out of Auburn is still there as well. So I think there are a good amount of guys that they could have picked instead, but they must have seen something they liked.
Yeah, I'm putting up, as we're talking, various reports from the guide for our players. So if you haven't picked up the guide yet, make sure to go do it. $12. It literally has everything you could want. As you can see here, this is Brandon Stevens' profile, so everything. Summaries.
Mike, for some of the listeners, could you just break down how CGS goes about watching these prospects and assembling who the roster is going to be?
Yeah, sure. So it's myself and the 2 co-founders, Craig Red and Jose Jefferson, along with Mark Branstad, who's the CEO of Track and Football. He's partners with us at CGS. The 4 of us, break down the prospects for the upcoming year. So we'll be starting doing that probably in late May, early June. We'll get a board together, and then the cool thing about CGS is we're going to break it up of small school guys to look at, and then our major school guys, FBS. So we have a small school showcase that we bring in the FCS, D2, D3, NAI type players. That teams want to see, that we think that could play at a high level, and so we'll get going. Then come August, we're ramping up, and then we're putting our board together, putting the finishing touches on it, and then we're watching games each week, getting film sent to us, and talking to agents, talking to scouts. We have a good relationship with the NFL teams and the CFL teams, and so it's a long process, but it's a well worth the long process to get everything assembled and watch these athletes perform at a high level.
Cyril, you're muted.
Yeah. You gotta quit muting yourself, bro.
Me and Rob are right next to each other, and there's some echo sometimes. But Mike, you guys are really revamping your intern process this year. I know you guys are talking about bringing in 1 intern for every single one of the 32 teams. Can you talk about that a little bit for some of the listeners who might be interested in something like that?
Yeah, I mean, so we're still hashing out the details on that, but we want to give a couple interns the opportunity to see what the scouting process goes behind with us, and then also, the week of CGS, how everything works out. Scout runners working with teams, helping teams grab players, bring them through the interview process. So if anyone's interested, I can give my email. You can either reach out to me or Jose Jefferson on Twitter, and then we'll give you our emails, and then we'll go from there. But it's exciting stuff. And then Neil Stratton, as Inside the League, has been a huge proponent of this as well. And then you can reach out to Neil as well for that. And Neil's on our board for CGS, so it's exciting times right now for the College Year Iron Showcase.
Oh yeah, anyone listening, you can find Mike at MRIT RITT 9140 on Twitter. Reach out to him if you're interested in that internship opportunity. Robert, myself, and Shay were a part of that last year, and it was an awesome, invaluable experience. I got a chance to chat with a bunch of teams, the Saints and the 49ers I got to run for, and I actually had the pleasure of a Saints scout asked me, hey, who's your favorite player in this class? And I told him all about how much I loved my guy Peyton Turner. And so to see that come full circle with the Saints then taking him at 28, a lot higher than most other people besides Expand the Box Score, who was high on him the whole time. It's awesome to think back that, hey, this guy played it so coy, but they really loved Peyton Turner all along.
Peyton Turner's good. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about CGS and the opportunity there. Mike was awesome. Jose's does a great job down there as well. So anyone who's interested, awesome opportunity to get your foot in the door with some NFL people and work with some great dudes down in Fort Worth.
Potentially make a first-round draft pick.
Hey, Rob, looks like James Hudson just went. You want to give some breakdown on him?
Sure. So James Hudson won all aggressiveness for the offensive tackles. This is a guy who was a mean son of a gun. He's just out there looking to put guys on the ground. He needs some work on his technique a little bit, but he's a guy who is really a tone setter in the locker room and is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Really good at targeting.
Says the Georgia fan. Mike, have you gotten a chance to watch Hudson? I know you're a big offensive line guy.
Yeah, he was a defensive lineman to start out with in his career, and then transitioned to the O-line. I mean, athletic, a finisher. So, good athlete on the O-line. So who did he go to?
To the Bengals. Or no, to the Browns.
The Bengals are
next.
out right now.
Browns
Gotcha.
at 110.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, he could use some time to develop from how Rob's report reads. So, I mean, sitting there with the Browns where he doesn't exactly need to start and can come in later, I think that's a good fit.
Bengals just took Cameron Sample.
Ooh.
He was a guy we were decently high on, weren't we?
Yeah, we were high on him compared to consensus. I remember we got a little bit of flack early for having him above his teammate, Patrick Johnson. But it looks like the NFL was with us on that. So I actually scouted Sample myself, not for XTB, but for the 33rd team. And my summary on him is that he's a thickly built edge rusher, awesome tackler with great play strength. He's got a consistent pass rush repertoire, relatively average athlete for the position. I thought he worked best as a 5 tech, so he's a big defensive end for the Bengals. He'll be a fun player for him. I'm excited to see him.
If I remember, he did pretty well at the Senior Bowl too, right?
Oh yeah, I think
he was one of the standouts.
He definitely stood out.
Yeah.
He looked really good down in Mobile, so I like that pick a lot.
We had some questions of whether he's better off as a defensive tackle at the next level, just because of how stout he is at the point of attack. His awesome strength is really the best part of his game. But we talked a little bit with his position coach at Tulane down at the Senior Bowl, and he set us straight on that this guy's a true 5 technique.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't look like he had much room to grow on his frame, did he?
Oh
Does he?
no, he's definitely
Yeah.
maxed out. It looks
And he's
like we got
already
a question
260.
from my guy Gennaro Muniz. The Lions
St.
get
Brown?
Amon St. Brown. Yeah, that just came in.
They're
What are
back to
our
back
thoughts?
here, seventh and eighth in the fourth round. Starts with Amon St. Brown. This guy has wide receiver one upside, no? Kind of overlooked.
I mean,
I watched Amon-Ra a little bit. I thought he was a very good college receiver, kind of all-around receiver. To me, didn't have that necessarily that one elite trait that you kind of point to and say, this is how he wins at the next level. I think he can be a solid guy. Probably limited upside in my opinion, but
you think he's going to be more of a slot guy in the pros?
I
Like
think
a
that's a
slot
possibility.
only?
He could maybe play a little bit on the outside, but probably more of a slot guy there at the next level. Yes. So
Little jack of all trades, master of none type deal.
yeah, I think it is interesting that the Bengals, with their last pick, took another defensive lineman. They got Joseph Asai as a 3-4 outside linebacker, and then got their 5 tech. So it looks like the Bengals are really trying to build that defensive line there. I think that's a good strategy for them as well.
Hey, Matt, do you have a take on Amon St. Brown?
Sorry, me?
No, I'm sorry, Mike. I said Matt. I meant Mike.
Good receiver. Good ball skills. I mean, surprised he lasted this long. Good production at USC. So, those are my thoughts.
He's got some pretty good genes.
One of the higher level prospects left on our board. So it makes sense him getting taken here.
Andy, do you have his testing numbers? I'm curious because how Mr. Universe's son would do.
Yeah, let me put those up. Give me 1 second.
I still love that he just added St. Brown to his kids' last names just because it looked cooler on a jersey.
Yeah, just the word Saint.
Yeah.
Love that.
All right, so we got.
We know for a fact he'll look good.
Yeah, it's true.
Pulling up our ASI results.
He was at.
Let's see.
Totally middling for ASI. He was
So
21 out of 48.
5'11", 197, 4'6", on the 40.
Ooh. Lower than I thought he'd be.
Broad was decent with 127 vertical, 38.5, pretty decent burst, but the 10-yard was 163. I mean, the speed is not looking great for him. And he's at 5'11", he's a lot smaller than I actually thought. I thought he would be more of a 6'2", 215-ish kind of guy.
Does anybody have, I'm just curious, does anybody have Equimenius' numbers? Curious how they compare.
Could look him up.
Ooh, yeah, I'll pull those up. Equinemius.
One thing that stood out to me with Amon-Ra, he struggled a little bit creating after the catch, keeping balance. He tended to go up for the ball and leap unnecessarily sometimes. Just didn't have a whole lot of yards after the catch. But I think they're still getting a solid player, solid contributor. He should be ready to go right away.
Really good value. I think, like someone else said, really good value in the 4th right here. I like that.
So Equinemius, we only have Zybeck testing numbers for him. He didn't have a pro day or combine, but the Zybeck numbers, he has a 4.48 40, 6.046. So he's significantly taller than his younger brother. But we don't have any other workouts with that. It says he had no full workout. He had a knee injury, but he did bench benched 20 reps of 225.
So did Amon-Ra. Gotcha. So his brother, Equimenius is actually a bigger and better athlete.
And that's not exactly surprising with what Equinemius was billed as coming out. Now, I guess we can see, don't they have a third brother in the
ones at Stanford, right?
Yeah.
Can't remember what
the guy who's on the CGS board, Mike?
Something like Zeus.
Hey, I mean, we'll start the process in May, June, so I can give a better answer then.
Fair enough.
I'm just, enjoying the process now with day 3 of the draft, and I'm excited for a lot of the athletes at CGS to possibly get a chance. We had a good O-line group, defensive back group. I thought the O-line group moved very well. for their size. The tight end group I was impressed by. Linebackers, so it was a good all around CGS during a pandemic. So I mean, we're just kind of relaxing and taking a step back and watching the process right now. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's a lot of work went into it with Jose, Craig, and myself, and Mark, and the whole CGS team, and it's kind of like, all right, now we're at the point now.
Yeah. Hey, you brought up the tackle class. What did you see out of me and Robert's guy, our UMass guy, Larnell Coleman, out at CGS?
Moved well. Good length. Good length, big hands. Just the ability to move. Quick feet, light feet. There's a guy who impressed. I think I know Shannon Herring is a guard, but had some tackle experience from BYU. Well put together, for his size. Another big man that can move well. So it was an impressive O-line class at CGS. I will say, Greg Island had his wingspan. Oh man. What was it? I don't know if you guys have the numbers on that.
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Yeah, but he's like 6'7", 6'8", and he still looks like he had another 30 pounds to his frame. And he's like,
Greg Island
335.
Had 37-inch arms at his pro day at 6'0", 321 pounds. And I asked him his foot size. I usually get a lot of grief because I have size 15 shoes. Greg Island has size 19 feet.
That's a large human being.
That is an enormous man.
Yeah, so it was exciting to see that type of athlete at CGS this year, especially up front. Defensive line wise, I thought Mustafa Johnson, stood out. D tackle from Colorado, moved well. Had a natural lean and bend to him. Alani, I'm gonna botch his last name, from Adams State. Anyone can help me out on his last name, that'd be much appreciated. I thought he moved well. He's kind of a undersized edge rusher, but moved well. Camilo Eifer, the linebacker from Illinois, stood out. The defensive back class, Lamont Wade from Penn State, the safety. Trying to think who else. Brandon Stevens, of course, from SMU. And, DBs and O-line really stood out. The running back group at CGS, Jaquan Hardy from Tiffin, really stood out for being a small school guy. Good frame, moved well. Mason Stockey, the fullback from Wisconsin.
Fullbacks.
Yeah. So the tight end group I mentioned earlier, Zach Davidson, Central Missouri State. Sean Byer from Iowa. Hunter Campmoyer from Oregon. Those are the type of long, athletic tight ends. Good ball skills. So it was good to see out in the field how they move. Reactions and whatnot. And then Jacob Harris, who 6'5" wide receiver, has a big frame, but some people I've heard saying he can possibly transition to tight end, but good overall athlete. Could be a good special teams type guy. Coming to the league. So we're excited. All in all, we're excited. The type of athlete we had.
Awesome. Shannon Herring is a guy that you mentioned, and a guy who did really well in the athletic success indicator as well. He was the number 3 guard ranked in this class in that metric, putting him just above Mitch Morse, the center from the Bills, as far as all-time ASI. He moved really well in the drills. I thought he and Larnell were the two guys really stood out in those offensive line drills. So I'm excited to see. I think somebody will take a swing at Shannon Herring, and I think they'll be real happy with what they get.
Hey, can I jump in here real quick? So Dallas is on the clock here.
We've missed 2 picks before Dallas. We got Derek Barnes, to the Lions, inside linebacker from Purdue, and then Drew Dahlman, Stanford center, who I think is a great value right here to the Falcons.
Yeah, agree with that. He was on the board, second safety. Second center, still available, right behind Drake Jackson. Jackson didn't go yet, right? He's still on the board, so he's the top center, still on the board. But the question I had was because Gennaro keeps chiming in with some good questions, saying that Jabril Cox and fall ends in Dallas. With them going Micah Parsons in the first round, can you see them taking another linebacker here?
Is that confirmed, G?
No, he's speculating here.
Okay.
I can't see it happening, but
I wouldn't see it happening only because Dallas already has a roster crunch at that position. They're apparently going to play Keanu Neal at linebacker, and they had Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch already at the position before they brought in Micah Parsons. I know they want to move Parsons around as like a move pass rush piece who can also cover. But the value would definitely be there for Jabril Cox to go here, but I would question the fit in terms of a roster standpoint.
I agree. I'm more curious from the Cowboy, because we actually have a Cowboy in our chat right now, talking to sales, of course. But could you see Dallas doubling down with linebacker?
I don't see it happening. Personally, I mean, there's some other needs that they have. I mean, if I were them, I'd focus more on the beefing up the back end of that secondary, because it doesn't matter how many points you score, if people can throw it past you, it's not going to matter. That's the problem.
Sales, how do you feel about Dahlman?
I do not like.
You don't like the Dahlman pick? Man, you haven't liked any of the Falcons picks.
No, I like the Kyle Pitts pick. It's just not what I would have done. And I'd like the Richie Grant pick, but the Dahlman pick, I mean, we drafted this is the second year we drafted a center on. I mean, I guess he could play. What do you think? Can he play? You think he can play guard? But I mean,
that's a question for our girl Shay, who's our main person on Dahlman. I know that Dahlman has huge hands for the position and short arms, so take that for what it's worth.
I mean, you know what I've been saying about the Falcons all along. I've been saying they need to focus more on the defense because, like I just said about the Cowboys, like, doesn't matter how many points you score if you can't stop somebody else from doing it. But I think they still need a pass rush. I mean, they haven't had a good pass rush since Vic Beasley decided to be a unicorn one year.
I'm going to the pro day table for centers here, and what do you guys look for when you're looking at offensive linemen as far as the athletic testing? Is there anything you're looking for other than size? I mean, obviously for the tackle position, arm length is important, wingspan, but are you looking at anything outside of that with bench press, with speed scores, anything else?
Sure. So for center in particular, for ASI, found that the shuttle is actually a really important measure as well. And then the vertical to measure that both quickness from the shuttle and then that explosiveness as well. And then the bench press too. You need to be strong down in the interior, handle those big boys up front. So I think those are three measures that are fairly indicative. Let's see, how did Drew Dahlman do? He didn't have a whole lot of testing numbers, did he? He just did the 40. So kind of tough.
And that does not matter for offensive linemen.
Well, I got breaking news. We were all wrong. Yeah, we were all wrong.
Gennaro tipping picks.
We were all wrong with this one. Jabril Cox, another linebacker to the Cowboys. I mean, this is just gluttonous now, no?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Hey, but on the subject of centers, I'm wondering, Mike, what do you look for when you're scouting centers?
The thing with CGS is like we're big in the position flexibility, so like Just watching the film, if the center can have guard experience, and that's a huge plus. Athletic, move well in space. Good awareness. How the blocking space as well. But I mean, really, the key thing with CGS is with versatility. I mean, with the NFL right now, you can only dress 7 offensive linemen on Sundays. So I mean, you can't be just a center. If you have guard experience, that'd be great too. So that's a cool thing about what CGS provides is like we have a platform where if you want to showcase your ability to play guard and center, we can do that. So
that's one of the things that really helped Quinn Miners over the process is learning to play center, even though he didn't have a season, but he still at the Senior Bowl showcased that he can do it.
Yeah. So I mean, athletic, versatile interior offensive lineman. That's what we look for.
Still a bunch of wide receivers here.
It looks like Ellerson Smith. Yeah. He's a guy who totally rebuilt his body in that year off. He looked skinny as a twig on his 2019 tape. There was some rumors from our friends over at Draft Scout that he actually played around 220, 225 in that season, which is just way too small for an outside linebacker. But I really like the high upside play that the Giants are going with bringing in Azeez Ojulari and now Ellerson Smith.
I agree.
That's a fun group of outside linebackers that they're bringing in. Honestly, their haul overall, I've enjoyed it. The fact that they've picked up an extra first, third, and fourth for next year and what's going to be an awesome draft in terms of depth. I mean, I think Dave Gettleman is going to have to get some props from us for once.
Yeah, wasn't that the first time in his entire career that he traded back?
Yeah, and he's done it twice. Yeah. Oh, look who just went next. It looks like Matt Holder's time to shine.
Bobby Brown.
I think we just had another CGS guy off the board too.
You guys want to do the CGS guy? I got a tweet to fire off real quick. Sorry.
Go for it. Who's our CGS guy who just went, Mike?
Kine from Iowa State.
Kene and Nwangwu? Wow.
Yeah, so.
First player not in the XTB guide to go.
Wow. There goes our perfect record.
Yep.
So we got 2 CGS guys on the board today, so I'm excited. So with that, but hey guys, I appreciate you let me jump on. This was awesome. I'm gonna go back to hanging out and just watching the process unravel.
Oh yeah.
Hey Mike, we appreciate you jumping on, and we're gonna be here all day, so at least another probably 6 hours. So if you get the itch and you want to come back on, another one of your guys goes, and you want to plug them, certainly jump back in. You got the link.
Yeah,
before you head out of here now, though, why don't you go ahead and give everybody your Twitter handle and what you're affiliated with again?
Yeah. So I'm the director of scouting and player personnel for the College Gridiron Showcase. You can find me on Twitter at MRITT9140. Happy to talk ball. Like I said, a lot of exciting stuff about with CGS going on for this upcoming year. Love to have you guys from Expand the Box Score come down and follow the process. And I know we have Cyril, Shay, and Robert down there last year, so the more media coverage, the better. And we're excited for big things this year.
Awesome.
Appreciate you,
Mike.
Hey, thanks guys.
All right,
Holder, what you got?
All right,
I don't
Brown.
see Kene and Nwangwu going just yet. It looks like it was actually Chris Rump, so our perfect record is still intact for a second.
Let's go.
Yeah, I thought we had some Bobby Brown love towards the end.
Yeah,
we squeezed them. We squeezed them in one of the last updates and edits to the guide. So we do have Bobby Brown in there, and record intact.
I did Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown was a guy, like you said, kind of late in the process that we ended up looking at him. And, it was something where it was just a consistency issue with him. Like, when his get off is off, he's, unblockable. I mean, there were times where he was resetting offensive linemen on double teams. It was fun to watch. His pass rush motor is absolute dog shit. if he doesn't win at first, he will just quit, and that's one of the biggest problems. But again, when his get off is right, I mean, the guy's bull rush is insane. I was watching him blow back, other SEC offensive linemen, like, with
He hasn't gone.
terrible consistency. So he's a guy, like, to me, that I think he has a lot of tools, and I think he can be a great player. But
Vikings.
I mean, he's going to be a couple years project, or if he can get the motor down, maybe lose a little weight and start to figure it out, because he also has some. He also showed a nice little quickness on a little rip move on the inside. So
hey, Shay, you just missed Mike. It looks like
damn.
Kene and Wongwu just went at 119.
I'm gonna go ahead and update all you guys' names here, because some of you got names and no Twitter handles.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. You're actually you're fine. I'm going and doing it for the rest of you guys here, because I got to get you following and know both of how they can find you guys. Welcome to the show. This is day 3 with XTB. You are one of our premier scouts, part of XTB Scouting. Jump in, and before we go and do some more picks, and we got some more guests coming up. We're gonna have some fantasy minded people come in a minute, so we can switch gears and switch our hats a little to how these picks are affecting fantasy players as well. But all things football with XTB, of course. But I'm gonna give you the floor real quick. Go ahead and plug yourself, where you're from, what you do, how you got involved in this mess, and let everybody know where they can find you as well.
Yeah, my name is Shayana Renskowski. That's my name on Twitter. But I go by Shay for anybody that knows me and has known me and has interacted with me. Shay is so much easier than Shayana, especially for pronunciation. If you want to find me on Twitter, it is RENCZKS is my handle. That is my football-related Twitter and all sports. And I'm a big sports person and into it altogether. So you'll find me retweeting soccer stuff, baseball, softball. So it's mostly football, but I do dabble in other sports as well. I am from Buffalo, New York. Still living here, born and raised, 716 area code, Bills Mafia, baby. I've been here for 25 years. I'm going strong. But how I got into scouting, I actually got on the phone with Callie Bronson, who is now the chief of staff for the Browns, back when she was at Dartmouth. And she is the one who encouraged me to try scout school. And so I ended up connecting with most of the guys at XTB through Sports Info Solutions with the internship with our class in 2019. So that is where I took scout school with all these guys and started my way and doing what we all love to do. And then Cyril reached out to me. Cyril and Zach Apt, actually, who I don't believe is on here yet. They reached out to me to get us together and start a scouting program in the scouting department. And after a few hiccups in the road, here we are with XTB, and we are loving every second of it. So hit that follow button. Find me on Twitter.
Well, we're happy you're here. I see the draft day poster on the back. So who was your player over everything this year?
Who is my absolute favorite player? That would have to be Jared Patterson, who is not gone yet. And we've definitely talked about him before. UB guy. His only D1 offer was for UB. And background story, him and his brother James Patterson agreed. They made a pact before they even were looking into schools. They were not going to play college ball unless they played together. So UB is the only school that offered both of them. So that is how they ended up at UB. And I'm rooting real hard for JP26 today. So hopefully he goes sooner rather than later, obviously. But other than that, Quinn Miners went yesterday. Woo! Yeah, definitely got to
go D3.
My guy.
Those are my guys.
Hell yeah. Hey, we just had RB5 and 6 go in Kenny.
What is wrong with Kenny Gainwell?
Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah.
That's
Woo!
yeah. Was that you who did him, Holder?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I like Ramondre a lot. Love the contact balance. Love the one he's running downhill. I think he's going to go to New England, where obviously they like to use like 8 running backs. So it's gonna. I'm a from that perspective, I'm a little disappointed because that's kind of like what he was in college, where I felt like he wasn't getting enough love playing with Kennedy Brooks, Trey Sermon. I think they had someone else too. Name I'm drawing a blank on too, where he's splitting carries. So I kind of wish he would have gone somewhere else where he could have been a bell cow for a few years. But I mean, New England's not a bad spot. I mean,
Tyler Sheldon.
He'll be their downhill guy there. But yeah, I liked Rhamondre a lot. Liked him a lot more than I think a lot of other people.
Looks like Tyler Shelvin just went to the Bengals. The Bengals are really upping their run defense here, especially on day 3. That beef is the right word for that. So are the Bengals transitioning to a 3-4 because that's the personnel that they've been getting?
I guess so. I mean, Tyler Shelton. I mean, that's kind of his limitation. But he's very good at it. So,
he's a true zero-tech nose tackle.
He's a full-on two-gapping guy.
All 3 defensive linemen they've taken fit better in a 3-4. So it seems like they might at least be transitioning into having more of a multiple front. So that's really interesting.
As far as Jordan Smith, the guy who just went from UAB, edge rusher, I can talk about him a bit. So my summary for XTB is that he was a long, aggressive edge who wins with his motor, hand quickness, and burst, while struggling with his pass rush plan and pad level as a run defender. Projects as a rotational player who will be a pass rush specialist, fits best as a 3-4 outside linebacker, though he could function as a 4-3 defensive end as well. This is a guy who was a little bit stiff playing. I think that was why he fell a good amount. But I like him as a pass rusher. So I think it's an interesting pick and a guy who can contribute in a rotational role year 1.
He didn't look terrible at the Senior Bowl. He had some good one-on-one reps.
He looked all right. He really beat up on lower level competition. I mean, if you put on the South Alabama tape, he's just absolutely massacring their offensive line. There was another edge rusher who went just before these guys that we were all talking about, kind of got lost in the morass of Bobby Brown and Kene Nwangwu going. But Chris Rumpf, the second, who is a fan favorite from a lot of guys, someone at the 33rd team, I won't mention his name, but he bet me that Jason Owe or Odafe Owe would be outproduced by Chris Rumpf this year. And that's an extremely bold take of him for a guy that I think has some good pass rush upside, has a great first step, but just is not stout enough. And looks like Zech McPherson, a guy who we put in version 3 of the guy, just went to the Eagles.
Yep.
Chris Rumpf wasn't even the best pass rusher on Duke's team.
Yeah, which one was the guy that? Which Duke edge defender is the guy that's like 220? Is that Rumpf?
That was Rumpf. That was Rumpf. Dima KJ is the other guy.
Jordan Smith goes now, edge rusher from UAB to Jacksonville. But let me circle back real quick to the running backs. Are you guys surprised to see guys like Kenny Gainwell still on the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gainwell, it's probably because he opted out that he's falling a little bit. Yeah, and the only 1 year of experience. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Yeah, and I guess that is true because Memphis has had 4 running backs in the last 4 years get drafted, or 4 in the last 3 or something like that. So he had 1 year of just splitting carries. But I mean, he is. I remember when I was doing the video of him. Sales. I remember reading his report on it. It was like guy lines up in the slot. Guy does everything you want. Pretty much everything you want on the field is an offensive weapon.
I mean, he's a stud. I'm shocked that he's lasted this long with the little mini run on running backs we've had this round.
Yeah.
And how about Juba Hubbard? Which surprises you more, Hubbard being on the board or Gainwell?
Gainwell.
I'm more surprised by Gainwell because he's so much more of a versatile piece that you can plug and play wherever you want.
Right.
I feel like Hubbard was one where was a guy where a lot of scouts and I know the analytics kind of pointed at him pretty well, but I feel like a lot of the more scouting based people I see weren't a big fan of him.
Yeah, I saw something the other day. It was just why has before the draft even started, it was asking why has Chuba Hubbard fallen so far recently, and one of the top comments was because people actually watch the tape instead of looking at the numbers.
Right. I mean, he went off in 2019, and I know coming into the offseason, like, people had him hyped up as one of the top backs in the class. So
Yeah.
it is interesting that he's
Yeah, I remember.
so much.
I remember going into the season. I remember thinking like, oh, he could be like the third running back after Najee or Etienne, and obviously that's not the case.
It looks like we have It looks like we have a bunch of new people that just jumped in. So if anybody has any questions that's tuned in or watching, check. Just put them in the comments. Ask away. We're happy to answer. We got a bunch of the XTB scouts here. We're gonna have some other guests coming on. Some fantasy personalities. Some team. Some beat reporters even going over team stuff. So if you have any specific questions, ask away. We're going to be updating things as we go. We're going to be highlighting best available as you see up right now. We're going to be going over the pro day numbers and the athletic testing and giving you glimpses of the scouting guide, or the draft guide, I should say. So very informal here. We're going to be here all day. No expectations, no plans. Just going with the flow as we see it. Throwing on cowboy hats where we can, things of that nature. So we're just here to have a good time and talk draft with you guys. So again, any questions, just ask away. But let me let you guys take over again.
We're having a great time over here.
You crack one open already, Cyril?
My personal comments are sponsored by Cloud Drop Double IPA, brewed in Vermont. So,
so I'm on the West Coast. It's only 10. Is it? But if I'm with you guys,
it's 5
p.m. somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. I'm with a bunch of East Coast people, so I can crack open a beer. Oh, John Bates.
It's wicked hazy.
John Bates just went. Whoa. Okay, before John Bates goes, I'm gonna give our summary on Zech McPherson, because a lot of the people who just jumped on may have seen him get drafted and have no idea who he is. Looks like ESPN has him as the 38th ranked corner. We liked him a lot more than that. We thought he's a smart zone coverage defender who fits really in a scheme that will allow him to play mostly zone. So I mean, in that Eagles offense, he's going to fit ideally. One of our
defense.
Yeah, he's going to fit ideally in that zone. They need defenders. I mean, one of me and Robert's colleagues over with the 33rd team had Zech McPherson as his CB10. So this is a guy who we expected to go a lot higher than the normal media people. His report, as you see here, done by our own Derek Benson. He's a guy who only got in pretty late as a V3 addition, but he had a lot of production at Texas Tech. I think he had 4 interceptions this past season. And he's a guy who the NFL liked more than a lot of other people. We'll have Peter Engler on later, but he scouted 50 corners and had McPherson ranked 10.
Wow.
Yeah,
so Cam Bynum just went.
Cam Bynum went. Let's go. That's my brand, baby.
No. There has not been a single thing that's for the brand yet.
Your brand, I don't know. Cam Bynum, though, the Vikings needed a corner. Bynum's going to be awesome playing in a cover 3 scheme. He's got great ball skills, fluid hips. He's instinctual. His tackling skills are the best of any corner in the class. So Vikings are getting a thumper on the boundary.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like he's like the Mike Zimmer type of corner where he's just super physical and he's gonna love to play with his hands on the line of scrimmage. I mean,
so he's a poor man's J.C. Horn.
Kind of.
A little bit.
Yeah. A very poor man's J.C. Horn.
That's not the worst comp.
Hey, CB1, baby.
John Bates.
I called it in June.
Yeah, give us John Bates, Holder.
Yeah, John Bates was another guy that we added kind of later in the process. I remember watching him actually just before we go into the Senior Bowl. I'm a little surprised he got drafted this high, but he had a hell of a week down in Mobile where he actually looked a lot better than he did at Boise State, honestly. He was another guy. My 2 tight ends that my film must have lied to me, Trey McKitty and John Bates, were kind of dramatically different down in Mobile, but a really good blocker. And it's funny because Jeremiah saw him comparing him to Jeremy Sprinkle. I did Jeremy Sprinkle for the Scouting Academy right before or a year ago and hated Jeremy Sprinkle, and I wasn't that big of a fan of John Bates. So I guess I have a type that I don't like for tight ends.
Juba finally went. Panthers.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
There you go.
They needed a backup running back.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Kenny? Why do you not like my boy? NFL. Answer
Andy,
me.
we were talking about it on the Panthers podcast the other day. The speed on Carolina's offense is going to be ridiculous.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I think what people fail to, kind of appreciate with Carolina too, and I might have to become a fan of the Panthers. I was trying to figure out if I jump off the Jets bandwagon, what team would I want to become a fan of?
Wait. Can the Jets be considered a bandwagon?
Well, no, I mean, no, obviously. I love
From the Falcons fan.
the Buffalo fan base, I got to say, but Carolina is also becoming I'm looking at it like, who do I think is going to be a top level team 2 years from now? And Carolina, if you look at what they did last year on defense, bringing in Matt Rule, they have elite ceiling production at key positions all across all levels of the defense. You look at what they have on offense already in place. I mean, this team to me could be a Super Bowl contender in another year if everything hits right. And I just think people overlook how talented this defense could be, and very quickly at that.
I think it's an
We have a
interesting
special
pick at
guest.
running. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, well, we got the doggo.
There.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and bring in another guest. We got Matt Donnelly joining us, Fantasy Vipers. Welcome to the show, Matt. Matt's a personal friend through the fantasy industry, and we're just having a good time here. You got the some of the XTB scouting team on. We're recapping picks. We're giving our critique. I have some fantasy people like yourself coming in to the show, giving us some takes on fantasy lens and how this affects teams in the fantasy realm. So why don't you go ahead and first and foremost plug yourself, your name, your Twitter handle, and what you represent, and anything you want to share on your reactions from the first couple rounds so far.
Well, I'm going to start it off right away. I'm looking for a group. I see Matt's in here too with the Raiders hat. So we might all have to get together and have a little group chat, a little consoling kind of going on here because, man, the good thing is being a Raiders fan, you know how to handle their drafts from now. You know what I mean? It's something you've kind of become accustomed to.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, okay, you got to talk yourself into you go through all 7 stages of grief. You can do that through a whole weekend easy. You don't need to extend that as a Raiders fan. Second off, you can kind of catch me over at the Dynasty Vipers there. We've got a great series coming out behind the grind. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, we have some great guests that come on, a little one-on-one type interviews. Next week, we have a huge guest. I can't quite announce it yet. I'm waiting for the official go-ahead and booking day. That's probably looking like Wednesday. But come Friday, we got Stefania Bell coming on, as well as Adam Rank and James Coe coming to the show. So if you look back, there's some great guests who have been on the show, been gracious enough of their time. And it's kind of more of an inside look of your favorite analyst in the industry, what they've done to get to where they have and how they kind of stay at where they're at. So it's definitely something you might want to check out.
Awesome, good stuff. So what would be some of your what are some of your reactions from the fantasy game for the first couple rounds? Who's one pick that jumped out at you as a surprise? Like, I love the landing spot, didn't expect him to go, whatever it might be, for good or for bad.
Well, one of my favorite ones happens to be Diami Brown. I think him going to Washington for me is a fantastic fit, not only because he doesn't need a lot of touches to be effective, right? We've seen him, I think it was 51 and 55 receptions at North Carolina the last 2 seasons, both 1,000-yard seasons, both 20 yards per reception average kind of kicking in. He's going to a team in Washington that's already got that alpha receiver in Terry McLaurin. Antonio Gibson's already there. And more importantly, they've got the fabled gunslinger, Ryan Fitzpatrick, in there. You know what I mean? He's going to bust a couple buttons off that top shirt, and he's going to let it rip. So he's not going to be afraid to find Diami Brown. We know Kelvin Harmon is not going to factor into this offense at all. If we've been waiting for him for the last 2-3 seasons, it's probably not happening. So for me right now, my favorite landing spot is probably that of Diami Brown.
All right, I got to ask some of the XTB guys, and any one of you want to jump in here. But with Diami Brown, I was perplexed at this. I mean, you go back and you look at Mac Brown's offenses over time. He's never really produced outside of Roy Williams, a wide receiver at the next level. Now he's got Diami Brown, who's the first, back-to-back 1,000-yard guy in Carolina history. Also, Daz Newsome there. My biggest question is, Do you think this is all Sam Howell? Because he was missing some vital pieces in the bowl game and still had Carolina looking pretty good. So is Diami Brown a product of the system, or is he a talent at the receiver position we're overlooking?
We like Diami Brown as an X receiver. I don't know if we see him as a true number one. He's more of that guy that you bring in who can be physical, who makes those plays down the field. So like was discussed a minute ago, this is a guy who you put in, maybe he only gets like 3 catches for you. Like, he's probably not a guy who you want in PPR leagues, but he can have those 3-catch, 83-yard, 1 touchdown days every now and then. I think he's a great fit for what the Washington football team's trying to do in assembling a really nice receiving core.
Anybody else? I told you, Matt. We have no real rhyme or reason to what we're doing here. We just love the draft, and we're jumping on to share some things and recap things. Rob, how did Diami Brown factor into the ASI?
Let me check real quick. But while I'm checking that, Matt, I thought it was an interesting pick we just had here of Chuba Hubbard to Carolina. With Mike Davis being productive in fantasy, with Christian McCaffrey missing some time, do you see him as potentially a good handcuff pick there in Carolina?
I love Chuba because, me being Canadian, the Canadians are taking over the National Football League here now. We're getting a little bit of representation finally, so I love Chuba. I think you got to go back to his 2019 tape, kind of throw away that 2020 tape. I think he can be effective in that Carolina offense when given the opportunity. If Christian McCaffrey goes down, and with the pieces that Carolina continues to build there, they've been addressing that offensive line a little bit. They've been addressing their defense everywhere, kind of you name it, they've been addressing that. Like Andy was saying there before I jumped on, Carolina's a team that's probably going to be in contention within a year or two for a Super Bowl. Give them 2-3 more seasons, another good draft, and we could be talking about them for a long time in the position that they're at. Adding Chuba is just one of those nice picks to have. You're looking at your big board. You say, okay, we need someone to kind of step in here and be a cover like Mike Davis did for Christian McCaffrey last year. Chuba Hubbard's got that athleticism. He's got that speed. He's got that. I know his 40 didn't show it on Pro Day, but when you look at it, how he runs in 2019, you can see he had that speed. He had that track kind of background. He can get up after it. I'm a little worried about how he runs, his style a little bit, but I think he could be a good, effective backup running back. And I think if given an opportunity, he can pop off for 125, 130 yards per game in a short window to work. So
awesome. Yeah, Chuba was a guy who the Athletic Success Indicator really liked. I believe he was the 4th highest running back in the class, ranking just above Tony Pollard in as far as athleticism. So I think he could be a guy who, if Christian McCaffrey misses any time, could be a guy you might want to pick up.
I'm happy to see him finally off the board. This came up the other night. I did a guest spot on Wednesday night for a mock draft for fantasy, and Hubbard was like the 4th running back off the board. It was like the 23rd pick overall maybe, and just started getting into it. What are we overlooking with Chuba? And the craziest part of this is I think we all have forgotten what exactly transpired in 2020 and how crazy of a year 2020 was. Not just health reasons with COVID, but also politically. It was insane. So this kid had a fallout with his coach, with Gundy, called him out publicly, looked like he might be leaving the school, opted back in for COVID, hurt his ankle. People say he was dogging it, whatever the case is. I mean, there's so many different lenses you could look at this from and say, does that speak to character concerns, like that in the plus column, like good leader, not afraid to call out his coach even? Or does that look like, all right, the type of guy that can stir things up and you may want to avoid? Was he really dogging it because he was unhappy with the situation? So is that something you want to avoid, or was he legitimately hurt? Like, there's so many things, but 2,000 yards is 2,000 yards. Big 12 or Pop Warner, like, I know he got a ridiculous amount of carries, but I mean, have we forgotten how good this kid is? Because a year ago he was no worse than the second running back in the class. And now here he falls to, what is it, 5 or 6?
8, yeah.
Eighth, even worse.
Well, you got to remember, you got Kenny Nwangu, or whatever his name is. There, he slid in there at number 6 from Iowa State.
Yes,
who put on quite the show at his pro day. And then obviously Ramondre Stevenson. You can say what you want about him. I'm not a big fan of Ramondre. I'd rather have Chuba going forward, but Chuba's got that vision. He's got the home run hitting ability. I don't think him coming up board as the 8th running back. Well, I don't think he was knocked for standing up to Gundy there at all. So I think when you look at that, I think teams appreciate that. Players appreciate that probably more than anything. I think he's going to come into a locker room. He's going to fit in with the locker room right off the hop. I think Matt Rule knows him. He knows he kind of coached, seen him. He's familiar with the Big 12 there. So I think it's a real good fit for him.
Yeah, I don't even have Ngangwe in this pro table chart, so I was trying to pull up his testing, but we're gonna have to scrap that. Well, I can find it and add it in, but for now we'll leave that out. But while you talking, you mentioned Ramondre Stevenson. We did have a question. Anna Jimenez, who is part of XTB now, she's gonna be helping out with some content and some graphics and whatnot. Hopefully get her on at some point today, but. She wants to know what you guys think about Stevenson, his fit, future, and what Damian Harris's value is. So, somebody want to jump on that?
Both Matts can co-take this, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we were talking about it a little bit ago. Yeah, I mean, I liked Ramondre a lot. I thought he had one of the better contact balances in this draft class. I think he can be a good, downhill runner. As far as fit, future, and whatnot, I kind of have full confidence in the Patriots to figure out how to maximize their talent and whatnot, and especially offensively. So I feel like he'll be used well there. It's just kind of a matter of how much will he be used, because we know the Patriots also like to use multiple running backs, and they really like the running backs with that can contribute in the passing game, which I don't think it's not that he can't do it, but he hasn't shown it too much, and he's not really that kind of profile. He's a little bit bigger, bigger, stockier type of guy, not really the kind of Kenneth Gainwell type of guy that they normally go after. But fantasy wise, it's a matter of, do you want to keep messing with those Patriots running backs that have burned people so many times?
I just saw the pick of Jalen Darden, one of my favorites in this class. He's going to Tampa Bay. Anybody else here a big fan of Jalen Darden?
Shay, you did him, right?
That Tim was. Yeah, the fantasy guys love Jalen Darden.
I mean, this kid is insanely fun to watch, though. It's just burst, quickness, power, everything. He reminds me of Richie James, and a year ago that might have sounded like a bad comp, but then we saw Richie James could go out and put up an insane game in the pros. So I don't think it's horrible to say at this point. But
I love Richie James, so if that's the comp, then I'll probably love Jalen Darden.
Well, Shay, you like Darden, right?
Did I do? I don't think I did Darden.
No, it was Tim who did him.
Oh, all right.
Tylen Wallace
sighting.
brought on the fantasy guy because all the weapons are going now.
Well, there's a lot still on the board, so they got to go at some point. And
I like this pick. I was going to say I like this pick a lot for the Ravens, because now they get 2 receivers, which was probably what their biggest need on offense, and they get another guy that's kind of like, he's a bigger contested catch guy, which is what they were kind of looking for, if I remember correctly. So.
Yeah, Wallace was a fun watch. I watched him a little bit and kind of felt bad for some of the DBs he was facing. And honestly, he's a guy who was more physical and pressed than a lot of the corners that he faced. Was like throwing guys down. Surprised he didn't get flagged for some things, but I mean, just physical, very competitive guy. I think he'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Opted out mid-bowl game.
Oh, yeah, that was weird.
Oh,
that was weird.
Everybody's looking at Baltimore as like where wide receivers go to die. So you get 2 of the better productive ones in this class now, especially contested balls. I mean, my personal feeling with watching Tylen Wallace was nothing jumps out at me. I don't love what I'm seeing, but yet he somehow figures out a way to get a step on his defender consistently, routinely, and just continues to produce. None of it looks glamorous, but then at the end of the day, it all adds up and it's all there. So I think the comment I made the other night was if I went to a game, I wouldn't be watching him thinking anything special, but I'd want to leave with him at the end of the day. So, Donnelly, I'm going to ask you, being the fantasy guy that we have for our guest spot here, are you scared of wide receivers landing in Baltimore?
I think the answer to that is yes, off the get-go. We've seen how we'll simplify it as much as possible. But on the flip side, you've got two now coming in Rashad Bateman and Tylan Wallace that can definitely contribute right away and might even be, I'll use the term quarterback friendly here. They make the quarterback look good with what they can do. I would have liked one of the bigger receivers. I think a Nico Collins type guy would have been a better target for a guy who, like Lamar Jackson, who aims a little high at times. You want that reach. Devonta Smith would have been fantastic because the guy's got arms that touch the ground when he walks. You want a guy with that big wingspan. Michael Strachan comes to mind, or Charleston. I think he would have been a great fit for a team like that. Big body receiver. But with Tylan Wallace, I don't want to use – I think the Steve Smith comparison has been used over and over for him because of his build and stuff. I think he's got that Steve Smith type game to what he does. So I think he can be effective. And I do like what Baltimore's doing with their offense here with Tylan Wallace and Rashad Bateman. So maybe in 2 years from now when Lamar Jackson kind of gets it figured out, they just picked up his fifth-year option, so they're definitely rolling with him. I think he could be effective. I think this could be a better spot for wide receivers than what we've been giving it credit to now that they've got two good ones coming in.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, you just look at, you got Hollywood Brown, Bateman, and Tylan Wallace all in this offense now, which seems and looks a lot better on paper than what the actual production might be. But do they go the route? Is it too much now for you to be excited about any one of these guys in particular?
Well, Wallace, you look at the numbers there. He still didn't have 1,000 yards last year. We're talking Big 12. We've all seen the DBs in the Big 12. If you're a wide receiver in the Big 12 and you can't hit 1,000 yards, that's a red flag for me, right off the get-go. But I want to take kind of a chance to see how this all shapes out here. Well, on paper, I like it, but is it going to be practical? Are we going to be able to see it on the field? Is Lamar Jackson, is it going to even, maybe it opens up the field more for Lamar Jackson there as these receivers dictate coverage down the field and those DBs get their backs turned. That opens up the running lanes more. Maybe we see more running because of all this.
Yeah, I got to update these best availables. But Sales, what's going on over there, big guy?
I'm just doing a little research on Drew Dahlman. Just trying to figure all that out. And I saw Kylan Granson go earlier. A lot of people were saying he might fit as a fullback, but we got him as a tight end, so I didn't bother writing him up for that one.
Yeah, Holder did Kylan Granson.
Yeah, this was a little earlier than I thought he was going to go. It was funny I remember when someone asked her, I think it was Paul, reached out to me about putting him as a fullback. I'm like, well, I was going to think about putting him as a big slot receiver because his blocking was atrocious. But yeah, I mean, he's kind of an interesting cat. I mean, he's a pretty good athlete for being a tight end. But then again, I think he was only 230. So I imagine if he's going to stick at tight end, he's going to have to be he's going to have to get bigger, which is going to take away from some of his athleticism. Wait, did you just? I saw that in the chat.
Ian Book to the Saints
in the fourth.
Ooh,
yeah, I love it.
Oh my God!
Wow, this is one, baby.
This is basically Taysom Hill 2.0.
we got two fullbacks playing quarterback.
Woo!
And then we got Jameis on the bench.
I listen. What
Sacramento, California? Let's go.
I still think Ellinger is going to be a productive pro if given an opportunity. I would have liked that more there.
Ellinger? You like Ellinger over Ian Book?
Oh, yeah, I do.
I wrote up Ian Book for us, and I was pleasantly surprised with how much he's improved over the last couple of years. My quick summary is that he's a mobile quarterback, excellent leadership skills, needs to improve anticipation and decision-making. That's been a problem forever. He has improved that, but it's still not up to par. And I thought that he fit best with an RPO-heavy shotgun offense that gives him quick and easy reads. I mean, this is a guy who you want in your building. I knew that he would be drafted because his leadership skills are just off the charts. You don't become the winningest QB in Notre Dame history by accident. But besides leadership, athleticism, and playmaking, this is a guy who was pretty much lacking at basically everything else. His short and deep accuracy are both borderline inadequate at times, middling at others. But this is a guy who when the lights are the brightest, that's when he shines. So if you have him as a backup QB and he only has to come in for certain spots where it's like this big time NFL moment, like he might not kill you. So if they are thinking of him as a developmental starter, I hate it. If they're thinking of him as a developmental number 2 QB, who's a steady guy, clipboard holder, who's a great character guy, awesome in the locker room, then I think it's a decent fit. But still could have probably had him in the 5th.
He's a guy who like has all the intangibles, just doesn't have what you want on the field, right? Basically, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and he's small for the position. I think he's 6 foot flat. I know that that's not as big of a deal. They've obviously dealt with that with Drew Brees, but I mean, he's prone to some really wild inconsistencies in terms of accuracy and decision making. So this isn't a guy who I'd be comfortable with at all as a starter, but athletically, he's awesome. I think it was funny. He looks to escape before the pocket even closes sometimes, and that really helped Notre Dame's offensive linemen show how well they could hold their blocks. So I think that one of his issues actually helped the Notre Dame lineman on film. So that's one of those interesting dichotomies that you find when you watch multiple guys.
All right. We got another XTB member, another from the scouting department, who's ready to go, or he came, and then I don't know where he is now. I'm going to add him to the stream, and he'll pop in, I guess, when he's here. But Derek Benson is here with us as well.
Derek Benson's ceiling.
Somewhere.
His ceiling.
Is he recording in the shower?
Wouldn't shock me.
So
he said this was casual, right?
Oh, yes. Business attire optional. Anna had asked another question. We were on I missed this comment when we were on the Ravens receiving talk. But Duvernay was coming up at the end of last year. I mean, are we going to completely forget about this guy? Is he trade bait? Is there any value left for a guy like Devin Duvernay? All right, I guess that's the answer.
At least as a returner. I mean, didn't he have a big kickoff return? And I believe it was against the Chiefs on a Thursday night game or something like that. But Devin Duvernay, definitely has some special teams value at least left, and we'll see how he fits in with all these receivers they're taking. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
special teams is important.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anybody tell you differently. I feel like if you're the Ravens, you're throwing darts at the dartboard at this point. Like you're just trying to figure out who works, and I mean. Like you said, I mean, you could get some value for someone if they do if one of them does end up falling out, and maybe trading one of the guys they even drafted this year. As a Raider fan, I can tell you that can happen.
So they may have one of the best wide receiver 2 rooms in the league here. Sammy Watkins, Marquise Brown, Miles Boykin, Bateman, Tylan Walls, my boy Jim's Proch there. He's there, Duvernay. So they've got all kinds.
Did you mean the best wide receiver 3 room, Matt?
Yeah, maybe wide receiver 3. I'm trying to be that generous here. I don't want to dump on people, so I thought 2 might be the number to go with there. But
I love James Prochet. I love him. Yep. He had a great Senior Bowl 2 years ago, and favorite of mine, personal favorite of mine. And you maybe just realize he's in that room as well. So, man. Things went from bleak to worse for certain guys with this draft right now. But let me introduce Derek. As I mentioned, he's part of the XTB scouting team, handled a bunch of the scouting reports and profiles for the draft guide. I got to apologize right off the bat because his handle says Derek Donald. His real name is Derek Benson, and it just always completely threw me off. So I kept writing Derek Donald in the graphics and stuff, and had to go back and revise. But Derek, welcome to the XTB Day 3 stream. Go ahead, let everybody know who you are, what you bring to the table, anything you want to plug, your Twitter handle, all that kind of stuff.
Woo! Derek, lively.
You there, Derek?
Yeah. You got to unmute.
Inspirational. Really inspirational.
All right. Well, maybe we'll come back to Derek when he figures out the audio. But let's go back around in the meantime because there's a lot of players flying off the board right now. I'm gonna go to Sales because he hasn't. Unless he's still looking up Drew Dahlman. But who is right now one of your top available still on the board?
Kenny Gainwell. I mean, that's Kenny Gainwell and Sage Surratt are my top two available right now.
For any
I'm
position.
just a man of very little words. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, now you're frozen. All right, you're in and out, freezing. We hear you though.
Derek is a man
just,
of few words.
Hey, Sales, were those for best of any position or just fantasy related?
Fantasy related and honestly any position I'm just going through right now. Unless you want to talk about Ben Mason, because Ben Mason's obviously the best football player in this draft.
Well, no, but I will say this. We talked about this earlier. Wow, it's about an hour ago now because we've been on for an hour and a half already. This day is just going. But Trey Smith has still not been picked. And this is, by and large, number one guard in the entire draft, and he's still out there. So, I mean,
I forgot he existed, honestly.
What do we forget? What are we missing here? There's got to be something.
It's got to be medicals. Like that's the only answer. They got to be scared off by those blood clots he had in his lungs his sophomore year, which is a scary ailment. Or maybe there's something else that came up, but that's the only explanation here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not the first time we've seen medicals fade a player, but then you see like Jalen Phillips go in the first round, and it's like, all right, well, what are you willing to roll the dice on?
Yeah, it looks like Rashad Weaver just went to the Titans. I'll give a quick background on him because I've done a lot of work on the Pittsburgh defensive line. Weaver was a guy who I really enjoyed watching. He's a long arm defender, natural block shedding skills, and a great pass rush repertoire. His ability with that hand usage to generate torque and then give that push-pull move, really enjoyable player for me. I just thought that he doesn't have the ideal NFL athleticism to be more than a high-end backup. So, I mean, the Titans are getting a player here who can probably play in the NFL for 10 years, but he's probably never going to be a guy you think of as a high-end starter. I think his ceiling tops out as a low-end starter. But when you can find a guy who can really contribute to your offense right here at 130, or I mean your defense, at 135, who's scheme versatile at defensive end, who sheds blocks, and I mean, there's that old trope of this guy just gets it done regardless of the athleticism. That's Rashad Weaver in a nutshell. So I really enjoy this pick for the Titans. I mean, he's what they're all about on that defense.
I'm trying to pull up his profile here. We had him at a linebacker?
No, defensive end.
Edge.
We did have him at edge, right? But he's at the top of the
edge. He's up as 6.3.
All right.
Oh, there's my.
Have the Titans taken another edge? Because that was one of their needs too. So
no, that's the first one they've taken. But they're low key having a fairly solid draft. I mean, they got Caleb Farley, Dylan Radins, my boy Monty Rice. They got Elijah Molden in the third.
Might double up on edge too. Like they could really use pass rush. This isn't a guy who's going to fill all their pass rush needs. But I mean, if you look at those grades on hand usage and block shedding, this is a guy who you plug in and you're going to enjoy what you see in terms of the technical aspect. Like anyone who loves to watch technical O&D line play, like you're a huge fan of Rashad Weaver.
Yeah. So Weaver just went to Minnesota?
Tennessee.
To the Titans.
To the Titans? Oh, so I'm 2 picks behind on the NFL. So, all right.
Minnesota was Janarius Robinson, who's a edge rusher.
There's a player. Arizona's currently on the clock. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So, how do you guys feel about this then? And this is going to be real life and fantasy, I guess. But a player that I'm shocked is still on the board is Brevin Jordan, and that could be a nice additional weapon in the desert for this offense.
Yeah, I would love that. I mean, I've already loved a lot of what Arizona's done this whole offseason. I mean, they added Rondale Moore, too. If you add Brevin Jordan, you've got some athletes on that offensive side of the ball. I mean, hell, even at quarterback. I mean, you know what I mean? So I would love that.
How can a toddler be considered an athlete?
Short guys.
Yeah, also true. They're going to be the shortest but the quickest and the fastest team in the league.
Sounds like they're Canadian.
Speed kills.
I'm only kidding. Hey, listen, I got to go back to that Canadian comment from Matt earlier. More pride in NBA players taking over for Canada or NFL players taking over for Canada? I mean, you got the CFL.
We do have the CFL here, which is a fantastic game. If you've never watched CFL football, forget the talent on the field because obviously it's a bit of a downgrade from what the NFL has as far as talent goes. But the game itself is so much funner to watch. Like it's just you're never out of a game, and it's great. And plus, we've kind of send out a nice little pipeline there. Warren Moon and Theismann, and they come through here, they go down there. It's kind of a nice thing. Part of the free trade agreement, right?
Manziel.
Talk politics. Yep, that's part. Well, no, we
Money man.
every once in a while, we have to take something back from the States. You know what I mean? Like Lawrence Phillips or Manziel or Chad Ochocinco, who came up here for a week or two.
Jeremiah Masoli.
But no, I think for me personally, I think it's more pride in football players being produced here in Canada because the game is different. When we play here in Canada, it's 3-down football. It's a lot more spread option type stuff. So your slot back's gonna run right at you every single time. So if you're playing that nickel corner, you've got a guy like a Tyreek Hill taking a 10-yard run at you every single time before he even makes his first move. So the game becomes so much different. It's the longer field, the wider field, everything's different. So when a player can make it from Canada down to the States, I think it's definitely more impressive, especially considering the population here in Canada compared to the States, and the fact that, I'll be honest, there's probably more talented athletes coming out of America than there is in Canada, especially when it comes to football. So,
I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that.
You refuse to believe that?
Yeah, it can't be true.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying, like I said, it's just more of that pride because there's not so many of them in the NFL, especially considering the numbers game. Like in NBA, you've got 12-team rosters, and you might get a Canadian spread out through there. There's probably more Canadians playing in the NFL with more roster spots than there is in the NBA, and it's just, I don't know, there's something special about when a Canadian can make it in the draft, especially compared to the NBA draft.
Got it.
I hope Arizona has a large supply of shoes because they just took Marco Wilson.
2 corners,
Listen.
Marco Wilson and Trey Brown.
This I love this pick actually. We were talking about Brevin Jordan, fine, but Marco Wilson tested through the roof athletically. I know there were some character concerns and question marks and disciplinary type things and whatnot, but this is a phenomenal athlete. I think this is a great pick at this stage because 4th round you got an elite upside corner and you're not really. I mean, if it doesn't work out, the draft capital is you're not giving up too much. So, anybody got concerns with Marco Wilson? I mean, again, this phenomenal athlete, tested through the roof. I'm going to put up the pro day numbers so you guys can see it. But
Rob, athletically, he did really well. Marco Wilson's the 3rd highest corner in ASI, ranking just above Byron Jones all time. So very, very athletic player. As far as the film is concerned, my summary on him, I said that he was an instinctual athletic corner, wins with anticipation and change of direction ability, not overly physical at the catch point, projects as a backup corner who fits best playing man or deep zone coverage with the versatility to cover fast receivers in the slot. So I think that versatility is something that can help him out. Obviously there's some maturity concerns there with what we saw from him in the LSU game. I think that really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths about him, but hopefully he can prove that those concerns are behind him and he can grow up a little bit going to the league. And I think with his athleticism, could potentially have a high ceiling.
well, here you see the numbers, and I mean 4.35 40. The 10-yard split at 1.49 really just jumps off the page at you as well. I mean, athletically, through the roof. Broad jump at 136 vertical, 43 and a half. I mean, you're not going to find better testing numbers than this at any position. All right. I want to get into, we got some picks coming in. I want to get into with you guys some team grades. So I'm going to have people hopefully come in and give us specific teams, but do any teams jump off the screen at you so far as far as just winning this draft or losing this draft either way?
I thought in the first round, I really liked what the Vikings did, particularly trading with the Jets, getting their guy, Christian Darrisaw, one of the top tackles in the class. I think from day one specifically, I think they had, I would argue, the best draft because got the guy that they wanted, one of the top tackles, and then also acquired 2 different third-round picks as well. Third-round picks are nothing to sneeze at. I didn't see exactly who they got with those picks, but getting some good value there. So I think the Vikings have had a pretty good draft so far.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in and say that Denver is my top team overall. They haven't had a pick yet on day 3. They don't have one until the 8th pick of the 5th round, but Pat Surtain, I thought, is an awesome fit in Vic Fangio's defense. Getting him as the second corner off the board is good value. Javonte Smith, they needed help at running back, and he is a guy who our guy Andy loves as his RB1. If Javonte Smith can be a potential franchise running back, that's great value in the second round. Quinn Miners, Sales' guy. That's an awesome fit for them as they continue to build their offensive line from what was an abhorrent weakness a couple of years ago. Now is adequate, could be a strength soon because of all the young guys they've got there. And then Baron Browning, who I thought was the steal of all of day 3 personally. Baron Browning, I was personally super high on as a linebacker guy. He was my linebacker 3 after Micah Parsons, Zaven Collins. It was Baron Browning right there, right behind Zaven Collins for me. I think he has just as much upside as anyone in the draft. So getting him at 105, when the fact that they needed a speedy linebacker who can cover tight ends a little bit, thought that was an awesome fit. So I give Denver an A+ and commend them for what they did on the first 2 days.
I would agree with that.
I like what the Browns did yesterday. I really like that they got Anthony Schwartz to stretch the field. He may not be a solid receiver for them, but he could also play special teams. Like with that speed as a punt or a kick returner, that'd be ridiculous. And then they got JOK at the end, towards the end of the night, or middle of the night. But I was in the stadium when they made that pick. It got so loud. Everybody, mostly Browns fans, it was ridiculous. Everybody screaming JOK, chanting JOK for like 5 minutes straight. And I think the Browns had a solid day yesterday.
Yeah,
What's up, Tim?
You were there. I'm gonna get back to introducing Tim in a second, but you just mentioned that you were, in the building yesterday. You went to Cleveland for the draft. You were there for day 2. What was that like? What was the experience like?
It was awesome. It's actually a really kid-oriented, like child-oriented. They have like a bunch of different activities you can do. You can run the 40. You can do the vertical jump. They have like a draft pick stage where they had all the jerseys from every team with the number 1 on it, and then blank on the back. So you can take a picture in front of a screen that's like they'll put up whatever team you choose. They'll put up their logo in the background, and you can take a picture with the number 1 jersey for the first round pick. I actually got a picture with Adam Schefter yesterday, so that was awesome. He came out and walked
I saw that tweet.
With all the fans that were standing there. I saw Maria Taylor, Jordan Palmer. So there was areas that you could stand and you could see, like when you watch it on TV and you see them making their picks. They're talking about whatever they're talking about, whatever team. You can actually stand right behind them and you can be on TV. So there was a vaccinated fan area, which is down like where they created that whole stage. That's where you could go if you're vaccinated. The friend I went with, he wasn't vaccinated, so I didn't stay down there. But I did go down there to just take a look and take some pictures. That was cool. But other than that, if you weren't vaccinated, the stadium was open. So you could just go sit in the stadium wherever you wanted. They had snack stands. Snack stands were open. Down on the field in the stadium, they had activities too. They had a line all night to attempt to kick a 24-yard field goal. So that was there, and then they had little kid activities with like quarterback accuracy drills, running back drills, and then I think they also had like 7-on-7 flag football for the kids too. So that was pretty sweet. And Paul, he's not here, but he was working the event yesterday when I got there. He was manning a line for the kids to go down and do quarterback drills, I think. But it was a pretty cool experience overall. It was only 3 hours away from me. Didn't realize how close it was until I looked it up, and I didn't realize I actually had off all weekend until tomorrow night. So I was like, might as well go. I had nothing better to do all weekend, so took the 3 hour drive, and I didn't even have to get a hotel room. Just drove back we left early. We left at the end of the second round to get back before 1 a.m.
Hey, Sales, Jacob Harris just went to the Rams.
Rams.
A guy we brought in late. That's the third College Gridiron Showcase player to be drafted. Let's go.
I'm going to get some of these picks.
Jacob Harris, I talked to his agent a little bit, and his agent thought he was a fifth-round guy. So taken late here in the fourth. His agent, Evan Brennan's probably pumped.
Yeah, hey, that's more money for him.
Yeah.
I need to update some picks here. What were we up to with pick-wise?
We are up to
142.
Yeah.
All right, I got a bunch to add in here on the list, but I want to go ahead and introduce, and we'll catch up with some of these picks while I'm doing that. But Tim Lediero has joined us, another XTB scout, and I got to say a couple things real quick before I let him introduce himself. But XTB would not have the scouting department if it was not for Tim. I've said a bunch of times that the synchrony and the way things came about was all part of this crazy political 2020, and the scouting department was all set to work for another site. I had kind of a fallout, and Tim said, "Hey, why don't you talk to Cyril?" And sure enough, I did. And 48 hours later, we were connected, and the rest is history. We've become family since then. But Tim is solely responsible for connecting the dots here and making this happen. So I want to thank you again personally and publicly for that. But additionally, while doing these 220 scouting videos with Holder, Tim was my go-to guy for the behind the scenes for the soundtrack of 220 scouting. I would just give him the list of guys we were coming up with for that week, and he would do some research and got back to me and said this is what it should be. Matt and I were on the Carolina fandom draft show the other night during round one, and you were getting some compliments on your selection of music, in particularly, what was it, Mac Jones?
No, Zach Wilson, I think.
Oh, is it Zach Wilson? Yeah. And yeah, so guys definitely were paying attention to the music choices. But Tim, welcome. Tell everybody who you are and what you bring to the table here.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you, Andy, for that great introduction. It's great to, from where we were last year to where we are now is just insane. I really only started writing real late into the cycle last year, so to be hooked up with XTB and Andy and this whole thing is just insane. But a little bit about me. I live in Connecticut. I'm currently a full-time college student up at Eastern. I'm a sports and leisure management major, so with a business minor, so I'm looking to get into the front office work of sports. And I'm a big Cowboys fan. If anybody follows me, you'll know that I've had a lot to say about the draft so far for them. But that's me.
Nice.
And that's Eastern Connecticut State for those who are uninitiated and are not from.
Yeah, Tim, I got beef with you over that Kenny Gainwell song choice. The fact that it wasn't North Memphis by Juicy J is very disappointing.
He was a tough one. There was a lot of different ones I was debating with him. But yeah, that was a lot of fun choosing the songs for these guys.
All right. Somebody
During
jump
that
in.
introduction, Royce Newman just went to the Packers. That's one of Sales' guys. He was at the Senior Bowl. Sales, what you got on him? How does he fit with the Packers?
I like this fit a lot. He played a lot. He played tackle at Ole Miss, but he has experience playing guard. He can play all across the line. So basically, he can plug and play wherever they need him to. he's more of a lower end guy to start out, but he's got I think a pretty solid developmental ceiling. I think he can grow into a lower end starter as his ceiling, but right now he's more of a he's a backup guy that they can play in multiple positions along the line should somebody get hurt or something like that. So I think it's a really nice fit with them to fill a need along the depth of the offensive line that they have.
Yeah, Mike Roman brought it up earlier. When you're looking at these guys on day 3 for offensive linemen, like versatility is key, man. So the fact that Newman can capably play 4 positions on the offensive line and fill in anywhere, like that's great value for the Packers to get here. When you got offensive linemen like that, that means that you have more variability with your roster, so you don't have to keep as many of those lower-end offensive linemen. You don't need to have a guy that this is our specific tackle backup, this is our specific guard number 3. Like, you can have one guy who can fill those multiple roles. That really helps teams with their roster building.
Yeah, I'm really good fit there.
Yeah, I'm inputting the picks right now and just realizing Pittsburgh has Bud Dupree and Buddy Johnson now in their linebacker core. So they definitely win the battle of the Buds. But
oh boy.
Yeah, we were talking about good, like who's having the best draft earlier. I think we're overlooking Miami here with what they've done so far, because they got Jalen Waddle with their first pick. That's a good weapon for Tua, reuniting with him. I mean, Jalen Waddle we had him wide receiver 2, right? If I remember correctly, or is he 3? Anybody? Somebody?
2, I think.
I think it was tied with Smith. I think.
Okay.
Don't have it up.
But
Yeah, he was 3.
that's a good weapon for Tua. They got Jalen Phillips, who, if he can stay healthy, he's a really high ceiling guy. Javon Holland's a good safety out of Oregon. Liam Eichenberg, helps them with that offensive line that they've been building through the past draft or so. And then Hunter Long pairing him up with Mike Gesicki. Honestly, I think if Hunter Long stayed and didn't come out early, I think he's tight end 1 next year. So I think that's a really good value pick in the 3rd round for them.
Hey, I saw the Jets just traded back with Vegas. Anybody have the details on that?
They took Tyree Gillespie.
Oh, that's your guy, isn't it?
Another safety.
Yeah, I did actually both safeties for Mizzou.
Well, let's hear it then.
Let's see. Let me pull it up real quick. Oh my goodness, my internet.
Okay, so they got Morig, they got Diablo, who could play. Who's probably gonna be the weak side linebacker. And then they went out and got. Oh man, I just can't right now.
All right, instant reaction from a Raiders fan. Not happy.
It makes no. I think Gruden's gone rogue, man. I don't even think Mayock's having anything to do with this draft at all. I think Gruden's just gone rogue and just picking names out of a hat right now. He's like, you know what? What's the highest ranked safety left on the board? Let's grab him. Like I know they've got Jonathan Adams, who got hurt a lot or Abrams, who got hurt a lot last year. Sorry, Jonathan Adams is one of my guys in this year's draft, so that's why he's in my head. But Abrams, he gets hurt all the time, and then he goes around and hurts everyone else in the secondary. So I get why they're loading up on DBs, but come on, 3 safeties. Matt, talk me off the edge here, man.
I don't know. I mean, I love Merrick. I love that pick. I think Diablo, like you're talking about, I think he'll probably play more in the box and then the linebacker. They actually announced him as a linebacker, so I kind of like that one. I don't know much about Gillespie. I do remember him at the Senior Bowl being like kind of a vocal, kind of a leader type out there, which, as we know, John Gruden seems to love. But yeah, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about Gillespie other than that, but I like those 2. Yeah.
All right. So my summary for Gillespie is he's a safety with the sideline-to-sideline range to take on a ball carrier one-on-one and win with his open field tackling. He'll be best suited as a free safety in the NFL. He'll also be able to contribute effectively on special teams. His tackling is what popped out. His tackling and sideline-to-sideline range is what popped out on tape for me. However, his coverage skills, zone was better than man, and I think he can improve in zone coverage. But he focuses too much on the QB, so he loses whoever his coverage responsibility is quite often. He's late to reacting to receivers' moves and man coverage. Struggles to shed blocks, or he just doesn't have the experience that he could prove to do so. He's productive on all levels of the field, but his levels of production vary. So he's definitely going to be a stud on special teams when it comes to tackling and closing in on those ball carriers, whether he plays defensively or if he's on the receiving end of special teams. But I mean, I liked him better. He had a better grade than the other Mizzou safety, which is what Joseph. Yeah, he got a better grade for me than Bledsoe.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, to your point there, Matt, like I was just thinking about it too. Like they've got signed Carl Joseph in the offseason, obviously have Jonathan Abram, then draft, 3 guys who can play safety. I think Diablo will probably be more of a linebacker, but yeah, I mean, to me, like it's kind of funny when they drafted Jonathan Abram, I was never like a big fan of that pick. And I think last year we saw a lot of issues with him that I kind of saw when he was at Mississippi State. So I'm wondering a little bit if this is kind of their wake-up call to him, or if, like, you're not expendable or whatnot. We need to see more out of you because, I mean, not like a great sign that they're spending so many picks on the position he plays. And, if Abrams, the plans put Abram in the box, then I don't know why you drafted another box safety in the 3rd. You know what I mean? Especially when you have Tanner Muse, too, who's also another safety linebacker hybrid type of player.
So, we're into the 5th round now. Luke Farrell goes to the Jags.
Wow. And the man had Jordan 5 catches all year.
Wow. And they were all like on the one game, right?
Yeah, it was like
all in the playoffs.
Most of them were in one. Yeah, most of them were in one game. It's he's not what one would call a receiving tight end. He's more of an extra offensive tackle with the body of a tight end.
How in the world is Brevin Jordan slipping like this?
Wow.
There's got to be something that we don't know with Brevin Jordan.
Hey, Andy, the Chiefs took Joshua Okendo from the edge rusher out of Florida State.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was one of the first guys I actually did with XTB. That is a absolute prayer. That guy was stiff as I thought. There was at one point I wanted to put in my notes. He moves like a robot, like just stiff as hell. Like I mean.
Why did you put that in your notes?
What I did, I probably did at some point. That's probably probably snuck it into the report there if Cyril let me. But no, I mean he's like 6.
Stories about the stuff I said in mine.
Oh yeah,
I'm actually blown away right now because I was bashing the Jets for giving up those 2 thirds before because I thought Brevin Jordan could be one of those guys in the 3rd, and they definitely have a need for tight end. And if Jacksonville sets this up for the Jets to get this could return me to being a member of the Gang Green.
The pick's in, so now we wait.
We'll see.
Oh, Jamie Sherwood.
Tim, we still got you on here? Where's DJ Tim Liddy?
Did I just say Jermaine Sherwood here, the big thumper?
That's who the Jets just took.
Okay.
I love him. He's one of my favorite safeties, not because of where he's going to be, but I loved watching his film, how he came downhill in a hurry and just put the hurt down on so many guys.
Aren't his arms absurdly long, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, you're correct. I believe he had over 33-inch arms, and at the safety position, that's crazy.
Wait, you guys got the Jets pick too?
Yeah.
Jamie Sherwood?
Jamie Sherwood.
From Auburn.
His biggest thing is he runs like a lineman.
Yeah.
I said he's just 4.7 on the 40.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry Rice ran a 4.7.
Jesus.
Andy, he's probably going to play will linebacker or box safety for you guys.
Yeah.
He needs to put a little weight if he's doing that, though.
Tim, what do you think about Josh Ball there to the Cowboys?
See, I like him as a player. I didn't get to do too much research on him, but we have seems like we're going for a culture change this year. Yeah. Taking a lot of guys who play mean on the field and potentially have some off-field issues. So
hey, that's when the Cowboys were good when they had those guys. So
yeah, I was like, yeah, exactly. So and we have a decent history of making those guys work out. Randy Gregory among others. So if they work out, awesome. If not, would have liked to see some other guys. I'm a big Deontay Smith guy, so I would have liked to see him there. James Hudson went a little bit before us. I don't mind Josh Ball. He's a decent guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I remember doing his report. I actually liked him a lot. I was just looking at his stats on PFF. Gave up like 4 pressures all year last year. Only gave up like 3 going back to his time at Florida State too. But yeah, I mean, definitely an athletic dancing bear type of guy. But yeah, like I thought he would go here. I thought he'd go in the 4th, just on the field. But I was worried that his past might be an issue. But obviously the Cowboys are going to be taking care of that. Or obviously the Cowboys are going to be expanding on that this year with their draft class.
Sure, and
there goes Brevin Jordan.
Jumping on a guy who just went to the Jets, Jamian Sherwood, Auburn guy. Got to jump here in a second, but I'll go over my summary of him real quick. So, Jamian Sherwood from Auburn University, where I went to undergrad. Stout box safety, wins with physicality and man coverage, and his impact in the run game. Projects as a sub-package player, will be used as a box safety or a big nickel in run-stopping situations. It can be functional man covering tight ends or bigger receivers in the slot. So interesting player.
I'm so sorry, Andy.
Got.
What happened? What did I miss?
You're gonna have to jump off there, but thanks again, Andy, for having me on the stream and having me talk to players about ASI. And appreciate you guys and enjoy the rest of the draft.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I just stepped away for a second, so I just came back to Rob is leaving us. But tell everybody real quick what the ASI is, and give it a little bit more of a background before you take off.
Sure. So the Athletic Success Indicator basically looks at players' combine performances, or in this case, pro day, because there was no combine. Basically compares it to players who have been successful in the past in the NFL. And looks at how similar they are athletically to those players. So a guy scores highly in ASI, it means that athletically he is similar to different guys who've been successful in the past. Basically just another way of looking at athleticism and actually how it correlates to success. But I appreciate you guys giving me a platform to talk about my metric and about the different work I've done for XTB. So appreciate you, Andy.
Yeah, no problem. I just put it up on the screen right now so guys can get a quick glimpse of it. But, I mean, literally everything you could want is in this draft guide. It's just $12, 378 scouting profiles, Rob's ASI. Everything is there. Also, let me just come up a little. There's an injury history table. This is the whole background of the ASI. But, all the injuries players been through. So you name it, it's in there. We have it. Rob, thanks again for being here, and thanks for all the work you've done with this guide, and enjoy the rest of the draft. I guess if you got time, you want to come back, you know where we'll be.
Awesome, thanks guys, appreciate
you, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Real quick, I want to go back to the 4th round with Kene Nwangu. I was actually able to sit in on an interview with him at CGS with one of the scouts. Super cool experience. Kene is a engineering major, and his GPA, he said, was like in the high 3s. Like I want to say 3.7 or something. I think he had a high GPA in high school as well. But he's a very humble man, very smart. I don't remember which team it was, but they asked him to write out one of his favorite plays. And he did it in like 2 seconds. And spat out everything that goes with the play, where the guards, where the linemen moved, what the receivers did, what his job was. He's just a very smart kid, and I really like him. So I'm rooting for the kid.
That's the best way
Falcons
to
pick
be.
is in. Looks like it's Jaquan Graham. Sales, how you feeling?
I've been saying since June that edge in the pass rush is an area of need. Even though he's more of a D tackle kind of guy, but I mean we need help all across the front 7, so I don't mind this pick, and there are probably better defensive tackles out there, but I don't hate this one.
Wild. A lot of these.
I mean, Texas has a history of guys not performing well in college recently and then being good in the league. So I'll bet on that. I'm okay with this.
All right, I got another fantasy guy joining us, and we're gonna bring in the OG fantasy football. It's an absolute pleasure to have another fantasy guy to jump in here. Maybe you and Matt could go head to head and battle a little bit. I got the Vipers in here, but go ahead and plug yourself. Let everybody know what you represent and your name, your Twitter handle, all that kind of stuff.
What's up, everybody? I'm happy to be here. Theo Greminger. I write for Breakout Finder and Player Profiler, and I'm on the Goat District podcast. And I'm happy to come in here and talk a little bit of NFL draft with you guys. I've been loving it, and this is a whole hell of a lot of fun. Winding down a little bit here, but there's been a couple of day 3 landing spots I think that I'm pretty pleased with. I love the Amon-Ra St. Brown landing spot. I thought that was really good, even though he didn't go day 2. He should get a lot of work next year in Detroit, so I like that one, and a couple others.
Yeah, no, we're happy to have you here, and like I said, we do all things football at XTB. So the recruiting, the draft analysis, fantasy, everything like that. So we're going all takes. Derek, we might finally have for good this time. He's been in and out, so I've been reluctant to introduce him and then just lose him again. But Derek Benson, another one of the XTB scouts, is here as well. So I'm gonna let you guys talk. I gotta take a little break to snack. I was only supposed to. I was gonna break this up into 2-hour segments, and Matt Lones was supposed to be hosting this portion of the day, but he has 101 fever and can't stop coughing. He says it's not COVID, so thankful for that. But I'm gonna have to forge through and just host the entire thing, but I'm not doing such a great job hosting anyway, so you guys talk it up. I'm going to take a break and step out for a second to try to get some food before I faint here, but I'll update the picks as we're going, and by all means, Cyril, I'm gonna assign you to host. How's that? So you keep this going and point people to where they need to be, but jump in, and I'll be back. I'm here, but I'll be back on. And I'm not leaving, but I'm leaving, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
And guys, tweet this out. Tweet this out. Let's get some more people in here.
Theo, we want to get some of your takes in a minute, but first, one of the grandest moments of the entire draft just occurred. The number 1 kicker was selected, Evan McPherson, to the Cincinnati Bengals. This is where XTB makes a name for ourselves. Our guy pumping his fists. He wrote up 5 reports on all top 5 kickers, punters, and long snappers for our draft guide. So, Sales, can you give us some deets on Evan McPherson?
All right, so he can hit it over 50 yards without sacrificing accuracy. He's going to have room to spare on that. He can get touchbacks on kickoffs. I had him as kicker 2 in my rankings just because Jose Borregales out of Miami was a little more consistent on the kickoffs. But, I mean, it's really 1A, 1B. I don't think you can go wrong with either of these guys. I think they'll both be very good kickers at the next level. He's got a cannon on his hip, and I like this pick a lot. The Bengals needed a kicker, just like every other team in the NFL. Everyone needs better kickers.
There we go.
And y'all have no idea how hard
McPherson goes over Borregales?
No, not really. I mean, I ranked McPherson 2 and Borregales 1 just because of the Borregales is a little more consistent on the kickoff. But that's a minor thing. It's 1A, 1B. I just had to make a choice on which one was going where.
So, I know a lot of best ball guys have been taking shots on Borregales and McPherson in FFBC. They've been kind of popular. Like, we don't know the team best ball guys, so that's going to pay off for some people in those 28 rounders.
Big fan of kickers and punters and long snappers. And y'all have no idea how hard it is to figure out who the 5th long snapper is.
There you go, Sales.
We just we haven't really broken down next guy who just got taken, Kenneth Gainwell. What do you think of Gainwell's fit with the Eagles? And then we'll get back to Sales after.
I don't like the I don't like the fit for Miles Sanders owners in Dynasty. I mean, I love Gainwell coming in. I was a little surprised he's still on the board. He's a hell of a receiver. This sort of takes Boston Scott out of the mix, in my opinion. You take Gainwell, Boston Scott might get cut in the preseason because I think he's a great fit for them. I'm not sure how he's gonna fit in the offense, but he's certainly a weapon. A lot of people were very surprised he's going this late. I know a lot of people that had him as a top 5 running back this class. Some had him as 4 ahead of Sermon. This is certainly great value to get him this late.
Oh yeah. Sales, how do you see his fit here?
Can I just interject real quick? I just got a question for Theo or Matt, because I know you guys are more familiar with StreamYard. I've forgotten some of the things. If I'm the host of this and I leave from the thing, will it kill the call entirely, or can I remove my video? Do you guys know?
I would DM JD. He'd know exactly, but I think JD has left as a host and come right back with no.
All right, I'll just keep myself muted and off camera for that, so I don't ruin anything. All right, go back to the Gainwell conversation.
It warms my heart that Kenny Gainwell finally got taken. I hate that he's in Philadelphia, though. Not because of the fit, just because I hate the Eagles. But that's beside the point. Fit-wise, I like it. He's a versatile weapon. It just gives what's his face, Jalen Hurts, more to work with while they go through with that experiment. So the fit is good. It hurts me that he ends up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Philly does with their offense. They got a lot of creative, gadget type players, and obviously Devontae Smith and now Kenny Gainwell with the quarterback that can move too, and Jalen Hurts. So it'll be a fun offense to watch.
Could we see the triple option in the NFL?
That'd be sweet. I'd be down.
Speaking of Philly, does anybody think that they're going to deal Hurts today?
That they're going to deal Hurts? What rumor is this?
Why would they deal Hurts?
Ertz. I don't know. I saw it on Twitter today.
Ertz.
Oh my God.
I mean, that rumor's been out there, but he's made it to almost the end of the draft day, the draft weekend. So I'm not sure what's going on there. It would make sense for them to move on. And I think there was some rumors he was going to get traded last year before the deadline if he didn't get hurt. I know Baltimore had gotten pretty close on a deal for him, but I'm not sure. That's it's very interesting to see what's going to go on with that.
I got to think.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was just going to say, I got to think they're going to move on from him at some point, because I believe his contract's almost up too, right? He's got pretty favorable cap situation for them to get rid of him. And I mean, they have Goddard, who's been kind of their number 2 tight end, which is obviously not, especially fantasy wise, not like the greatest value. So I feel like the writing's on the wall. It just hasn't happened yet. One of those trades. So hopefully it's happening soon.
I think from a managerial kind of aspect of things, much like in fantasy football, draft picks lose value after the draft, right? We talk about this even in fantasy. If I'm going to make a trade and I want to get draft picks, I'm going to wait till after the draft. I'm never going to trade for draft picks before the draft, because that's when they're at the premium. So if I'm the Eagles, I'm targeting that June 1st date to trade Ertz, get some picks for 2022, and that's kind of how I'm rolling there. I can't wait to see how the Eagles use Gainwell and Sanders on the field at the same time, because we know they can split Sanders out wide as well and create mismatches. Get a linebacker on Sanders on the outside, keep Gainwell in the backfield, and you can flip and flop those guys back over. And it'll be interesting to see for fantasy purposes if they can be a 1A, 1B, I dare to say, because it seems like the low-hanging fruit here, but something similar to what Cleveland does with Hunt and Chubb, if they can somehow find a way to make both these running backs part of their offense going forward here. So that's going to be the real interesting part.
I think that's a great take. And also, Sirianni had such success with Nyheim Hines. You can do a lot of the same things with Kenneth Gainwell as you can Nyheim Hines. So, stylistically, it's not a bad fit. And, we'll see. For Miles Sanders, people are hoping for this incredible volume season, and this is certainly not great for him. You liked it a lot better yesterday when it was just Boston Scott and him, but having Gainwell in the mix, though, I know you're holding Sanders in Dynasty, you're not super thrilled about this one.
And Sirianni there in Indianapolis had Taylor and Hines both be fantasy relevant last year, if we're talking from a fantasy point of things here. So I don't see why they can't have Gainwell and Sanders be effective this season. It may take a little while before Gainwell becomes fully involved in this offense coming into the NFL as a rookie here. Hopefully this year, it looks like they're going to have a training camp, have ETOs and all this other stuff ahead of time, unlike the rookies last year, which I think kind of held Taylor back just a hair. But like I said, I'm interested to see how this dynamic's going to work between these two because they both could be split out wide at any time.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I think Hines was like running back 15 last year, so that's they certainly built that production. So we'll see. We'll see.
Tim, looks like the Broncos grabbed Caden Stearns. Didn't you do him for us?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's your take on his fit in Vic Fangio's scheme there?
So for Fangio, I think he's definitely going to be the backup to Justin Simmons. And you could argue that he plays pretty similar to him. He's very, very rangy, great ball skills, but lacks kind of in the physicality department. Tackling's a little bit here and there. He's much more of like a tripper. He'd rather go for the guy's legs and kind of just try and take him down a little bit rather than wrap up and secure the tackle. And his pursuit angles can be pretty rough sometimes. He has the speed to get there. He just takes pretty naive angles. Really opening gaps up for receivers and runners. So yeah, if they like to use him as a deep safety, whether that's single high or paired up with somebody else, I think that's a great fit for him.
Yeah, Stearns coming out, he was a highly touted recruit. I think he even had a couple of people suggesting that he was going to be a potential first-round pick coming into this season. One of those height, weight, speed prospects who never really put it together in terms of just everything else, the tackling, the coverage skills, just the technical aspects of the game, more of an athlete. So, I mean, you put him in a Broncos system where they've had pretty good luck in terms of developing safeties, let him sit for a year or two. I think that's the type of high upside pick that could come to end up being great value in a couple of years.
Definitely agree with that.
All right, I want to jump in again here real quick. What did I want to say? I forgot. Brevin Jordan finally off the board. Gainwell gone. Some picks we were surprised by. All right, I wanted to go. Let's pick a team. Let's just pick a random team. Theo, who's your real life favorite team?
In real life, my favorite team is Washington, but my favorite team is usually just my fantasy team at this point.
All right, well let's Washington's fine. We haven't really talked much about Washington, so let's recap some Washington picks and what you guys think of their draft so far. So Theo, I'll let you start.
Well, no, I was very pleased with the value with Diami Brown. I thought that was a nice one, and we were able to add some defensive players. I think most of the takeaway for DC people is that it was a good draft so far. It's back-to-back strong drafts, and it's certainly Robert Harris' team. I'm going to pull up the selections for today to follow a little bit. We added tight end depth today. I wasn't as familiar with our tight end we drafted, but it seems I haven't seen him play a lot. Didn't get to see a lot of Boise this year. I'm not sure your guys' take on him. Did you guys go over him?
Yeah, I did him for our guide. He's kind of like, it's funny. I was saying Daniel Jeremiah Compton, Jeremy Sprinkle. And so he's kind of like that more blocking tight end, not that great of an athlete. He had a much better Senior Bowl than he did at his time at Boise State. Had a little bit better time getting open and using physicality and using his body better. He's never going to be the athletic type of tight end, but if he can figure out how to, out muscle guys and start to use his body to box smaller DBs out, because he does have a big frame. He's like 6'6", 260. He can beat he can be a player for you, but I wasn't too high on him. I think I viewed him more as like a back end of day 3 pick, more of a 6th, 7th round guy, but definitely has some potential there.
I mean,
I'll say about Washington's draft, we at XTB were not on the Jamin Davis hype train.
I was.
We thought that was an overdraft. I scouted him personally, and I thought that he was a 2nd, 3rd round guy. I think there's a clear reason why he didn't run any of the agility testing drills. He is not a nimble player. He's really high cut and has super stiff lower half, which really holds back his ability. Like when he is pursuing sideline to sideline, he can't remain square to the line of scrimmage. He has to turn his shoulders and run directly to the ball, and you'll see that anytime you put on tape, and that's just because he's not nimble-footed enough to go sideline to sideline like that. So I thought that he was a little bit of a height, weight, speed overdraft player. And then Benjamin St. Juste is also a guy who really blew up at the Senior Bowl, but our guy who scouted him for us, Britton Mann, was not nearly as high on him. Thought he was more of a mid to late day 3 guy. Obviously has the size and length, but we just didn't see it from an athletic perspective with St. Juste.
I love the Jamin Davis pick. I had him as a 1st rounder. You could say there's some rawness to it, but I think he's also still learning. I love the size speed combination. He plays with a toughness. I love the toughness he plays with. He's aggressive. He's looking to seek out tacklers, whereas to me, like on the opposite side of that is Baron Browning, who a lot of people love out of Ohio State. I felt like he played a lot more passive, whereas Davis was much more aggressive for me. I also love the Diami Brown pick. You just add that to what they already have in Washington, and now you bring in Fitzpatrick. I love the upside of those 2 guys in particular. And Cosme was, to me, an overlooked lineman, one of the better offensive tackles in this class. I think he can play on both sides, but to get him at 51 outside of the top 50, I think that was a steal right there. I had him projected going to Tampa Bay at 32 in a lot of my mocks, just thinking they would beef up the line there, but 51, I mean, that's phenomenal value for me for Cosme.
Yeah, I was a big Cosme fan when I did his video for the 220 scouting series. He's, excellent feet, great athlete. Just his run blocking just wasn't quite there. And the scheme that they ran at Texas, he didn't get to do like a very diverse blocking scheme in the running game. And then I think there is some room for growth on his frame too, because he's a pretty light, pretty lean, like 305, right? So you can probably add 10, 15 pounds and still be fine with his feet wise. But excellent pass blocker too. I like Cosme a lot when I watched him.
You just made me realize. Let me see if I can do this. I hope I can. I think I can play your Cosme video for our audience.
Where I butcher his last name and start to say it wrong.
Well, actually, no. That's the one video. That's one of the videos is not letting me play. I don't know why.
It looks like somehow the Jets just got another Michael Carter.
Michael Carter, let's go.
The 2nd.
Yeah, he's actually not the 2nd. He's just the 2nd Michael Carter they drafted.
When they actually selected the running back from North Carolina, they accidentally played the Duke, that guy's.
Oh, they did?
Michael Carter the 2nd. They actually played his.
That's awesome.
That's pretty funny.
Another safety for you, Andy.
All right,
So
let's
this
load
is a
him
guy
up.
that we didn't have in the guide. Michael Carter II. So that's now just 2 out of 154
picks
that we don't have.
Nice.
Pretty good hit rate.
That's a good average.
So what are we up to? 5 safeties taken? I'm exaggerating.
I don't know,
of
For
course.
the Jets.
All I know is the more safeties the Jets take, that means the less there are for the Raiders to take. So I'm all for this pick.
Well,
yeah. I hear you though, Matt.
Yeah, this is the 9th safety taken, Andy.
You
By
know
the
what?
Jets?
I really hope. I really want the
That's just 2
Raiders
for the Jets, man.
to take a shot at either. We talked about Trey Smith a little bit earlier there. He's a guy I think they should take a shot at. They want to beef up that interior line. He's got a great anchor point. Bring him in. Or a guy that we don't even talk about. And Sal, you got the hat going on. I haven't seen or heard anything on Deontay Brown here yet. And we're in the 5th round, 5th, 6th round, maybe an opportunity to take a guy like him to help plug any team's interior line.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Deontay Brown. I felt like he just can't move. I mean, he's needed to drop like 30 pounds.
So you're a Bulbasaur guy.
Yeah. What's that?
So you're a Bulbasaur guy, not a Squirtle guy.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to downgrade a little bit. He needs to go back.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I definitely think they need a guard because I mean, I was talking about this yesterday with a couple other Raider fans. Like Richie Incognito is going to be 37, coming off an Achilles injury, and I mean that's a lot of mass to be going down on that lower limb to be holding up for a 17 game schedule, and we've already kind of seen what happened last year. I mean, it was like, remember when it first happened, it was supposed to be just like a few weeks injury, and then it ended up being a whole year thing. That's gonna be tough. And he's 37, so kind of time to figure it out for the long term.
And then I'm looking at these safety positions here, and we got Nezrel Dean there kicking around, Jamar Johnson, who I absolutely love, and Darius Washington still kicking around. Why are these guys still on there? And we're out selecting between the Jets and the Raiders all the other safeties. Come on now.
Yeah,
at least the Jets did it right and picked Michael Carter II as their second Michael Carter, and not as their first one drafted.
That's poetry. That's poetry right there.
That's funny.
Jalen Moore.
Like the 49ers just took Jalen Moore, so they're doubling up on offensive linemen. A guy who fits ideally in his own blocking scheme, so he makes sense there. It looks like they're really prioritizing upgrading their interior pass rush by taking Aaron Banks and now Jalen Moore. So intriguing to see how they're bolstering their offense. So
yeah,
far
how do you think Banks is going to fit in Shanahan's scheme? Because isn't Banks more of a gap scheme guy?
So, I mean, from our report, Sales is the one who did our report on him. It sounds like he's – and I listened to the press conference that the 49ers gave afterwards. They said that once you meet specific thresholds that they have of athleticism, they want the biggest guy available, and they felt that Aaron Banks really hit both of those points. So I think that Banks really shows that they're looking for additional pass protection ability. He has an awesome anchor. So I'm excited to see how their offensive line can coalesce with these new pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think he fits better in his own scheme anyway. So
okay. Gotcha.
So I mean, but he's one of the better interior pass blockers in this class, in my opinion. So I mean, I like Aaron Banks to the 49ers a lot. I think that's a very good fit for him and them together.
Yeah. Cyril, I got another question for you. You think Trey Lance is day one, or is he going to take it? They're going to give him some time to.
There's no way he's day one. He's the youngest QB in the draft. He's 20 years old on draft night. Couldn't even have a beer to celebrate.
Well, legally speaking,
isn't there? Yeah, that's true. Isn't there the stat that he has been alive for less time than Tom Brady's been in the NFL?
Drafted.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god, I feel
so.
old.
Yeah, I think that it's a perfect situation with all of the 49ers draft picks. I don't think any of them necessarily have to start this year. They brought in a lot of guys who can be high-end backups this year and transition into starting roles next year because they have a ton of their players who came back on one-year deals when the market was oversaturated and those guys couldn't get as high of deals as they wanted this year. Now with the cap normalizing next year, they figure to lose a decent chunk of their snaps over the previous seasons. So I think they did pretty well to sort of stockpile guys who are looking towards the future in terms of these guys can all become starters in the next year or two. So Trey Lance being the chief example of that, I think that it's also historically quarterbacks struggle in their first year in a Shanahan offense. That's even been true for Matt Ryan. So I think that giving Lance a year to learn that scheme and learn the intricacies of playing in the NFL, learn how to practice day by day, learn from a quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo who cut his teeth learning from Tom Brady, it's an awesome fit for him.
Yeah, I remember when I was talking about it.
Riddle me this. How would you have felt if they took Justin Fields?
I would have felt great about Justin Fields. I mean, I know that we at XTV prefer Justin Fields. I haven't actually watched enough Fields tape to give the most educated opinion on him. I've watched both Mac Jones and Trey Lance. If Justin Fields was the pick, it seems like he's a little more of a pro-ready guy to start day one. So the difference is I'd be more sure that. So with Trey Lance on board, I'm sure that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be here for the first season. If Justin Fields was in the fold, I wouldn't be sure about that.
Yeah, it's funny. A while ago, I was kind of thinking about it with Trey Lance. One of my situations I was hoping he'd go to would be a situation where he can kind of learn for a year, and or at least have that insurance policy just in case he doesn't, have the smoothest transition going from a 1-year starter at an FCS level just straight to the NFL. So I'm actually kind of happy he ended up in San Francisco where he can get that. But exactly what you're saying. So I'm excited to see what the Niners can do. I think that can be a fun team to watch next year and a couple of years down the road.
Yeah, that's an absolutely ideal position for Trey Lance to be in. I know when I scouted him, I felt that he needed some time to saturate. I mean, he's obviously got the least experience of any quarterback in the draft, so it makes sense that he would have some time to sort of marinate and develop a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
I got one for you guys. So I'm updating the best available tight ends, and Matt Bushman is a guy that's, is he going to get drafted?
Maybe. Andy, will you take me off?
What's that?
Will you take me off of being the only person on the screen?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's just the Cyril hour.
Sorry.
It's scaring me. I don't have enough to say about Matt Bushman.
Sorry. I got lost in the moment.
Sorry, what were we talking? Matt Bushman?
We're talking about Cyril Penn.
Cyril Penn?
Hey, Isaiah Loudermilk just went. That's one of my guys who it looks like ESPN has no idea who he is. He's an XTB guy through and through.
Steelers traded up for him, too. Oh, and there goes Davion Nixon.
Oh, there he is.
The Panthers.
There he is. That's a great pick, too.
All right, well, I'm behind because I'm on commercial still, so.
Yeah, catch up, Shay.
So for those listening who don't know anything about Isaiah Loudermilk, he's 6'6", 274 pounds. He's a little bit of an undersized D lineman. He probably fits best as a 3-tech in a 3-4 scheme. He's really a 2-gapping player. He's got awesome length and great block shedding ability. Struggles as a pass rusher, but he's one of those 2-down players that you can put in and contribute for you right away. I thought he had a great ability to redirect the momentum of offensive linemen. I think that Loudermilk's definitely someone who I thought would be like a 6th or 7th round sleeper. So seeing him go in the 5th round makes me confident even more in my evaluation of him.
Nice.
He lost a lot of weight, didn't he? Or he gained weight?
I think he I don't know. We have him as 274 in the book, but ESPN lists him at 293. So
he gained weight.
Yeah.
Beef.
And looks like Amir Smith-Marset went after that. Any of our fantasy guys like Amir? He's a guy that I really enjoyed.
I like his length. I like him at 6'2". I think he's a little 175-ish right now off the top of my head. He tested. I think he had some pretty good athletic testing there. Put a bit of a show on at Iowa's pro day, did he not? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he had a good pro day.
Going to Minnesota, I guess he could offer a good third wide receiver option there. They've still got Jefferson. Still got Thielen. They still got Cooks. I don't think he's going to be fantasy relevant anytime soon. He's more of a taxi stash for me at this point, and hope something pans out. But right now, I don't see him being fantasy relevant for 2 to 3 seasons yet.
Yeah, I liked Amir Smith-Marset, and when I've talked to NFL scouts about him, they're saying that they prefer to use the 2019 tape as more of a representative sample for him after Iowa had some major issues this year in terms of their quarterback situation. But he's got excellent play speed and excellent run after catch ability. And so just get the ball in his hands and see what he can do with it. And he can bring a great return element as well. So I am a personal fan of Amir Smith-Marset. He's one of my day 3 guys.
I was going to say, it seems like a guy that they'll use as a return as a rookie. Seems like he might have a good fit with that and help on special teams. You guys
Definitely with you on that.
Brevin Jordan before I got in here, but I was not happy with how late Brevin Jordan went, but I was certainly happy with the landing spot. He's, to me, the best tight end on the roster there in Houston, and this seems like a place where he could kind of break out a little earlier. So I like 2 of the Houston picks. I like Collins and I like Jordan. I'm adding those 2 guys to a team that needs a lot of help on offense. I don't know. Did you guys talk about Jordan yet?
Yeah, we've been talking about him off and on. Just the surprise in this slide, and wondering why it went so long. I was hoping the Jets grabbed him where they could have had him instead of Sherwood. But I mean, in the race to acquire 20 safeties on your roster, the Jets had to take Sherwood there. So, but yeah, Houston. I mean, I like it, but I would like it better if you told me. Deshaun Watson's situation, if he got into a time capsule.
No doubt about that.
I will say, I mean, Davis Mills, he is like supremely accurate in the short area, great at like leading guys for yards after catch, and that's kind of what I feel like Brevin Jordan is part of his game, or a big part of his game, is he's kind of that athlete that you get the ball in his hands, let him work. So there is that if Mills is the guy, but yeah, like, I mean, he's not Deshaun Watson.
No, he's
for sure.
For sure. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, those were 2 good picks for me. I like both those guys. And this was certainly great value for Jordan. So I thought he'd go a lot higher than this. I thought he would be a day 2 guy. And I'm very surprised he lasts till the 5th round, but at least he has potential volume there.
Yeah, I mean, over the summer before Kyle Pitts became, the big guy, it was kind of like there was a little bit of a conversation of if Brevin Jordan could be tight end 1. And then obviously Kyle Pitts ran away with it. And Brevin didn't have as great of a year. But I also feel like he's kind of like got held back by the quarterback situation at Miami. Obviously got a little bit more, and it got a little bit more stable this year with the Derek King. But definitely, like you said, huge slide. I like the value there.
And his pro day was not as great as some people predicted. Yeah. And if you read the quotes from Jordan, he was super disappointed with his pro day, his 40 time. And I don't know, he seems like a very confident player that, I mean, I loved him, and I'm really hoping that it works out. I actually drafted Jordan in a startup, and I also drafted Tremble. So Tremble ends up getting better draft capital than Jordan. I would not have expected that.
Yeah. Sean Wade, a Paul favorite in the 5th. Yeah.
Former CB1, depending on what point in the process you look at.
Did anyone have a bigger fall from grace that return than Sean Wade?
Marvin Wilson,
yeah, that's right. True. But
Jamie Newman.
Well, I mean, he didn't return.
He returned for a week.
I don't think it counts.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about it. Like, honestly, like, if the Raiders had ended up drafting Sean Wade in the 4th round or whatnot, I would have been actually pretty stoked about it, with the caveat that they're going to put him at slot corner. Because, I mean, right now the slot corner is what's his name, Amick Robertson, who was an outside guy at Louisiana Tech. So, kind of like it for the Ravens here. Get the good value, take a flyer on a guy that had some great tape as a sophomore, and see if you can run with it. See if you can get the 2019 version of him.
I like that pick. Shay, who are the Bills about to take?
It's a very good question.
Are they going to take another massive defensive?
I hope not. I'm not necessarily upset that they did it, but I would have loved to get Asante Samuel.
Who'd they take after Greg?
Basham.
Basham, that's right.
And they took Spencer Brown, who jumped through a table for a celebratory video.
Let's go.
So he's automatically y'all's favorite.
Oh,
player,
absolutely.
Right?
Jumping through the table, if you haven't been in Buffalo yet, I'm here for it.
I think Spencer Brown was a phenomenal pick, and
we got some huge guys.
A little bit of a sleeper. I want to stay with you because you're involved with the Buffalo program, and the tired air is, and sorry for the microwave in the background. I got to get up in a second, but I'm going to pose this question first. A friend of XTB, Maddie Loans, who's supposed to be hosting this hour, actually interviewed him last year during Senior Bowl week, and that's Jared Patterson. He was a fan favorite, a darling of so many people for just his explosive season in Buffalo. But he's kind of slidden down the ranks. He's still available. He's still on the board. Give me some background on Jared Patterson, being involved with him one-on-one, and where do we wind up seeing him eventually go, if he even gets drafted at this point?
I am hoping. I think round 5 would be a reach. I think he's going to either land in 6 or 7 if he's drafted. If not, I don't see him lasting very long as an undrafted free agent. He brings a lot of potential. He is small, like very small, but I like his contact balance and his burst through the hole.
He's bottom heavy too,
Yeah, he is a thick lower half. I do like him as I saw him compared to Darren Sproles, and based on his size, not based on his height, not necessarily his bulk, but his speed. I love how protective he is of the ball. I don't recall him fumbling much, if at all, and if he did, it was earlier on in his career. But I just love his backstory. That UB was the only school that offered him, and that him and his brother made a pact to only play college ball if they got offered this from the same school. Love his backstory and how he just became. He's basically like the guy in Buffalo right now. Like, okay, we got the Bills and we got Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, but when it comes to college ball, he's the biggest guy biggest name I've heard come out of people's mouths around here since Khalil Mack. And yes, granted, he's not going to be as great as Mack, but he's going to be valuable in some aspects in some team. I don't think he's going to play special teams due to his size and how many carries he's already gotten at the collegiate level. I think it would just be safe to keep him as a running back and limit his carries, at least at first, because I don't think he's going to be starting potential. And my fellow Buffalonian, Britton, did the report for XTB on Jared Patterson. He's not here right now. But we both actually have been volunteering remotely with UB's football program. He's also coaching at Buffalo State, which is a Division III school. He's coaching D-line, I believe. But I love that the guy that we've been working with has been so open to us. Oh, 1 second.
Got Tommy Doyle.
Hey,
Okay.
Tommy Doyle was an XTB sleeper.
Okay.
Yeah. We got a 6.2 on him. And he was
Oh, I
also
like that
great in Athletic Success Indicator.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Is Buffalo going to make a pick outside of the trenches?
No. Absolutely not. I don't know.
Tommy Doyle was one of the featured guys we were going to use in the Senior Bowl brochure, which I decided to scrap because we didn't know exactly how this year's was going to go. But Tommy Doyle and Nico Collins were the XTB poster boys for this year. So this is definitely a XTB guy.
Speaking of offense, you said Matt asked if we were going to draft outside the trenches. Yesterday, Big Baller Bean said we're going to build up and beef up our offensive and defensive lines. It's a big boys game. So maybe we're not going to draft outside the line this year.
It's interesting, though, because
That's where football games are won.
Jay, do you think they've done enough? Like, because I feel like one of the problems with Buffalo last year on their defense was that you kind of like run up the middle on them. Do you think they've done enough to like solve that? They got obviously like the 2 edge guys. Maybe you move Bash up inside a little bit, but curious what you think.
I definitely, if they can help Rousseau and Basham, if they can both play, not necessarily start, but get some reps and help us athletically. Because on the inside we have Harrison Phillips and oh my God, we're gonna get Star Latule back, so that would help our run game. But Jerry Hughes is getting older. So, and he's not as athletic as he used to be. So getting those younger kids on the outside to chase down and set the edge or keep ball carriers from getting outside and at least chase them down a bit.
Yeah.
I think that helps us when you get Rousseau, who's what, a 6'6", 6'7", with a 4'4" or whatever, 4'5", whatever he ran.
Yeah.
I think that can't hurt you. But I do think we might have to just move him inside for right now, him and Basham. Just move him inside for right now because we do have AJ Epinesa and we do have Jerry Hughes still.
Forgot Epinesa.
And Epinesa didn't even get much. He got more playing time towards the end and towards the middle of the season, but I hope that helps. It's really going to help that we're going to get Star back, though.
Yeah.
Our big run stuffer 2 seasons ago. So I'm glad we're building up. I'm glad we're building up our line, both of them, because our run.
Sorry there. It really feels that the Chiefs and the Bills are in like a space race, so to speak, for the AFC Championship. They're basically trying to play off each other. You see what the Chiefs are doing, attacking their offensive line. Bills beefing up that defensive line. They got Vernon Butler, Ed Oliver kind of there to hopefully secure that inside presence. And then if Espinoza can be what we thought he was coming out of Iowa, Rousseau there. We talked about the boogeyman coming in as well. So they're kind of beefing up to go and attack Patrick Mahomes going forward. They need to have that presence to get that pressure on Mahomes if they want to get past the Chiefs going forward and make that Super Bowl move. So you're watching these two teams. It's almost like, and now the Chiefs just made a trade to get back up. So it's almost like watching these two teams kind of mirror each other throughout this whole draft process has been one of those fun storylines to kind of watch as things continue to go on, because they definitely recognize each other as probably the top 2 teams in that AFC right now.
That feels really good to hear.
I think you bring up a great point, though, too. It's fascinating to see how these teams attack things. Like, that's one of the reasons I thought Mac Jones was really valuable at 3 for San Fran, saying, hey, we're in win now mode, that this guy fits our system better now. Whereas Trey Lance is like, obviously the sky's the limit, but how long does that take to develop and whatnot? So when you talk about Buffalo and Kansas City kind of being in this arms race as identifying themselves as we should be the elite AFC team and Super Bowl representative year in and year out, like they're trying to fit things specifically to what they've identified as their biggest weakness right now, as opposed to taking best player available. So it's fascinating to see, different approaches.
Sure.
Something I think needs to be considered with what Buffalo's doing is they may not be taking those big interior linemen that beef up the run game in the middle, but the guys that they are taking, like I know Basham specifically, and I would assume Rousseau can do it and Epinesa can do it as well, but Basham for sure can bump down inside on third downs and obvious passing situations to get more of a pass rush up the middle. That way you have more of a 3-pronged attack as opposed to just coming off the edge.
Let me ask you guys this, because I wasn't a huge fan of Epinesa, and I see him more as being a lineman than an edge guy long term. But is this an indictment of saying last year they maybe made a mistake with that pick by doubling down with the edge now?
That's a good question.
I think it's a definite possibility.
I don't think it's as much of a mistake they've made. I think what they want to do when you're facing a team like Kansas City that Mahomes can move that pocket is you want to keep your guys fresh at all times and rotate your edge rushers in left all the time. So you've seen teams like Philadelphia do this with their defensive line and rotate interior D linemen, rotate those edge rushers to keep that defensive front fresh in a lot of their competition. I think Buffalo's doing the same thing where they want to develop and get that deep interior and edge depth along that line so they can rotate constantly, keep those guys fresh. So when you're facing a team like Kansas City who can play that game where they can run the clock on you, kill the time and stuff like that, and still move and get those deep shots, your guys are fresh because the more exhausted you become, the more mental mistakes you make. If you keep these guys fresh, you're kind of staying on track with these Kansas City Chiefs going forward.
Well, speaking of the Chiefs, you mentioned they just traded up to go right after Buffalo at 162, and they took Noah Gray, tight end out of Duke, that a lot of people are excited about. I think we were pretty high on him for this website. So somebody want to talk about Noah Gray?
Derek.
One moment, I'm going to speak real quick. I'm sorry. I really like Noah Gray.
Good one for them.
I think he'll make his money on the short and intermediate areas of the field. I think he's decent after the catch, but I think he could find the soft areas of the defense pretty well. Reliable hands. Bryce really targeted him on third downs, and he can help on those conversions there. And I really liked him as a receiver.
As a receiver,
okay. I felt like he was more like that athletic type of tight end that the Chiefs seem to love with like Travis Kelce. Obviously, he's not that type guy right away, but another weapon for Pat Mahomes, another athlete out in space.
Now, is this insurance? Is this potential Kelce replacement? Does he have that kind of upside?
It'd be
I would think so. I mean, I guess Gray will be there until Kelce retires. I think he'll definitely gives him like a second receiving option at the tight end spot for them. I mean, I wouldn't trust him as an inline blocker, but if like any play action passes, or you could have align him there or as a fullback, do some sort of misdirection stuff with him there. I think he could be very valuable for them.
Yeah, I think the problem is going to be I'm just looking at his contract stuff right now and over the cap. Kelce is signed through 2025. I mean, granted, they can get out of it with quite a bit of dead cap with little dead cap in a few years, but I feel like that's going to make it a little bit harder for him to be the replacement unless Kelce just decides to retire. But because he is turning 32,
he should be the backup.
Yeah.
So, who do you guys prefer here? For Kansas City, we see that he went with Noah Gray, but I think Kenny Yeboah, he's still on the board too, is he not?
He is, and Briley Moore as well, who I think can surprise a lot of people. When you talk about Tommy Tremble and how he was rising based on his athleticism, Briley Moore might have been the second most athletic tight end in this class, not named Kyle Pitts. So, I mean, his upside is elite as well. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. I know you, Matt. You said you've been with us for a while, and I appreciate it. I know you're gonna dip out of here in a little bit after the Raiders pick again, so we'll get that instant reaction, unless there's a trade, of course. But we're a few picks away. Being a fan of the team, who are you hoping to see available and selected a couple picks from now for Vegas?
If we're sitting here at 167, and we kind of mentioned his name multiple times, Trey Smith is that guy I want right now. I want to get that anchor in there. I want to drop him in there. But at this point, I almost want the chaos to keep going, go another safety here. You know what I mean? Like it's just getting to that point where it's like, let's just keep going. Let's keep running on safeties. There's some good ones still out there. But for me, it's still Trey Smith, my number one option out there. Let's keep building that line. We let a lot of guys go. We traded some guys. Leatherwood's flexible enough where he could play some right tackle, some left guard. But Trey Smith, we get him in there. We can plunk him in at guard as well right off the get-go. We're going to be set. Now, a little bit later, I have a type. We all have a type when it comes to this. I like the big, freaky kind of guys. Some of my favorite guys, Janoris Robinson, he kind of already went off. He's one of those freak guys I like. But hopefully a little bit later, I want to see the Michael Strackens, the Jalen Camps, who I absolutely love Camp, and even Jonathan Adams. I'd love to see one of these guys fit in the later rounds because, man, I have a type. It's big, it's tall, it's freaky, and those are my kind of guys.
Yeah, the Strachan, athleticism was pretty impressive. But you failed to mention one guy, actually two guys. Seth Williams, maybe you did mention him. That's been one of my sleepers. The Auburn kid could fit that role. Jump ball, contested catch kind of guy. But you didn't mention Holder's guy, and that being Austin Watkins Jr. So where are we seeing this slide in for Austin Watkins? Because there was a lot of buzz. I think after Matt started talking about him, the helium started to rise a little bit. But where's Austin Watkins going?
I mean, I felt like he was going to be a fourth, fifth round guy. I know I'm not even sure. We're coming up on the back end of round 5 here. I feel like this will be his sweet spot. My biggest concern was with him coming out is his speed. He ran a 4.5, so that's about what I expected from him. Obviously was hoping it would be a little bit faster, but that was about what I saw in film. So I don't think he's going to have the elite athleticism that some teams are looking for, which is probably why he's sliding right now. But I would love for him to come off the board to Vegas. I would be ecstatic as I could ever be for a 5th round pick, even though it's not nearly a need and whatnot. And he'd probably be like the 3rd or 4th guy coming off for the Raiders. But obviously, that being my guy, I'd love to have him on my team. But I'm kind of with Matt here. I'm a big Trey Smith guy because Trey. I actually played college football with Trey Smith's cousin, so it'd be pretty sweet if he could be on the team. So a little inside info.
Nice. All right, listen, I don't want to interrupt things. We'll get back to the picks in a minute, but we have a special guest joining us now. XTB Scouting Director, Coordinator. I forgot how we titled you guys, but Paul Duncan is live in Cleveland at the draft. So, Paul, what is going on? You have boots on the ground at day 3. Talk to us. What are we missing?
Oh, absolutely. So here's my view right now. We've got the stadium up there. So I've been volunteering at the draft because, I love Cleveland and I love doing this kind of stuff. And, it's been a great environment. We have so many fans from just all around the country who have come here, just people decked out in all their Packers gear and their Dolphins gear. And it's been a really, really great environment.
Which fan base has been the best, and which has been the worst?
The Browns, obviously. They've got the most.
We didn't hear that last part. Sounded like you borrowed Derek's phone.
So that's kind of what's been going on here. I'm really happy with the Browns draft. Them getting Togiai and Fields, I feel were both really strong picks. One of the things I'm a little confused by is Davian Nixon falling all the way to the 5th round. And Kene and Ngakwe from Iowa State going above Kenneth Gainwell really surprised me.
Yeah, those are definitely some of the players we were discussing here ad nauseum as far as dropping. Nixon in particular. Trey Smith is our current WTF guy. So still hoping to see him pick. Sean Davis, safety out of Florida, just went. Jamar Johnson, safety out of Indiana, just went. And to continue the safety run, Derek Forrest out of Cincinnati to the Washington football team. Paul, who is? Are you still there? All right.
Yeah, it's just kind of tough to hear with all the noise.
Who is your you being the Cleveland guy? How do you rank this Browns draft so far? And where do you think they hit and where do you think they missed?
I really do like it. The Browns, I wasn't.
All right, we're losing Paul here.
Hey, I'll say of these 3 safeties who just got drafted, the 3rd one, Sean Davis, is the guy we had the highest grade on. Senior Bowl guy, rangy free safety, good ball skills, good pursuit angles. He's just a little undersized and struggles as a tackler a little bit. But, this is a guy who can be a backup single high free safety who has some slot capability. And with a year or 2 of development, he could potentially be a starter. Oh, and then it looks like we got Keith Taylor right after that.
Yeah.
I couldn't fall to your Raiders, Matt.
I know, man. One more pick, I would have loved that. Although I do think the Raiders need more slot, and I don't know if he's that type of guy. But, yeah, I like Keith Taylor a lot when I watched him over the summer and this year for Washington. About 6'3". I thought he could run pretty well. Just need to work on his ball skills. It was almost hilarious watching him miss time PBU after PBU, but – yeah, I don't know too much about Carolina's scheme. Do they run a lot of off man, a lot of cover 3 looks? Does anybody know? Shay, did you did them for the team reports, right? Or we don't have Shay anymore.
Shay stepped off for a moment. We're getting into this final pick for Matt, his team. I'm just sitting here trying to figure out how distraught Joe Douglas must be seeing all these DBs go off the board in a row. Before the Jets get the pick again. There might not be any left. But until Shay comes back with that question, let's let Matt take this one as his His final thing. His Raiders are on the clock, barring a trade. This is going to be his final segment with us today. So, Matt, what's the hope for? It's still Trey Smith? You're muted.
You know what? I did so good that this was the first time I left myself muted while I talk, so I call that a victory right there. Obviously, I want Trey Smith here. If they do go corner, they may tap into LSU again here with Kerry Vincent Jr. He's an option here for them. They do like their Clemson wide receivers, and we know Cornell Powell still on the board, so that's probably an option as well. We know, but please, for the love of God, don't let it be Dylan Moses right now.
That would be an absolute Gruden pick. Like, he's sprinting to the podium to put Dylan Moses' name down. Right now.
I think you might have spoken to
Nate Hobbs.
I'm calling it.
You got Nate Hobbs, cornerback from Illinois.
Oh, a CGS prospect.
Okay.
Another guy.
Slot? I don't know anything about this guy. Can he play in the slot?
I believe he can play safety.
He can play. He can play outside and he can play safety. He's not much of a slot guy.
Gotcha.
They had other guys that they used in the slot.
I'm gonna try to pull up his file.
It seems
Not
like
the,
the Raiders
not the
have
Illinois guy I wanted to see come off the board.
That's. I mean, like you. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
I was going to say Nate Hobbs is definitely not a guy even on my radar at this pick, but it seems to be fitting a type of player that they have in the back end. Those versatile kind of guys. We've seen Diablo go who could play that safety, that strong safety, and he could play weak side linebacker. Amick Robertson had some time at safety even at Louisiana Tech here coming into last year's draft. If Nate Hobbs has that ability to play multiple positions, it looks like versatility is what they want in that back end. I don't know enough about Nate Hobbs here right now. I didn't do enough scouting on him to kind of make an educated.
Do we have him in the guide? I'm looking for him.
We
now.
do not. And,
okay.
My buddy who scouted 50 cornerbacks, who's going to be on with us in the next 10 minutes, Peter, has Nate Hobbs ranked number 41 out of 50 cornerbacks.
Yeah, that's about right.
And thinks he's a win in spite of type of player. So
Yeah.
I am it's a little worrisome with this pick. And honestly, the value of Keith Taylor, one pick before this, versus Nate Hobbs here, pretty stark difference.
Yeah, I watched every Illinois game for the past 2 years, and this pick doesn't make sense to me. He probably would have been available in the 7th if they really wanted him.
So cool. We got the 41st quarterback out of 50 in the 33rd team board, and the 36th out of 37th on the edge rusher on the XTB board.
Nice.
Things are looking up here, pal.
Sounds like a pretty good draft to me.
Zach Davidson just went to the Vikings. Whoa, that's my guy.
All right.
I had some personal interaction with
Technically
him.
the first punter off the board.
We're gonna come back and do Zach Davidson in a moment. I just want to go let Matt have an opportunity. I know he needs to get out of here, so I just want to give Matt an opportunity to thank him again for joining us. And where can everybody find you on Twitter, on your website, your shows, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me here. I don't know if you guys can pick up the noise in the background, but I got 9 of my children here, plus the 2 grandkids. So there's 11 kids running around in the background right now. So it's been a little bit of crazy. So you see me going on mute. You've seen the old head snap. That's usually me yelling at someone when I'm on mute. So if I'm not in old Mother Hubbard's cupboard here taking care of the kids, you can catch me over at Dynasty Vipers, over on the Vipercast. Again, we got some good shows coming up this week. We got Stefani Bell coming on, Rank & Co. coming on next week, and another big guest coming probably on Wednesday that hopefully I can announce here a little bit later today. Looking forward to that. And, of course, if you check out the Vipercast, make sure you go follow Calvin and Hobby at It's Terror Time and Major Caldwell there. They're the ones that make the magic happen. They're definitely all smarter people than I am, so you're going to check them out.
Matt, we appreciate it so much. You do tremendous work. And thank you for stopping by today and hanging out. If something changes, if you need to get away from the kids at some point, we'll be on here for at least another 100 picks. So you got the link. Feel free to pop back in. But if not, thank you for stopping by today as it is.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
Co-miserating with me, Matt.
You bet. We'll see you in the meetings a little bit later.
Sounds good.
All right. Let's get back to that Zach Davidson talk now. That was
my guy. So Robert and I, on our way back from CGS, were on a train heading to the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, and we just happened to be next to Zach Davidson and struck up an hour-long conversation with him, watched some film with him, had a great time. This is a guy who came to Division II Central Missouri as a punter initially and transitioned into tight end, and then eventually became the most dynamic Division II player in the country, perhaps. He averaged over 20 yards a catch. A carry would be crazy. When I watched this guy, it was like almost nothing I'd ever seen in terms of watching the film. He is a designated deep threat for Central Missouri. Like, he was the guy who they tasked with taking the top off of defense. And the fact that he's nearly 6'7" and has excellent speed, it just showed that this guy has high-end potential. Now, coming from Central Missouri and having really poor blocking technique to start out, I think he's going to need some time before he really sees the field. He's probably only going to be a special teamer and a developmental tight end to start. But this is a guy with high-end potential as a receiving tight end. So I love the pick here for the Vikings. They have so many picks, it seems, in this class after making a couple trade backs that they can afford to take a high upside gamble like this. So Davidson, he's a guy you bring into your system, see how he develops, and man, the potential's through the roof. When he ran drills at CGS, he ran with wide receivers after and did extra drills to show scouts, and he looked like the best receiver of any of the guys in attendance. That included Jacob Harris, who was drafted earlier. So Davidson, awesome to see him here. Love to see all these CGS guys keep going. I mean, it's too bad we don't have Mike Riddleman still on here, because he could tell us that teams are clearly finding that they're especially comfortable taking these players in a weird COVID year that they've actually gotten the chance to sit down and interview with. And I think Davidson's benefiting from that CGS experience.
Nice.
I'm required to ask, did he punt at CGS?
No.
Oh, I wish.
He did not.
We had the special teamers try out the day before he was there.
Oh, that's right. You lost my invite in the mail.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, you would have had to pay to go to the seat to the. We lost your invite to pay a couple $100 to long snap for some scouts.
And we lost Kyle Rudolph this year. So this is they obviously needed a tight end. I think it's Conklin behind Herb Smith. So there's a need there.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Theo. Need and a high upside pick all at the same time. I wouldn't be surprised if they take another high upside tight end later, just considering how they might need to fill out the depth chart. I will say I talked to some scouts about this guy. Don't want to disparage him, but one of the scouts that I talked to said that from his intel, Davidson's a guy who, when he's the best player out there and he knows it, he really shines. But when the lights are brightest and there's other players who are elite, he'll wither a little bit and will kind of step back and just be another one of the guys. So I'm only putting that out there as a challenge to him to really step up, not just be one of the guys, to really stand out in the way that he should with his awesome athleticism. So I'm excited to see what he does.
I'm officially a Browns fan, by the way.
Because they just took LeCount.
What'd you call him?
LeCount? What is it?
LeCount. I think we're making a mistake with that. I'm looking up. So obviously Trey Smith is still trending, but his quote apparently he will never forget as he goes unsigned into the third day. So we're well into the third day, and he's still on the board. So pretty. Oh, here we go. I found it. Let me see if I can share this now. So. And there you have it. We'll never forget. So Trey Smith still going. All right, let me. We're gonna lose another fantasy mind here, and another good one at that. Hopefully, get some more coming in here over the next. We got probably at least another 3 hours here. This is crazy. But Theo Greminger, the OG fantasy, he was kind enough to join us for the last, I don't know, it's been probably about an hour now. So thank you for stopping in. But tell everybody again what you do, where they can find you, your Twitter handle, why they should follow you, all that kind of good stuff.
So you can find me at the OG Fantasy, and you can find me on Go District Podcast. I'm on, fairly often. I was on the other night with Andy. We did a really fun mock draft. Yeah, this has been great. This is really cool. I was actually listening to you guys for a little bit before I hopped in, and you guys are doing a great job. But yeah, you can find my writing on Player Profiler and on BreakoutFinder.com. I'm doing a rookie rankings. We have we write a lot for the FFPC, and a lot of these rookie drafts are coming up on May 8th, so I've got to drop my rookie rankings, and I feel like this draft kind of solidified a lot of the guys we liked for first rounds of rookie drafts. I was pleased with some of the landing spots. I thought Rondale Moore got a great landing spot with upside. Elijah Moore got a really nice upside play where I think he's seeing a ton of volume for the Jets. So I think the back half of the first rounds for rookie drafts in non-super flex leagues looks great. So I was happy about that. But yeah, look for my writing, and this was a blast, guys. I really enjoyed this.
We were happy to have you, and like I was telling Matt, we'll be here for a while. So if you want to stop back, you have the link. Feel free to just pop in, and we're just gonna keep. Sounds good. We're just gonna keep grinding this out. And we're going to need some more fantasy takes, so.
Appreciate you, Theo.
Yeah, let's hope we get Javian Hawkins and Demetrius Felton and a couple of those guys making a fun 7th round this year.
Javian Hawkins to Washington could be like what Bryce Love was supposed to be.
I love Javian Hawkins. Again, I can see why he wasn't drafted. There's a number of running backs left that I was hopeful for. Jefferson from Oregon State, I thought would be long gone by now. But that's just the way this draft is going, and we'll see. But hopefully that 7th round, a lot of those guys get drafted. It'll be a fun one to talk about.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully we'll get you back, and we'll do that later.
Enjoy the rest of it. Take care, guys.
Take it easy. All right, so where do we go from here now, guys? We're back to Team XTB. We got day 3 with XTB. We are talking NFL draft. We are now somewhere towards the wrapping up the 5th round. Well, actually, we still got another 20 or so picks. 172 to
how many?
12. Another dozen picks to finish out the 5th round, and then we still got 6 and 7 to go. So,
how many?
Put on the coffee.
How many edges have the Ravens taken now? I feel like this is their 2nd or 3rd one, right?
The Ravens?
Yeah, they just took Dalen Hayes out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, let's.
Just their 2nd. They just took Adafe.
Who'd they take in the first? Who's the other one they took?
They've taken Bateman, Adafe Owe, Ben Cleveland.
Hey, Sales, I want to get your take on the Garrett Wallow to the Texans.
Yeah, so really athletic linebacker, came in as a safety and then moved down. Really just instinctual player, and he's more than willing to hit anybody on the field. He's not scared of contact, but he just never really put it all together this year. Going into the year, I thought he could be a nice riser into day 2. But he just never really managed to put all the pieces together and become what I saw. But, he's good as a former safety. He's got coverage ability, and that mentality that he has really suits itself to a will linebacker that specializes in the more coverage aspects. And honestly, if he can put on a little bit more weight without sacrificing any of that speed or lateral agility, I think he'll be a really solid player on defense, and he's almost guaranteed to be a core special teams player at minimum for a while in my mind. So he'll have a nice little lengthy career just as a special teamer if he can't finish out those final pieces of the puzzle that is Garrett Wallow.
Hey, and Tim, it looks like Diamador Lenore just got taken by my 49ers. So what are the 49ers getting from Lenore?
With Lenore, you get a real hard worker. He's got a real high motor, and he's pretty scheme versatile. He doesn't really fit any one scheme, whether it's zone or man. So you could do a couple different things with him. He can work outside, inside, and even at safety if you want him. He's a really good depth piece just to have. Can fill in for a bunch of different roles and could definitely be a real good special teamer. So you got a good player there.
I'm trying to pull up his profile here. I'm looking at corners. He's a safety, isn't he?
No, he's a corner.
Oh, where do we have him?
He is a corner. He's down at 5.9.
Yeah, 5.8, 5.9.
All right, I'm in the right
Tim
ballpark.
has him as an experienced and balanced corner with good physicality and technique and press coverage. Well, hey, they run a lot of press.
There we go.
Yeah, I do like him in
press. Man-heavy coverage system is a depth corner who has inside-out versatility. So, I mean, the Niners were desperate for depth in the secondary. So, grabbing Ambry Thomas yesterday, doubling up on Lenore here. Definitely makes sense as they fill out the back half of their defense.
Hey, we just had some talk. Shay was mentioning Schefter reporting that Watson will not play this season, hence the Davis Mills pick. I mean, I think you could pick Mills regardless of if Watson played or not. But does this mean he's looking more and more like Mills could be starting here, or are we still going the Tyrod route? What do you guys think?
I would say Tyrod first.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least to start the season, I'd say Tyrod, and then maybe develop Mills into the starting role as it progresses.
And what
tends to happen with Tyrod?
And what was the actual? Is there more to that Schefter report that you could share?
He just said that inside sources are leaning towards and are betting on Watson not playing this year. So they took Mills. He didn't really specify on if it's their ideal to have him start or to even have him play this year. He just said that Watson's probably not going to play. That's what it's looking like. So they want to make sure they have somebody on their depth chart.
Got it.
Wild.
All right,
and another guy whose sales did a big hog, T.G. Slayton, just went to the Packers sales. What are they getting there?
Okay, they're getting a guy who they're getting much like Tyler Shelvin, but a poor man's Tyler Shelvin. It's a guy who can two gap and clog up the middle of the offensive line. Originally going into the season, I had him more as a PFA guy, but I saw some nice improvement over this season. He did really well against Bama in the SEC championship game. He really showed me some stuff against what is, by all accounts, a very good offensive line. He's not gonna contribute in pass rush at all. He's a nose guard. He's not gonna do it. So he's a two down guy. I think it's a nice beef up in the middle for Green Bay here to help them against guys like Dalvin Cook within the division. So I like this pick. Yeah, beef. That's what you're getting with. That's what you're getting with him. Beef. That's why I wanted to scout him, because he's a massive human being.
It's what's for dinner.
Exactly. Size is a skill.
All right, let me go back to these rounds. You guys want to plug the guide? We haven't done much of that today. You got a few people watching right now. I don't know if you guys have purchased the guide or not yet, but why don't you break it down? Tim, you break down what the guide is to you, what it means, why people should be purchasing this.
For me, the guide is something that's very close to my heart. It's the first piece of collective work that I've been a part of. So shout out to everybody involved because they did a great job. From my fellow scouts to you, Andy, to our digital guys who made it look just beautiful. Everybody killed it. So I'm super proud of that. But here we really like to emphasize the attention to detail. If there's one thing that I've definitely developed while here is that we like to really, really pay attention to the little thing guys do, and try and make note of everything. So, in comparison to other places, you're getting reports here that are extremely detailed and tell you a lot more about the player than just where they fit best or things of that nature.
Sweet. And Sarah, you want to tell everybody what's actually in the guide?
Yeah, we've got 363 reports on prospects. I mean, there's been a ton of crazy players going, but only 3 of the guys who have gone through the first 107. Oh, looks like a 4th. Ernest Brown the 4th. 4 of 174 we don't have in there. Of the 363 guys, we've got 15 special teamers. We've got the athletic success indicator score. We've got all our pro day results. We've got our big board with every single prospect that includes fullbacks that a lot of guys aren't studying. Our guy Sales really put it down with his top 3 fullbacks and with 15 reports on specialists. Like, man, he wears the cowboy hat for a reason. That we poured heart and soul into the guide, and we think that the $12 value is excellent. Other companies are charging $20 for a lesser product with a similar amount of reports, but not nearly as much detail. So we're super proud of what we've been able to publish. And one of the coolest things is that our guide is in the hands of scouts at least 16 different teams, and they've really enjoyed it. I know Jim Nagy had his Senior Bowl assistants print out a couple copies of the guide for themselves, and they've really enjoyed it. They love that every single Senior Bowl prospect is in the guide. And, I mean, the design work is second to none. Got to credit Andy and Chubsy Burger, our guy Brandon, on that. Like, the design, when I showed it to my mentor, who is a director of college scouting for an NFC franchise, he was just blown away by how excellent it looks and how our graphics team did. So I'm really proud of every single angle of it, from the editing that we've done to the cross-checking to getting people who were strong but not as strong as we wanted early to a super high level where now we're confident with all the work that they put out. It's all great. Like, everyone in our book and all of our reports are at a very high level, and we're just proud of the overall effort of like everything that's gone into it. I can't say anything bad about it.
I mean, it's almost like buying a year of our lives. You know what I mean? Like, we've been doing this for a while. We started about this time last year, and put in probably thousands of hours of watching film between
Oh yeah, I've already watched 20 prospects for next year. So
Nice.
So yeah, we're already getting started.
Yeah, I got 21 guys, or 20. What was the number we had, sir?
Yeah, I think you had 21. I think I have 18 actually. I don't want to round up too much.
Anyway, that's close to 40 guys for next year, and we're not even through the 5th round of this year. So
nice.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off real quick. I'll be back in like 40 minutes.
All right.
Appreciate you, Shay.
Ready?
We'll
I think we're gonna have
be here.
Peter Engler come on soon. Oh, and we just had another guy, 2 straight prospects who were not in the guide. Yeah, and ESPN has no idea what to do because they know nothing about them. Jason Pinnock from CGS just went, Shay.
Woo!
Yeah.
ESPN doesn't even have a rank.
CGS guy.
ESPN doesn't even have a ranking on this guy.
Every single CGS prospect is going way higher than we thought. They've got to be loving this.
Yeah,
What
this
you're
is
telling me
great.
is CGS knows what they're doing.
Yes.
Well, this
All right,
is
I'll
awesome.
be back in like 30, 40 minutes. I just gotta go pick something up. I'll be back.
No problem.
Super happy for Pinnock here.
It's almost like the CGS scouting assistants knew what they were talking about when they recommended these prospects.
I don't know. They had one guy that goes to UMass that just is a complete idiot. I don't know what they were thinking hiring him.
Yeah, don't
They
know
got a
who that
couple, right?
is, but I hope his name doesn't rhyme with squirrel.
No, it rhymes with Bob.
Damn. You're
All
lucky
right.
he's not on this call.
I think I figured out how to do this. So let's take we'll give all of us a little 2-minute break here. I'm trying to find. I mean, we can go with any of the prospects, but honestly, I think
So long for Cameron Graham to be taken.
out of the 45 that Matt did, that Holder did, I think only one is still on the board, being Seth Williams.
Austin Watkins is too, right?
Austin Watkins, yeah. But I'm going to play the Seth Williams video. Let's see if I can get that done and share a little bit. And again, there's 45 of these. All these guys have been taken. So Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Trevon Morig, ETN, Tevin Jenkins, Cosme. Like, every position was covered. So this is a little taste of what you might be missing.
Seth Williams.
One prospect, 2 minutes.
How do I play it? Is the audio playing?
Yeah. This clip is going to show Seth Williams winning in the short areas and after the catch.
I don't hear it.
The first thing I like about this play is he's going to do a good job of attacking the corner's leverage and pushing vertical, which is going to get this corner to widen, and then it's going to force him to play with a little bit more depth and create some more space in the short area. Then he's going to use a nice speed cut and fall off the table to help maximize his separation, and after the catch, just about making one guy miss, then another, and he continues to fight for yards. You're going to love that as an offensive coordinator. Here we're going to see some smarts and coverage recognition from Williams. What I like about this play is he's going to notice pretty quickly that this is a zone coverage. Then he's just going to accelerate to get past that underneath defender, and once he gets past, he's going to slow down to give Bo Nix a chance at that hole shot, and ultimately it's going to end up in a big play down the field for Auburn. Here we're going to see his route running ability as well as his ability to go up and make a play on a jump ball. The first thing I like on this play is he's going to do a good job of attacking this corner's leverage, which is going to force him to widen and make this hole a little bit bigger between the corner and the safety. Then once he gets past, he's going to slow down and just high point that ball and go up and get that rebound. Seth Williams is an absolute monster here on the goal line. What I like about this play is he's going to use a nice little foot fire release and attack leverage to help sell the fade route. Then he's just going to work back outside and go up and high point that ball and make another contested catch for a touchdown. Now, Seth Williams isn't a huge yards after catch guy, but he does show the potential to be able to do that at the next level, and that's exactly what we're going to see in this next rep. What I like here is, again, he's going to use a nice little foot fire to help beat press coverage, and if you notice, he's able to get the cornerback to open his hips up the wrong way, which is going to help open up this slant, combined with his nice little hand swipe here. Then he's just going to pluck the ball out of the air with a nice little hands catch and just hurdle that defender like it's no big deal. Alright, this next clip is probably the most complete play we'll see from Williams. What I love that he does off the line of scrimmage is, again, he's going to attack the leverage and give himself a two-way go and beat press coverage with his feet. Then he's going to get back on his horse and he's going to do a good job of hitting the brakes to adjust to this back shoulder throw. And after the catch, he just makes that safety miss, and it's off to the races for an Auburn touchdown that's going to give him the lead late in the game. Beautiful rep. That's all I got for you guys on Seth Williams. Make sure to get a copy of our draft guide if you haven't already.
So
it's over
that played, right?
Yeah, it did.
All right, good.
You missed the whole thing?
No, I can't hear it, and I don't know how to get it out of here now.
Yeah, I'm surprised Seth Williams is here, and I was also kind of shocked that his teammate Schwartz went ahead of him. I mean, not to knock anything from Schwartz, but the two, I know we were much higher on Williams than we were on him, and a little surprised he's still on the board. It's him and Watkins right now. The receivers seem to be sliding for us.
Well, we have another guest joining us now, and that is Peter Engler. Peter, I'm just going to let you jump in and introduce yourself on what you would like to be pertinent and people to know. I got your name and your Twitter handle up there, but the show is yours. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Obviously been doing a ton of work with the 33rd team, really having a lot of fun with that. I know personally we've been running through a ton of the corners, so we ran through the top 55 cornerback prospects. A lot of really good guys still on the board. I think other than that, probably the most important thing is the Charlotte Thunder down in the AAL. I was the head scout for them for the past season. So it's been a good time getting to know all these prospects and getting to sort of enjoy the process.
Sweet. Well, we've been going back and forth. We've been recapping picks. We've been recapping teams. We've been laughing at some things. We've been crying at others. What's been your biggest surprise to this point, as far as either a player that's still on the board and is slid, or a guy that you thought was a big time reach? Anything? Give me one or two things that stuck out to you as a phenomenal fit, total head scratcher. What were a couple things that really jumped out to you so far?
I think, especially if you're looking at cornerbacks, one of the things that jumps out is Greg Newsome. Obviously, right away, And so especially with Newsome, you're looking at a guy who's had a ton of injuries and has a lot of talent when he's available. But when you're passing up guys like Tyson Campbell to take him, if you're passing up guys like Eric Stokes, even Elijah Molden, sort of on the flip side, has been a fantastic value, especially as a day 2, day 3 kind of pick. And so I think definitely there's a lot of value to be had with corners, even this late in the draft.
Yeah, Elijah Molden, I was big on. Cyril actually mocked him in the first, which it was a little too bold for me, but I love seeing it. I thought he slid and is going to be a phenomenal value, for given where his draft capital was. But yeah, the cornerbacks. I mean, are you worried about Greg Newsome? Obviously, the talent is there, but the concerns have been his consistency as far as health. So how do you feel he can put this together?
Well, one of our guys, Mike Giddings, who runs Pro Scout, what he likes to say is if you miss multiple games 3 years in a row, that's an F injury grade. That's Greg Newsome to a T. I have no confidence that he's going to be able to start 16 games every year. And so why would you take him, even with his talent, why would you take him over a guy like Tyson Campbell, who's going to be there week in, week out? Greg Newsome, obviously, he does really well in terms of his intelligence with those snap judgments. But especially if you're not pairing him with a stronger pass rush, something that can get him moving quickly, he can start to sort of fall apart a little bit as routes go on. And so I do absolutely have concerns that even if he does manage to stay healthy, you're not really seeing that upside of a guy like Eric Stokes, for example, whose athleticism is just off the charts.
Hey, Pete, I got a question. So the Niners have taken 2 cornerbacks that you don't particularly like in Ambry Thomas and Diamador Lenore. Why are you not a big a fan of them? And what is the potential upside with those picks? What do you think their rationale is if you're looking at the sunny side of it?
Yeah, I mean, starting with Diamador Lenore, he can be a really nice tight end matchup if you're looking at that division, or if you're even looking across at something like Kansas City, who they might be seeing down the road. Lenore can be that guy to definitely take tight ends out. If you put him in press a lot, he's really sufficient with his hands, really strong. And so I think he could really get as high as a low-end starter. Obviously, later pick, you're really looking for more value there. So I don't have as much of a problem with something later, although he is going to have some problems with zone processing, route recognition. Ambry Thomas, I struggle a little bit more on. I know he's definitely had a lot of talk this cycle, at least as one of those value guys. But I think for him, he's sort of the opposite of he's not going to be able to do very well in in zone. You're going to want to put him in man. He can definitely stick and use his hands just to stay in phase, as well as just change of direction on sort of intermediate to outside routes. So there could be somewhat of a projection to a cover 1 or a cover 3 scheme there. But you just saw him constantly. He runs up against specimens, so you're seeing like speed wide receivers he doesn't move well against because he doesn't have top end speed. Ran a 4.37. He's looking at huge wide receivers, a guy like DK Metcalf specifically. He's going to get bullied by the size, so I just don't really see him playing more than his traits. He's sort of the sum of his parts, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there was one other corner that I really meant to ask you about earlier, who we talked about just briefly in the 33rd team chat. Zech McPherson going way higher than any media had him, except the 33rd team, which was you. You had him as your 10th cornerback. I'm not sure if he went top 10 for corners, but I think if he didn't, it was around there. Why'd you like him more than the media, and what do you think the media missed on him as a whole?
I think especially when you're projecting a guy to the NFL, you got to think at it from 2 perspectives. One is going to be, what is he really strong at? What can he do to sort of dominate the game? But 2 is going to be, how does an offensive coordinator attack him? So if a guy's really bad in the run game, they're just going to run the ball at him. If he's bad in zone, if he's bad in man, they can put them in these situations. Zech McPherson doesn't have a ton of those weak points. And so especially he's one of those very well-rounded corners who can come in with a lot higher people could expect. Specifically with him, I thought he was really, really good in press. One of the best press corners in the entire draft. But he's got really nice use of hands. His mirror is really just exceptional. And then I thought he showed a lot of instincts. That's one of the things that's really high for me is, can they come in and understand? I know a lot of coaches will go, well, we can figure that out later. Just take the athletes. But McPherson comes in as somewhat more of a polished product in that regard. He didn't exactly come in college and put up a ton of production, especially with the ball in the air. And so that's one of the things they can start to work on. And I definitely understand why some people may have some concern there. In addition to just playing really zone heavy. But I think he has a lot of talent, and I don't think there's really that space to attack him as specifically as there is for a lot of other corners in this draft.
I could see that. But with the media not being as high on him, do you think that he's just been overlooked? Is it that the media doesn't trust Big 12 cornerbacks, or what?
I think there's definitely some aspect to it of that. But at the same time, a lot of the guys in the media has specifically fallen into some of these guys who have been playing in the playoffs, who are some of these guys who have really shown top-end speed, top-end size. So Melifonwu, for example, you've had a lot of guys this cycle with NFL bloodlines, specifically looking at guys like J.C. Horn, Surtain. And so he just doesn't have that standout characteristic. He has a really athletic family. He does have some of those NFL bloodlines, but it just hasn't really come to the forefront. Definitely coming to Texas Tech and not putting up that production. I just don't think if you're looking at his box score, you're not getting the full picture with him because he was very constrained within the scheme.
Stepping away from corners real quick, we just saw Simi Fehoko taken by the Cowboys a couple picks ago. That's a guy who is one of those later sleepers. He's a redshirt sophomore, really young prospect who I really liked. Big body, can play as a big slot, can play as an X. He's got awesome straight line speed for a guy of his size. And the one thing that I would really like to see with Fehoko, and probably the reason that he fell this far, is that he's just inconsistent game to game in terms of his toughness. Some games, I mean, against UCLA, if you put on that tape, he's just running defenders over. It was really enjoyable to watch. In other games, he's shying away from contact, even though has that huge body. And he's got some occasional problems with drops. But this is a guy who really high potential for Dallas. While they already have an awesome receiving core, they might be losing Gallup over the next year. So Fehoko's got a chance to become a year 2 starter for them. And I think that's a great pick for them. I know Tim isn't on the call anymore. He'll be back on in a little bit, but he'd be absolutely stoked with this Fehoko pick, I'm sure. Who do we got next? Sales, how do you feel? Ade Ogundeji?
I could feel worse. I'm not having a connection like I did when they drafted Jalen Mayfield last night, so that's a good sign.
You seem to not love the Falcons draft. They got a second pick coming here too, don't they?
They do. They have back-to-back right now. I mean, the more I sleep on the whole draft as it is, the more it grows on me. Pitts isn't what I would have done. I'd have traded back, but I like the pick. I like Richie Grant. I like Taquan Graham. I think there were better options along the offensive line than Jalen Mayfield. I don't know much about Darren Hall. I went back. I looked at some Drew Dahlman stuff. He's I don't mind the pick anymore. I hated it originally, but I don't mind it now. So that one grew on me. Mayfield grew on me a little after I watched him more last night, but I feel like there were more solid bets either on the defensive side or on the offensive line than that. But overall it's growing on me. It's just not. It's not what I was hoping for. Let's put it that way.
Hey, while we got Pete on the call, what are your thoughts on Darren Hall, a guy that Sales doesn't know much about? How would you educate him on Hall?
Again, this isn't one of the guys I'm higher on. So he's out of San Diego State, obviously. But I think he's really a zone-heavy cover 2 kind of guy. He's really smart. And so if you're looking for him to pattern match right out of the break, really be able to anticipate those breaks, win with hustle, physical toughness, like he's a coach's wet dream. But in terms of his athletic ability, he ran a 4.46, and that's really sort of the top end you're going to see from him. So he'll get a run away from in space. He really needs some of that safety help to be able to make those plays underneath. When he's not anticipating the play, he's going to get beat. He doesn't really have that change of direction as much. And I think it's really more of one of those high floor, low ceiling kind of picks.
Okay, I don't know. That makes sense.
Sales, I've just heard that Ben Mason is about to get selected. I'm not sure if that's to the Falcons right here or to the Baltimore Ravens next.
You know exactly what.
It's to the Ravens. It's Avery Williams here to the Falcons. Let's talk Williams before we get into Ben Mason.
You got me excited.
Avery Williams, you guys doubling on corner. So, what does Avery Williams bring, Pete? And how does he differ from Darren Hall in terms of what the Falcons are getting?
Avery Williams is functionally an entirely different player. He was getting worked out at wide receiver in the pre-draft. This is, in my opinion, one of the top 2 special teams players in the entire draft. I know he did really well on some of these intelligence tests that are going around, specifically to shout out the AIQ. But he was a former walk-on. He's a team captain by now in his 5th year. And so, especially on the defensive side, he's 5'8". He's 187 pounds. He's by far has the least length in the draft. And so there's a little bit of a, let's take him on the road and just see what he can do for the team, sort of same way that they did with the Saints did with Taysom Hill kind of thing. They don't necessarily know where he's going to go. But if you're just putting him in just for year 1, let's play him as a returner. Let's put him on the punt block unit. He's fantastic, super fun to watch. Just being able to make snap judgments in space, cut. Within a 5'8" body, there's plays of him stiff-arming defenders to the ground on the way to the end zone. Absolutely one of my favorite guys to watch in the draft, but just, again, super high character. One of those guys that fans are just going to love to root for.
All right, now that we're going to Ben Mason, I am going to listen to Sales break down Mason, who's the top fullback, while I chug this beer.
Ravens like to run the ball. Ben Mason can block for a running back. Ben Mason is your ultimate fullback. I mean, he's going to former defensive tackle, also played a little bit of defensive tackle while he was playing fullback for Michigan. Harbaugh loves him. He is just a hard-nosed football player. He's going to hit you in the mouth. He's going to keep driving you into the ground. He's going to blow you off the ball if he's in that that little flanker spot right next to the tight end, and he is going to play hard no matter what. He can play on special teams, return units, coverage units. He's got the athleticism to do it. He ran a really good 40 at his pro day. And when he's got the ball in his hands, he's not gonna run away from anybody. You know, he's not use check, but he will fight for the yards that you need to get. He's gonna run like a fullback. He's gonna get those short yardage gains. I like this for Baltimore because we all know they love those heavy sets with a lot of tight ends or fullbacks, and they're just doubling down on what they've built their team on so far, and that's just running the football. And Ben Mason is he is a hardball football player. It doesn't matter if it's John, doesn't matter if it's Jim. He is a hardball football player. So I love the fit here.
I hear Rob in the background saying that he's upset that he didn't do an athletic success indicator score for fullbacks. So Sales, you yelling at him for that. He's finally learned the error of his ways.
I have made it my feelings on that known, but he knows he made a mistake, and he knows he needs to fix it.
I also got to say, I love that Ben Mason rocked full suit and mohawk in his picture on ESPN.
Of course.
That is the badassery of that is very high.
Hey.
So it looks like we're rolling into the 6th round right now. If anyone else has got the 5th round open, who's the best pick of the 5th round before we get into the 6th? Best value. What do we think?
Best value. It's not Luke Farrell.
Is it Brevin Jordan? Andy, what say you?
You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm saying it might be Brevin Jordan. I'm trying to update these picks. I'm trying to say it definitely might be Brevin Jordan. I'm trying to figure out now if I'm likening the Sage Surratt slide or the Seth Williams slide and liking it either or both to Calvin Harmon. Just guys I liked better in the whole process that apparently NFL teams do not. Seeing Cornell Powell, seeing Simi Fehoko go over both of these guys. Not anything against those two players. I like those two players, but I just thought Seth Williams and Sage Surratt had more to offer. So to see them still on the board is kind of surprising for me. But as far as that value goes, maybe Gainwell to Philly. I mean, at 150th, this is a guy we all thought was like RB4 in this class unanimously, for the most part. By most accounts. To see him last the 150th, I don't care that it's Philly. I don't care that Miles Sanders is there. That's still kind of a nice spot for the Eagles to get some talent like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gainwell myself.
I mean, but here's the other thing though, and something we haven't really touched on. We touched on Davion Nixon falling and how we all thought he was maybe the top defensive tackle ahead of Christian Barmore in this class. I mean, he lands there in Carolina on the same line now as give me the name because I'm going to forget it. The kid out of
Derek
Auburn
Brown?
last year. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, these two guys paired up with, like I was saying before earlier, Carolina is just building a juggernaut on defense, and I'm loving every direction they're going in.
I like the
Looks
Brendan
like
James
Nick
pick for the
Neiman.
Chargers.
Oh yeah, Brennan James. We haven't talked about him at all, Derek. Give us your take.
So I think it could be a potential starter down the road. I think Chargers still have Bulaga as a right tackle, so I think he'll fill in there as soon as he's done. I think he could mirror pretty well against edge rushers, good use of hands to combat them and kind of get them off balance and stuff like that. Stout in the run game as far as blocking concerned. I kind of question his anchor a little bit, but I think he'll be a good prospect for them.
What about you, Pete? Who's your favorite 5th round pick?
It may not be the best value, but Avery Williams has been one of my guys all cycle, especially with his hustle is unmatched throughout the rest of the cornerback class. Being able to produce on that on the special teams unit, you just don't see a ton of guys who can turn around and block multiple punts in a game or return kickoffs for touchdowns. And so being able to come in and contribute like that day one, I think is really undervalued. And I think the Falcons absolutely got to steal here.
Also an ASI guy.
Looks like Hamza Nasruddin's slide finally ends to your Jets, Andy. They're taking every safety
Another
that's
safety.
ever existed.
I don't get it. But you know what? I like this pick. I like this player. I'm actually kind of surprised to see him go in the 6th. I would have thought to maybe possibly hear his name called a little earlier. But, I mean, I don't know where he plays because you're really only playing 2 safeties. And the Jets have 17 of them now. So I really don't know where he slots in. But fair enough. I'll take it.
Before we continue on Hamza and the next Falcons pick, Matt Holder, who's your favorite 5th round pick? Oh, you're on mute, buddy.
My bad. I was going to steal Gainwell. Gainwell, I think, he was a guy like we were talking about before, super versatile, can play in the slot, has a little bit of a route tree there, and then obviously can run the ball too. But I was surprised to see him slide so far down, being the 4th running back on our board. But and then no, I think with Nasruddin, what you're saying, Andy, I feel like he's going to be that rover kind of like hybrid linebacker safety type of guy. Because I mean, I feel like part of his slide was, as we all were there at the Senior Bowl, watching him get kind of cooked up in the one-on-ones by all the receivers, might have hurt his stock a little bit. But I feel like if he can add about 10 pounds and kind of start converting into that smaller linebacker, he'd be a good role there. But I am surprised to see him slide to the 6th. I did not think that was going to happen.
Yeah, I thought the talent for Nasruddin was day 2 for sure, mid-day 2 guy. I'm sure that injuries are a contributing factor to this. And the fact that he kind of doesn't really have a true position. He's a guy who I think you want to convert to linebacker So I'm not sure if he is one of those 17 safeties. Maybe it's only 16 that you guys got now. But yeah, I mean, Nasruddine's a great. Oh, it looks like Sales. Frank Darby.
Talk to me.
Frank Darby. All right. Let me pull up my report on him because you know I got the deets. So this is a Senior Bowl guy. He's extremely athletic and rocked up. I believe he was one of Feldman's freaks. My summary is that he's a strong, speedy, deep threat guy. Struggles with hands and ball skills, though. So he's one of those guys who he's more of an athlete than an actual receiver at this point. I think he can play the X or the Z. He's a deep threat and a run after catch specialist, and he'll bring a lot of special teams value. So I'm not sure how you guys' special teams were last year, but once you bring in Avery Williams and Frank Darby, your special teams are going to go up significantly. I will say that from all accounts, Frank Darby's been talked about by the Arizona State coaching staff as the hardest worker on the team for the last 2 seasons.
That's what we love to hear right there.
So that's a guy who you get into your locker room, he's going to maximize his potential. And hands are something that you can get better on. Like if he practices on the jug machine every day, he can turn his he's got a 4 grade of hands for us. So that's basically an insufficient grade. We think it's potentially problematic. If he can turn that 4 hands into a 5 into an adequate, which is something that's definitely realistic, this is a guy who could end up being a low-end starter. And I mean, if you get any receiver into the Falcons, man, like they run a lot.
We all know they need help there. They all need.
Yeah,
help.
they
definitely need help at receiver.
They need some extra depth at receiver, like not the top end guys. Of course, they've got that set, but I don't know if they want to rely on Olamide Zacchaeus again this year. Yeah, I know you don't, and I think Frank Darby is probably a step up on him already. So this is probably your wide receiver 4 coming into this year. Hard worker, special teams core guy. I like the fit for you guys.
Yeah, we're definitely adopting the we're just going to score more than our defense gives up strategy. But you know what? I'm starting to buy into it because I'm going to have to. So I'm in. I'm all in on it. So Kyle Pitts, tight end 1. That's all I got to say.
I don't love the Darby pick. I liked him a lot more before I started digging in. But definitely, like you said, I think hard worker, overachiever would be one way of saying it. All right, we got a couple of questions for some team recap evaluations. So let's take some of these teams. I posed on Twitter some team recaps, grades so far. So Raiders we've touched on a bunch. We haven't touched on the Bengals. We haven't touched on the Colts much. The Vikings, Niners were asked, as well as the Titans. So there's a few teams we haven't really dove too specifically in on yet. You guys got one that you want to tackle first?
I'll talk about the Titans before I hop off here.
All right.
But you know, I actually like what the Titans have done so far. They've got Caleb Farley. It's a bit of a wild card with that medical history, but if he can stay healthy, he was CB1 for us. So definitely a high ceiling guy, but he's also got a really low floor. But I think he'll be able to stay healthy. So I like that pick. Dylan Radins, North Dakota State, looked really good at the Senior Bowl. Tackle sort of replaced that mistake they made with my boy Isaiah Wilson last year. Monty Rice will help him beef it up in the middle, at least against the run. He's not bad against the pass, but he was often pulled in favor of more coverage-heavy guys while he was at Georgia. But he's a guy. He's like Frank Darby. He's an overachiever. He was only a 3-star recruit, became Georgia's go-to guy up the middle after Roquan Smith left. So he's going to be a guy that's going to help your culture in the locker room. Really going to just be a good guy to have around the rest of your team. Elijah Molden. Everybody loves Elijah Molden. That's going to help them on the back end. I'm not in love with the Des Fitzpatrick pick personally, but they they need a little bit of help at wide receiver after losing a couple guys from last season. So it's an area of need. They tried to fill it. I don't like how they tried to fill it, but at least they tried to fill it. And then Rashad Weaver, they don't have Jadeveon Clowney on the edge anymore. He's going to help them with pass rush, at least on a rotational basis, in terms of just keeping people fresh and being able to contribute every now and then. So the Titans, I think they've got a sneaky good draft class. I think Vrabel's doing some really good things over there, and I think that they're once again going to be in contention for a Super Bowl berth.
Is anybody surprised to see them not attack or address tight end to this point, especially considering how some of these guys have fallen on the board, Brevin Jordan being the one we've talked about most?
Yeah, I think I am a little bit. I thought they would go after a tight end, especially after losing Jonnu Smith, who I liked a lot. I remember when I was doing their team report, that was one of the things I pointed out and thought they would address was definitely going after one of them. And like you said, we saw a guy like Brevin Jordan, who kind of similar to what they lost in Jonnu Smith, a great athlete that can excel after the catch. Would have been a seamless transition, but obviously they opted to go a different route. I think Chuba Hubbard went to Carolina, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to Carolina, not Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That was a trade. Was that a trade?
Yeah, probably a trade.
Yeah,
something
I think
like that.
so.
Yeah.
But Dez Fitzpatrick, yeah, I'm with you on that one. Sales, like that one was kind of a bit of a head scratcher for me. I'd get Dez, and I mean, there were moments. He was a tough eval because there were moments where that guy was really make a nice catch in traffic, or make a nice catch, and then be explosive down the field. And then there was ones where he's dropping simple slant routes that could be big gains. So I mean, with him, it's just a matter of consistency. But yeah, that fourth was way higher than I thought he'd go. I thought he was definitely a 6th, 7th round guy, and like I keep harping on, just keep seeing my guy Austin Watkins sliding down these draft boards, and seeing someone else that I did like Dez go ahead of him is a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
Hey, I feel the same way about Sage Surratt, man. We got all these big body receivers going, and they're just passing my boy up because he ran a 4.7.
Yeah, and I mean it's interesting because it's like I feel like this year, like one of the things where I feel like the knock on the receiver class as a whole was that they were all like the smaller, faster guys, or most of them were. And then it seems to be those are the guys that are getting drafted and flying off the draft boards versus like the bigger possession receivers are hanging around a little bit longer. Like
Tutu Atwell was in the 40s.
Yeah, that was
the 40s, and Sage Surratt and Seth Williams are still on the board.
Yeah,
there's clearly a seismic shift from a couple of years ago when the NFL just kept drafting these big, smooth guys who weren't great separators. Now it looks like they're allergic to them. That must be the cautionary tale of Nikhil Walker.
All I'm going to say, the last thing before I hop off here, Sage Surratt's going to be a steal for somebody in the next 2 rounds. Because if he goes undrafted, I'm going to be very mad. But he's going to be a steal for somebody. Possession receiver.
I definitely agree with that. Let me ask you guys this real quick, and Sales, you could chime in before you hop off real quick. But and Shay's back as well. It seemed like Tennessee. You got your alpha, you got your one with AJ Brown, obviously. You're looking for that complementary role. Are you looking for best fit or just best receiver? And regardless of, if it's a possession guy, a speed guy, a field stretcher, does it matter to you, or are you trying to lock in like what would complement AJ Brown better?
For me personally, if I'm Tennessee, you got AJ Brown, 6 foot, 200-ish pounds. If I remember my measurements correctly, but he can catch it and he can run with it after. What they're missing is that guy that they can just throw it up to in the red zone. And I'm not saying that AJ Brown can't go up and get it necessarily, but they're missing that guy that can just post up and play above the rim at an elite level. And I feel somebody like a Sage Surratt could really help them there. But so I'm more so along the lines of they have their run after catch guy that can stretch the field or catch it underneath and do whatever they want. Now they need a guy who they can trust in that trigger word goal line fade situation.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Peter, how would you go about roster construction with a guy like AJ Brown already there?
I sit back on a quote that I was told once by a scout. It's not about collecting the most talent. It's about building a team. And so obviously you want to find someone who complements A.J. Brown. Obviously they just lost Corey Davis. And so especially with the size they're putting into the wide receiver room, it's a little bit similar to what the Chargers have been doing for years. I'm not necessarily on board with you need to go and find the tallest guy around just to throw up those jump balls, because that's not an efficient part of the offense. If you're going with a run-first offense, which clearly they are with Derrick Henry, you need someone who can pick up those 4 or 5 yards consistently, someone who can catch the ball, possession receiver for the most part, who can win underneath. A.J. Brown, obviously, we've seen has been dominating down the field, winning contested catches like few else can in the league. And so I'm not sure why you want to take some more of those low percentage shots down the field when your offense is built on efficiency. You can't run the ball on 3rd and 10. Even if it's Derrick Henry, that's not going to be a high efficiency play. And so it seems like they'd want not necessarily a shorter receiver, but someone who can win crossing over the middle for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking at their. Okay. Go ahead.
It's been fun, everybody. But I'm gonna hop off for now. I might be back later, but we'll see how it happens.
Bye, Sam.
Everybody go buy the draft guide. XTB, $12.
Oh yeah, get
363
that
reports.
XTB draft guide.
Great value. And pay special attention to that Trevor Lawrence report. The guy who wrote it's a genius.
That's actually the best value in this entire draft is the guide itself.
Exactly. All right, y'all have a good one.
Take it easy. All right. Where do we move to next? You guys want to break down another team? I had a couple other questions.
We could look at the Bengals. Unless you had a team in mind. I think it's really interesting what the Bengals are doing here after they took Jamar Chase and took multiple defensive linemen and now 3 offensive linemen after this most recent Trey Hill pick. Looks like they're really just trying to build the trenches, which is surprising after taking Jamar Chase. So they must think, hey, we took Jamar Chase, we filled the need to add another pass catcher around Burrow. We got his best friend out there. Now we're going to have all of the trench players possible and are apparently moving to a 3-4 without telling anyone, just drafting all 3-4 players. As soon as I say that, too bad that Sales hopped off this call because Quentin Bohanna, 330-pound defensive tackle who Sales watched, just went to the Cowboys. So would have loved to have Sales be able to break him down. But
he might jump on just for that very reason. All right. I'm just filling in these picks, and then I think we're going to have another Fantasy World guest join us in a moment. We'll see if that happens, but in the meantime, some of these other picks that we've been missing.
Yeah, we haven't touched on Josh Bledsoe out of Missouri. Now that we got Shea back on, Shea, what do you think Bledsoe brings to the Patriots? Is where he went.
That is, I'm gonna say, a solid pick. Due to not knowing what the McCourty twins are gonna do. I heard rumors of, I don't remember which one, retiring. So Phil, listen, I can never tell the difference between any twins. So it's interesting that they found their Bill is very good at finding talent in late rounds. And as a Bills fan, that hurts to say, but it's true. Bill and Kraft are very good at finding late round talents. And Bledsoe, I believe, my summary was he's an athletic defender with versatility as a run stopper and man coverage defender who needs improvement when it comes to his tackling technique. Really best suited as a strong safety for a team that focuses on man coverage. I don't really focus that much on the Pats or any other teams in my division to know well enough what they play. Does anybody know the Patriots? Who did the Patriots for our team evals?
I really couldn't tell you.
I don't know if they play man or I haven't played.
Oh yeah, they're a very man heavy system.
Okay, well then he will fit well. Because with Mizzou they played a lot of cover one. And he was in the box as well often. He lines up as a corner sometimes. Then he was also in the box. So he moved around a lot, and he's very versatile. It's just his tackling technique was not that great.
Yeah, before I hop off here, the next two picks that just went down, Deontay Brown to the Panthers. Awesome pick. That's great value. I know my guy Mike Tannenbaum had him in the first round in his mock. So getting him in the sixth is pretty wild. And then the 49ers reportedly are doubling up on running back for their last pick and taking Elijah Mitchell.
Ooh.
Who's a guy who we've linked at XTB to the 49ers for a long time because super fast guy with excellent vision. Thought he was awesome for an outside zone scheme. Now that we're taking Elijah Mitchell, I kind of understand the Trey Sermon pick a lot less. I thought I remember when Sermon was taken, I was thinking, man, the Niners could have just had Elijah Mitchell a couple rounds later instead. Now they get both, so they're really investing in their running back room. It sounds like those guys like JaMychal Hasty on the edge of the roster, the Wayne Gallmans, probably aren't making it now that they've got a three-headed monster of Mitchell, Trey Sermon, and our guy Raheem Mostert. So it's going to be an awesome backfield to watch.
I'm baffled by this. I don't necessarily love Trey Sermon. I've gone back and forth with his personal trainer, the Footwork King. You know, he yells at me frequently for not endorsing his client. I just don't like the vision with Sermon. But I thought it was a good fit for San Fran, considering what they like to do and just stack as much as they can and just have a rotation there. So in that regard, the Mitchell thing works. I hate it for guys like Jeff Wilson. Even Mostert if you want. But Elijah Mitchell, man, this has been a favorite of a lot of people. This has been this year's, quote unquote, this year's James Robinson. So to see him land now behind Wilson, Mostert, and Trey Sermon is really kind of depressing because you'd like to hope that he could have had a better opportunity. I mean, I personally didn't have him high on my board, but to see a lot of other people, like I said, calling him this year's James Robinson is kind of like, man, all right. Well, I guess we're not going to find that out, but a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
I think especially if you're looking at the team he's coming from, Louisiana, the offensive coordinator was Rob Sale, who just got hired to be the offensive line coach for the Giants. And he's a guy who really stepped in and really improved that entire unit right away. One of the few offensive line coach, offensive coordinator combos in the entire country. And so I'm wondering if there was somewhat of a concern there from teams about, hey, is this a guy that's sort of producing because of the offensive line strength? And so it could have been why he falls a little bit, but absolutely agree. It's not exactly the best spot for him to start out in.
Surprisingly enough, in the XTB guide, we had Trey Sermon and Elijah Mitchell ranked 145 and 146, respectively. We had the same grade on both. So I'm not sure who wins more carries in year one. But in terms of fit, I'm actually thinking it's Mitchell. But I got to go, gents. It looks like while I come off, someone is coming in. So
Yes.
Appreciate you guys having me, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, well, hopefully we get you back, Cyril. But in the meantime, we get joined by another special guest, Steffi Smalls, the Giants queen, the queen of White Claws and the queen of the New York Giants. She joins us after doing 1,000 other guest appearances. So before you even get to introducing yourself and talking, can you please retweet this? So hopefully we get some of that added attraction of having you on here.
Let's show some love here. Let's go. Giants are back here, huh? You guys are getting some. This is. I hope you might see a meltdown pretty soon, but
yeah.
As well.
I think we're all melting down soon. But Steph, go ahead, plug yourself. What are you known for? Where do you work? What do you do? Why should people be following you?
You shouldn't follow me because I'm gonna annoy you. You probably already see me on your timeline. I tweet too much. I'm with FTN. You can find me on Twitter at Steffi Smalls with 3 L's. which stand for Brady's 3 L's that he has, because Foles also gave me one of those coming from my alma mater. So that's kind of the gist. You can see my stuff on FTN though.
All right. Well, I know as being more in the fantasy realm, but you've actually been. I don't mean to say this like to sound like anything disrespectful, but you surprised me because I consider you more of a fantasy player, but you've been much more of a real world kind of scout throughout this whole process. You were huge on Rashawn Slater as an example, going back for months. So I've seen you going at it on Twitter the last couple of days with telling people to stop invoking your fantasy wishes into the NFL draft. So you being a big Giant fan, talk me through your reaction to what they've done so far.
Look at Dave growing up. You want to see growth? You want to see growth? That is growth. That's beautiful. You didn't trade back once. He traded back twice. He said, you guys are going to talk crap. I'm going to trade back twice. I don't think that, anyone would be talking if you swap those 2 first picks. I think if Aziz got taken first, I think people would maybe be a little bit quieter because maybe Tony should have been taken a little bit later than he was. But I believe in their scouting process. I believe that they obviously had a plan all along, and they're picking guys off of their board. They're not picking the best player available, but maybe they have that luxury. You're also gaining some draft capital, which is awesome. And they're grabbing some guys, like Aaron Robinson that maybe you don't hear as much about, but these are players that can make a difference in the league tomorrow. So I'm very satisfied. I think, even Aziz, what are the Giants going to rob every second round always? We took McKinney last year, and you guys are going to let us also do something like this again. So that I'm very happy with. I know Giants fans are whining and crying and kicking and screaming that they didn't take a tackle. But, you invested too much in the past draft to continue doing that. Please don't forget that Solder is coming back, and Matt Pert can literally play anywhere on that line.
I mean, listen, I'm gonna let some of these guys jump in with the Aziz because that
U of A? Way.
No, I got an Atlanta hat on, but it's really for Andy. But I'm going with Alabama here. But the Ojulari picks, he was getting mocked to the Giants originally at 11 as a possibility. So for him to land in New York at 50 is, like you said, a steal. I want to ask you more from the fantasy lens, though. Kadarius Toney at 20. This was kind of a head scratcher for a lot of people in the first round. He initially had some first round buzz and then slipped out of that and then wound up actually getting drafted in the first. So are you excited about this, or what's your take with Kadarius Toney?
So I don't love the Giants for fantasy. I love what the Giants are doing for the Giants and for from a football perspective. But for fantasy, this is not like super exciting because there's a lot of splitting shares. This is beautiful for someone like Daniel Jones. This is beautiful, for Saquon coming back, who will probably still be that main guy there. But, you have to split a lot of targets there. I think Golladay still is going to be the cake winner here. But I think that there is a lot of target shares that have to be spread. And for me, I don't love that. What I do love is these skilled players have historically, you look at someone like Shep, Slayton, even Ingram too. They historically do better with the wide receiver 1, and you got him one. And Toney can definitely fill a role that they don't necessarily have.
All right. Anybody else got something on Toney or the Giants since we got Steffi on?
It's kind of interesting. I feel like going into this offseason, you could have made wide receivers one of the biggest positions of weakness for the Giants, and then obviously you had Galladay in free agency, and then you had Toney in the first round. I mean, to go from that to kind of more crowded wide receiver room with Shepard and Slayton as your kind of to complement what they brought in the offseason. I mean, it's impressive, and I like what they've done. I like that they're investing in Daniel Jones, and like you said, I think with the offensive line, get Nate Solder back, Andrew Thomas in his second year. I like the Giants' offense. I like the direction they're headed in.
Anybody else?
You just expect production for once, right? Everyone is a fantasy person. You invest in these guys that you love. You invest in Darius Slayton, in Evan Ingram, and you hope for them to do well. And then guess what? They don't. And that's the O-line's fault. So you hope for this team that the O-line does better. Ingram can catch a ball. Rudolph, don't sleep on Rudolph. He might end up being a very productive fantasy player this year. He's a red zone threat they haven't had for a very long time. So you add him in there, you might see Rudolph being the guy that's getting like more than 1, 2, 3 touchdowns a game if this offense can put him, he's Witten for Jason Garrett. He doesn't have to treat Ingram like Witten, who could never fill those shoes. So there's things to look out for the Giants. I'm not going to get too optimistic because, they love to break my heart. But this is the first time in a draft that I've been this pleased with what's happened. And, Gettleman, you show them what's up. That's so cool, dude. I get down with that. It's awesome.
I don't know why I have Ellis and Smith doubled up here, but I got the Giants picks on the board right now. Assuming there's no more trades, it looks like they still have 2 picks left, unless I missed something here.
They actually took someone from my alma mater, which is so crazy to me. I cannot believe they took Brightwell from University of Arizona. Very, very surprising pick there, but I'll take that. I'm going to buy that jersey probably tomorrow because I love how on brand that is, But you got to take a running back. It's not super shocking. At some point, Booker is not the solution for a backup for Saquon. Will he fill the role? Yes. But this is a very obvious that the way that they have scouted this season is not the same as normal. Like, they are straight up coming off of their own board. They don't care who the best player available is. It's their best player available. So it's very cool. Bear down to Mr. Brightwell. Very excited. Even, PFF it says right now, error fetching draft profile. Try again in a few because you don't have a draft profile in this dude.
Well, no, and you said your alma mater. So do you have anything on him? Because he actually is one of the few people that is not in our guide that's been selected so far. I'm shocked kind of to see him. I don't really know much about him, but to see other guys still on the board, you could question the size or whatever, but a guy like Javian Hawkins, for instance, still out there, still on the board. My guy, Stevie Scott, if you're looking for big and speed out of Indiana. Jamar Jefferson's still there, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, unless I missed that one. But Gary Brightwell, what do we need to know?
So this is a little interesting. He's very, you've got a guy that's a very well built but you have to look at his vision on the field. I think that's where the issue is and why people are going to. And I'm sure Giants Twitter is losing their damn mind. I can't even imagine what my mentions are like right now. But he does, he doesn't have that short area burst that you look for a team like this, but I think the potential is there. You're seeing the New York Giants do something that they've done consistently. Even taking Smith this last round before is they see talent in guys. Maybe that's why they took Tony. I think Judge just wants to take these guys, make them his puppets for what he wants. So I think that Brightwell, can he be very successful in this league? Absolutely. But it's an interesting move. I'm going to be excited for my alma mater. It's an interesting move. But also, you look at University of Arizona. Do you know how bad they are? This is a bad college football team. So how do you evaluate a player that has all the skills? You look at him as a player, but he's on the crappiest team ever. I mean, what did they lose that one game? I stopped watching them. That's why I don't even know as much, is because they disgusted me to no length. It's seriously a horrible football system. So it'll be interesting to see what they saw in Mr. Brightwell, but maybe they're seeing something that he just needs a little bit of coaching. And I think, again, this is where you're seeing consistency in this draft. They're basing a lot of this off scouting. It's a scouting draft, very much so.
I like that you're calling him Mr. Brightwell, but in this time that we've been talking Giants, we've seen a couple other players picked. Tim was on earlier. We lost him, but he did the report on Larry Rountree from Missouri, who just went. This is an interesting guy. Do any of you have a take on Larry Rountree with Tim not being here? I mean, this is a guy that played in the SEC, had some success, maybe was kind of hindered in that Missouri offense, but is this a bargain for where he's going in the 6th round?
I mean, I would say he's definitely better than Brightwell. One of the main reasons I wanted to hop on while I was at work to talk about the other running back that was selected recently, and that was Elijah Mitchell. I think like when you compare like what Elijah Mitchell brings to the table and what Brightwell brings to the table, like Elijah Mitchell had great instincts, performed way better at his pro day than anybody really expected. Like when I was watching him, I was like, oh, he's going to have great instincts, but he's going to be like an average athleticism runner. Nope, he really had more athleticism than what he showed on tape. And it was funny, like when I was talking with Searle about him, my comp for him was one of those random running backs that Kyle Shanahan has that nobody's ever heard of until he starts and goes for 100 yards in a game. So I think it's amazing fit that Elijah Mitchell is going to go to the 49ers. Roundtree, when I believe Tim was our scout for him, he kind of described him as just kind of like good at average to good at everything, bad at nothing, but great at nothing either. As you can see, he pretty much has like 5s all across the board, except for like ball security. So he's probably going to be one of those guys who is probably going to be a big coach's favorite, but isn't going to really blow anybody's mind away. He's just going to be a solid, safe contributor as a rotational back.
Yeah, I feel like Roundtree's going to be like that. Your solid number 2, right? There's a guy that's going to stick around, be around, and be on a team for a while. But I don't know if he's ever really going to be that breakout guy. If your starter goes down, he can fill in for a few games, but maybe not what you're looking for.
All right, so the Jets are back on the clock, but right before that, Minnesota lands Jalen Twyman. I've been calling him man boy. I love this. I love this pick for Minnesota. Twyman to me was top 5 defensive tackle in this class. Like I said, I've been calling him man boy. If you watch Snowfall, you know that's just a phenomenal nickname. But he has a baby face and is a beast. He recently just posted a video of him working out and lifting and benching the entire gym, and and then you see his face and it just looks like a 12-year-old. So it just doesn't add up to the body and the face, but that's the nickname. He just goes to Minnesota, and this to me feels like a perfect fit for the Vikings. How do you guys feel about Jalen Twyman? Did he slip too far?
I think so. I think in our mock draft that we did, I selected him in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Okay.
Searle did Twyman, so unfortunately he just left. But
he just praises like. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He did talk quite a bit about him, at least in the beginning when we were first starting out scouting for this for the guide. So
yeah, I'm looking for. Here we go. We had him at 6'5", which put him at. He was our 3rd DT in this class after Barmore and Nixon. So to see him slip all this way, and I'd mentioned when we started at the beginning of the day here that defensive tackles have not been prioritized by GMs in this draft. So I expected a late run at that of probably about a dozen or more, going somewhere between round 5 and 7. So this kind of makes sense in that regard, but to have him so high for us, and see so much possible potential production, this is great value for Minnesota. I like what they did here.
I like, especially with Minnesota, they've got Michael Pierce, who's coming back after an opt-out. They just added Dalvin Tomlinson, so you don't need Twyman to come in right away. But I think Twyman, maybe more than anyone else, was hurt by opting out this year. He came in to 2020 before he opted out. He was a really high-level prospect, known for his speed. Obviously, going to Pitt, he got a lot of Aaron Donald comparisons, and also because he's undersized in a similar way for a defensive tackle. But then he just did not use his year off properly. His his pro day numbers are atrocious. He ran a 5.4. Vertical jump was only 32.5 inches. 3-cone drill broke 8 seconds. And so this is the guy who really came out and tried to show that he was really strong. He put up 40 bench reps trying to answer the only question that the scouts had about him was his strength for someone of that size, but then opened up all of these other questions. So I can definitely see why he fell. I think there's a lot of potential here if he can regain that speed. But if he's going to be known for the last 3 years of his college tape for being one of those agile speed guys who can penetrate in the backfield. He didn't show that at his pro day, and it was historically bad and sort of in a similar way to Orlando Brown was in the combine a couple years ago.
I'm updating here. In the midst of everything happening, we lost Steffi Smalls, but thank her for coming on. She does stuff for FTN, fantasy stuff mostly, but good Giant follow, and came in and brought some Giant heat. So thank you for that. But let's get back to some other stuff. Let me ask you, Peter. You mentioned opting out and not using his time off properly. This was such a strange year for the guys that opted out. Some opted back in. Some seasons started later. Some games being canceled. It was just such a weird year. But talk a little bit more about that. Like how should players have approached an opt-out year to not have that moniker of using the time poorly?
Well, I think if you're going to make it productive, you've got to come and absolutely dominate the pro day. You've had a year at this point to go ahead and prepare for that pro day. You need to be at your absolute physical peak because you're not going to have any of that tape for a year. Similar to if someone tore their ACL in the preseason. If you're gone for a year, you need to come out and put up numbers that are really going to draw eyes. Otherwise, coaches are going to go, why should we care? GMs are going to go, why do we care? Obviously, a lot of GMs this year are going to sort of discount those guys because they haven't put film on tape. You look at a guy like Caleb Farley, who hasn't played nearly 500 days. He's still got those injury concerns and managed to follow for that, even though he's got absolutely ridiculous athleticism, ridiculous length that you just don't see come around at that position. But even for guys who opted out midseason, you look at a guy like Israel Mukuamu out of South Carolina, opted out after their coach got fired, even though he was dealing with a ton of injuries. You don't see a guy who comes in at 6'4", 212 with 34-inch arms. It's really surprising he's still on the board, but I think it definitely sort of comes down to that mental aspect of you got to come out, you've got to dominate the pro day, you got to show that you didn't just go sit on your couch for.
Well, how do you guys feel about this pick with Brandon Echols going to the Jets? Yet another cornerback to the New York Jets. I have no clue what they're doing, but Brandon Echols was another guy like Marco Wilson that just tested phenomenally through the roof. Wasn't graded as one of the top corners in this class, but if you look at just the athletic metrics and the pro day results alone, he's at the top of the position for that. So anybody have a take on Brandon Echols, and where does he slot in as the 19th defensive back on the Jets roster now?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I did Brandon Echols. He was kind of one of the late adds to the XTB guide. So I'm curious, Peter, what your take is on him too. To me, he was kind of a guy that you almost fall asleep watching film on him. He just kind of doesn't really factor into a lot of plays. I know he had a bunch of pass breakups as a junior, but this last year, I don't think he had a single one. No picks, or maybe one pick. That was it. That was his only ball skills that I really saw from him. Just kind of a guy that was kind of easy for me to kind of brush off and forget. Not overly big, about 5'8". Good to hear he tested well. I thought his movement skills were good. I actually kind of thought he might be a candidate to move to safety. I think his eye discipline and zone would have to get better, but I liked his speed and I liked how he could move, and I thought he could be better when things were in front of him. Playing more in that cover 3 role if he's going to stay at corner, and then translating to safety. Obviously, hopefully keeping everything in front of him and has the athletic profile to do that. So I don't know. I'm curious. What about you, Peter? Was he one of the guys you took a look at?
Yeah, I absolutely watched him. I think really when you're looking at him, the key thing to remember is he was a wide receiver 3 years ago. So he's still new to the position, and he hasn't necessarily picked it up super quick. But I think there's a lot of developmental aspects there. He's 5'10", 179. So I'm a little wary about just throwing him downfield because he's just going to get out-jumped. But you definitely see flashes in there. It's a low floor, high ceiling kind of pick of someone who you can match on smaller wide receivers in zone, a guy who's going to come in, hustle, really work to make the team. But you just see him getting beaten by the same concepts over and over. He hasn't really shown that ability to be a quick learner and pick up the position really quickly. As well as get some of those footwork aspects down at the line of scrimmage. You'll see him turning his hips really quickly and just getting beat that way. But there's absolutely flashes there. So I can see some potential here, but at the same time, you could turn around and not even see him make the roster.
Yeah.
Hey, can check the chat if one of you would be so kind as to type out a quick little notable still available so I could update the ticker with just some notable names still on the board. I'll do that. In the meantime, I'm going through and trying to see who I can, get on as some other guests. I just sent an invite to Kenny Gainwell, so we'll see if we can get the former Memphis running back now of the Philadelphia Eagles to join us and just talk about his draft day experience. But that pending, let's get into some other stuff going on here. Keep it going.
I have to hop out soon, but let me talk about the Vikings pick
No,
real quick.
You're not allowed to. Go for it.
I really like the Darasol pick. I didn't think getting him at 23 overall was great value for them. I thought he would be gone a little sooner. Either like Washington, Chargers, maybe the Colts could have got him ahead there. I really like Wyatt Davis. They got him in the 3rd round as well. I thought like heading into the season he had like 1st round potential. Not really too familiar with Surratt, but reading Cyril's report, kind of struggles in the run game. Covers real pretty well in the zone wise. Kind of like those hook curl areas. Bynum, I thought was an interesting pick. I thought they would go I thought they would select a different corner. I kind of saw Bynum as more as a zone guy. I know. I thought he kind of struggled more man to man, so that was kind of interesting. Kellen Mond, I kind of followed some of his games early on in his career. Thought he improved with his placement accuracy, decision making. So, we'll see what happens in the future with him. Jones is a pretty good pick, the defensive end for Pittsburgh. Defends well. I think he does both well, defending the run and as a pass rusher. Though I think he could still use a little bit more development as a pass rusher. Amir Smith Marset is nice. With he could probably contend battling for that 3rd or 4th receiver spot with BC Johnson and I forgot his name, but he was like his dad used to play for the Broncos. So it's kind of a slot receiver there. He had like a game-winning touchdown catch against the Panthers. But no, I'm liking Minnesota's pick so far.
Nice. Good. What? Talk some more Twyman, because that's my favorite pick for Minnesota.
Yeah. So really strong at the point of attack. Great pass rusher. As someone said earlier, with Michael Pierce and I think they brought someone else in.
Dalvin Tomlinson.
There you go. Yeah, Tomlinson. Yeah, so I think it'll be a good pass rush group. I know it'll be interesting with like when 3rd downs they'll do like quite a bit of those NASCAR fronts. I'll just put in all edge rushers there on 3rd downs. Yeah, I think it's a good pick.
All right, let me switch gears here because while we were going over the Vikings, we got to go back to Buffalo. Marquez Stevenson out of Houston, wide receiver, just gets picked by the Bills. Shay, being the resident Bills reporter, says she doesn't really like that pick, and I want to know why, because I think this is actually really good value here. I have likened and comped Marquez Stevenson to it's going to slip me now. This is 4.5 hours of being on here straight. But the Jalen Guyton is the guy I'm talking. Marquez Stevenson reminds me of Jalen Guyton and what he did. So you go to Buffalo as a 6th-round pick with not a lot of expectations, and you bring all of that speed and quickness to one of the biggest arms in the league. Before we touch on that, Derek's got to take off. So, Derek, real quick, just tell everybody how to find you on Twitter and where to follow you.
You're muted, my guy. There you go.
My bad. Derek Donald 91 on Twitter. Instagram is just Derek Donald. Follow me, whatever you want to do. I'll provide some football, basketball takes, pop culture stuff like music and movies too. So I'm somewhat entertaining.
Sweet. All right. Well, thanks for joining us and being part of this, and thanks for all your work and contributions on the draft guide this year. Your reports were definitely valuable, as were everybody's, and couldn't have been done without you and everybody else. So thank you for everything that you contributed to the guide as well. And listen, we got at least another hour and a half here, so if you want to come back, you know how to find us. We'll be here.
Will do. Thank you.
All right.
Good being on with the team, and I thought I did okay work. I wasn't.
Nah, you did great work. Don't sell yourself short. All right. So let's get back into this now. I'm updating the ticker for some of the most notable still on the board. I have a couple invites out for a couple guests. I'll just tell you the names. Let's see if we can get them on here. But Kenneth Gainwell, I mentioned, Jalen Darden, Terrace Marshall Sr., who we've had a couple conversations. I'm trying to see if I can get him on to talk about the experience for his family and what they went through. But while we're doing all that, and I'm updating the best available still on the board or some notable names, please tell me, why don't you like Marquez Stevenson to Buffalo?
I do like the speed aspect that he brings to the game. Potential replacement for Isaiah McKenzie on special teams, that's fine. But if you're going to use him as a receiver, we are so deep at that position right now with Beasley and Diggs and Gabe Davis coming into his own last year. And we didn't even get to see Isaiah Hodgins because he was hurt. So he didn't get any reps except for in the lack of preseason that we did have last year. So I think we are kind of set at the wide receiver position, but I see if you're going to use him at least right now as a special teams guy, return-wise, or in any just sweeps, end around special plays, anything like any special trick plays, anything like that. I can see that happening, but due to how deep our receiving core is, it's great that you can add to it, but is he really going to get that many reps on the offensive side of the ball? So I don't know if it's like it was the best player on their board kind of pick, or if it was a special teams fit pick. But
yeah, I mean, I think
it's gotta grow on me.
I feel like this pick is kind of a pick for the future. I mean, you brought up Cole Beasley, but I mean, Cole Beasley's entering I don't know how old
he's going to be like 35, something like that.
Yeah, he's getting up there, and I feel like Stevenson can be like kind of their slot receiver of the future. I feel like he was actually a guy that caught my eye when I was doing a De'Aaron King film study over the summer, just making plays at Houston after the catch. I think he needs some work on his route running, which is where he'll have to grow. Mm-hmm. But I think if you give him a year where he can kind of sit and like kind of work with them on that end, or maybe even two, while Cole Beasley's kind of the starter in the slot, I feel like you can get Stevenson there for the last couple of years of his contract in that role and see if he can flourish. But yeah, I mean, I hear you on the crowded receiver room for this year, but I think from moving forward, could be a good depth option for them, assuming Hodgins doesn't work out.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm updating this notable still available, and I got to tell you guys, I'm a little concerned because there are at least two cornerbacks I really like that are still available, and unfortunately the Jets have more picks remaining. Tay Gowan and Thomas Graham are still on the board. I don't know what happens there. But I'm more shocked at some of these receivers. Like I mentioned earlier, the Sage Surratt and Austin Watkins.
And we just saw Racey McMath come off the board. I think all of us, I mean, I don't know, I can't speak for Peter, but I think XTB, we hated him. Yeah, absolutely. Like he's a guy that I think he tested well, has the numbers,
No.
But did he not?
No.
No, he didn't.
His. I mean,
don't get
well, let me go back to that. I'll put that up, the pro day stuff, because his I don't remember his athletic numbers being that great. I'll actually put up what I was doing with I'm losing my steam here. What I was doing with my athletic score this year, which was comparing them just against each other in the class. So I gotta find it though. Somebody talk while I'm looking for that.
You're good. Yeah, no, I just remember I don't know, like, again, we'll see what the numbers were. I remember, like, going into, like, the Senior Bowl, I was hearing about him a little bit and, like, not liking what his film was, but apparently he was kind of like that bigger athlete. I know he's, like, kind of that cut-up guy, but maybe not. I mean, I'm curious. I'm still shocked. I'm still unhappy that the fact that my guy, Austin Watkins, is still sliding and still out there. And Seth Williams is still on the board, too, right?
Yeah. Shy Smith.
I think he just got taken
out at the Senior Bowl.
Did he? Okay.
He was like, he's not like the top guy, but he caught my eye with his route running and his speed. Like yeah.
So I don't know if you guys can see this here, but can you see the full board? I'm only looking at the board.
Yeah.
All right. So what I basically did was took what I thought were the most important measurables for the wide receivers, which were 40 vert, broad, and the 10-yard, and took the average of the entire class. Obviously, the red is where I had to assume numbers where they didn't test, and I just gave them the positional average. So Devonta Smith is definitely probably faster than a 4.4, Jalen Waddle as well. But listen, when you don't test, we can't assume. So I gave them the class average. But when you look at Racey McMath, which is what this started with, he was right at average.
Gotcha.
He was right at average, which would have been a 4. So nothing outstanding. I guess he was. I don't know. I don't know why I disliked him so much. I can't recall right this moment, but it was something that made him just be like, yeah, I'm not really that excited about McMath.
Yeah, I feel like he, 1, didn't produce that well, and then 2, just didn't have that great tape.
All right, I got to start updating some of these picks again. Shy
Smith is another interesting one. I mean, I felt like he got more steam than I kind of particularly cared for, but I feel like the 6th round was kind of the idea that I had for him. But like you saying, Shea at the Senior Bowl, I think day 1 he won like every single rep. I don't know if he lost a single one. He was just killing and cooking guys up in the slot and showing a lot more shiftiness than I thought he showed at South Carolina. But he was just another guy that, to me, like, inconsistent hands, I wonder if that made him slide. He'd go up and make spectacular catches and then turn around and like drop a wide open slant kind of guy. Kind of had a few concentration.
All right, Jets are on the board. Here we go. Which cornerback is it going to be?
The fact that a third of your roster is like corners at this point.
I mean, they could really make me proud right now and select Seth Williams.
But
I'd be happy with that.
That'd be a nice pick.
I'd be very happy with that.
Peter, who are your top corners left on the board so we know to prepare Andy with?
Well, it's definitely, you're looking at Thomas Graham Jr. He's a guy who opted out of Oregon. I'm really surprised he went. He hasn't gone as early as his teammate Diamador Lenore.
Yeah.
You're looking at Tay Gowan, another opt-out who seems to be falling for that reason. One of the older guys in the class as well, but definitely someone who you can really play with, a ball hawk. You're moving down a little bit, Israel Mukuamu, another one of those opt-outs. But after that, there's a pretty sizable gap. But for those 3, I think you're looking at a lot of potential still on the board. Obviously, Rodarius Williams just went, which finished out the Giants draft. And I don't know who exactly they've been reading, but they seem to have self-scouted really well. They got their outside corner in Rodarius Williams. Obviously, he's the cousin, or I believe brother, to Greedy Williams. Really fluid. They got their inside cornerback. They've got 2 outside linebackers to play on the edge. And it seems to be a pretty sizable drop-off after those 3, although you could see Brian Mills or even KJ Sales fall a little bit farther down the road.
I'm curious. I know you've done obviously a lot of cornerbacks. Have you done much safeties? I did Ardarius Washington for us. We were talking about him at the beginning, actually at the top of the show, why he was sliding, and obviously we're coming up on the 7th round here pretty soon, and he's still available. I'm curious why you think he slid, if you've watched him.
I haven't watched him specifically, but I think one of the main themes we've been seeing is sort of the role of teammates in this. Obviously, if you're looking at a guy like Trevor Lawrence and ETN, they're both superstars in their own right, so you can see why they're both going high. But other than that, you've seen teams really prioritize one or two members of an offense or a defense. For example, you see Mac Jones, who was surrounded by talent, falls all the way to 15, even though statistically he had the best season. Now, I'm not calling him the best player, don't get me wrong, but statistically he should have been a lot higher. Right. You see Ardarius Washington obviously had, I believe it was Trevon Morig, right across the road. And so you're not really seeing him go as high. Thomas Graham and Diamador Lenore, another really good example. You saw Lenore's going a lot higher than wherever Thomas Graham ends up. But I think teams are really focusing in on one or two of those aspects of their individual units together.
Gotcha. Just too almost holding the supporting cast against them, kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, Racy McMath is another really good example. Obviously, maybe he shouldn't go this high, but it's a 6th-round pick versus his college teammates are going 5th overall.
Now, getting back to the Shi Smith thing, though, lands in Carolina. I believe that was via trade. Yeah, Chicago to Carolina. Nothing against the player, but I was asking this earlier about team construction. Is he just kind of redundant as being kind of the similar player to what they already have there at the receivers?
Well, I think
go ahead.
I think they just have a logjam of receivers in general at this point. I mean, it's not necessarily like a bad strategy, but it is like kind of like, all right, well, at some point, like you said, kind of a little bit overkill. I mean, yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get snaps there because, like you said, he seems to be their type, those shorter, smaller, quicker receivers. But
yeah,
I mean, yeah, it's tough because like I did like him a little bit, but and he's going to go to a situation where I don't know how much PT he's going to get for the first few years.
Well, this pick right here from Cincinnati. While we've been talking of Chris Evans, running back out of Michigan, I'm liking that a lot. I think there's some sneaky value there. Evans is a guy that kind of underperformed, but that Michigan offense left a lot to be desired. Evans was one of the better testers at the position, so he's got the look and the feel of somebody that could outperform where we viewed him as a college prospect entering the pros. So, does anybody have any thoughts on Chris Evans?
Only the actor.
All right. I guess that's a no.
No, I can't say I'm familiar with Chris Evans, unfortunately, on that one.
All right.
Let's see.
Fair enough.
Who else we got lately? Landon Young, an interesting one. I remember him coming out of Kentucky. I feel like a lot of people liked him as like a day 3 offensive lineman. Is he the guy that is? Remember there was one Kentucky offensive lineman that I think they were saying could play like all 5 positions. And if that's so, that's a great pickup in the 6th for New Orleans. Get somebody who can be that 6th offensive lineman, 6th or 7th offensive lineman. But
well, the Jets picked again, stayed on defense, and took Jonathan Marshall, the tackle out of Arkansas. I don't know if I like it or not, but I mean, I like the fact that they're giving Saleh a ton of options to play around with, and I would imagine he's got a hand in some of this recruiting and scouting. So if he's looking at a guy like Jonathan Marshall out of Arkansas, there's something he sees that he likes that he thinks is moldable for his defense. So I'm on board.
Is this their 2nd or is this their 3rd offensive lineman they drafted?
No, there's defensive tackle.
Oh, defensive tackle. My fault.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. And then Bears just traded to the Seahawks. Okay. That was Stone Forsythe.
Yeah, I felt like he's another guy that kind of got some love late. I didn't know much about Stone, but I kept seeing his name popping around. I feel like this is a little bit later than we thought. Anybody know anything on Stone?
No, but what you said is exactly how I would describe it. A name I just kept seeing pop up, especially late.
I mean, maybe Russell Wilson finally gets his offensive line right with just in the 6th round that I'm sure he was looking for.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy.
What brings me up? What do we think of Seattle's new receiving core now with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Dwayne Eskridge, all 3 running like sub 4 sub 4.44. He's in that 4.3 range.
We're talking about Demetric Felton being a name that was like
Yeah.
all over the world, especially Senior Bowl week, and then we haven't really heard much since. Dwayne Eskridge is exactly in that same category as this was going to be a third rounder, a day 2 guy at worst. And now here we are, mid back end of the 6th. No, I'm sorry, he went a little earlier than that. When did he actually get drafted?
Eskridge went in the 2nd.
Did he go in the 2nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
They took him a little early.
So, all right, my apologies then for the capital, but the application of what I was saying still is there. That this was a name that had a lot of buzz and it just kind of fizzled. Apparently, was still highly regarded, but we didn't hear much about over the last couple weeks when you would expect to hear a lot more buzz about guys like that.
Yeah,
I like it for him.
Yeah, he stole the show on the first day in Mobile. He was like another guy like up with Shai Smith that was just killing everybody in the one-on-ones. And then you're absolutely right. Like after that, it was just kind of like radio silence from him. I don't know if it's the small school factor, and but you'd think after going up against the big boys and down in Mobile and dominating, he'd get a little bit more love. But ended up going in the 2nd, so I guess can't complain too much, right?
No.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, especially with Seattle. They seem to be making their entire draft out of exceptions. You're looking at Dwayne Eskridge, who's 5'9". You're looking at Trey Brown, who's 5'9". Stone Forsythe, who's 6'8". And so especially if you're not taking picks like this, you can't build a roster out of exceptions. At some point, it's going to fall apart. And so it seems to be a little bit of a luxury draft here when I'm not sure if they really have that luxury to be able to keep Russell Wilson as happy as they need to, and whether the 6th-round offensive tackle is going to be enough for that.
Yeah, is that the first lineman they've taken?
They only have 3 picks, so that is their entire draft.
That's their entire draft. And they only signed Gabe Jackson in the offseason. So
I believe so.
Yeah, I don't think they brought anybody else in of note. So if he, I feel like if the rumors were true that Russell was that unhappy about his offensive line play, like he can't, no, they've done nothing to make that better.
Yeah. If I were them, I would have flip-flopped, and with the Dwayne Eskridge pick, probably would have taken an offensive lineman in round 2. And then the receiving class we all know is deep this year, so why not find somebody on day 3? Because everybody's finds studs on day 3 at the wide receiver or pass catcher position. So I would have flip-flopped if I was in that position, especially knowing your star quarterback is unhappy.
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm not there, so not my call.
Seattle. I mean, it's. I feel like it's every year with Seattle. Like there's some sort of questionable drafting decisions, but somehow they still manage to be playoff relevant. So
yeah, but would you agree though that at least Seattle seems to be paying more attention to pleasing Russ Wilson than Green Bay is to pleasing Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I mean, definitely. I mean,
yes.
I mean, to put it this way, to have the story that dropped on Thursday that he's that unhappy and that he's that he wants to retire, and then to draft a corner in the first round and to reach for a corner a little bit too, that's like 2 first-round FUs to Aaron Rodgers in back-to-back years. I mean,
it's funny. It's funny you said FU because I think that the quote of the week so far that I saw was, "Green Bay is literally running out of middle fingers to give Aaron Rodgers."
yeah. It's. I mean, I was shocked. Like I thought at least I'm like, all right, Green Bay. They had heading into this draft. I'm like, all right, Green Bay. They screwed up last year. They knew they screwed up with the Jordan Love pick. Then they took the running back A.J. Dillon in the 2nd round. And all of a sudden, so I went into this draft thinking, there's no way they're going to do this again, right? They're going to just give their guy. He balled out for you, won the MVP. You've been a game away from the Super Bowl every year, and they still don't give him any help. At some point, Aaron Rodgers, you have to be pissed. Jeopardy seems a lot better right now.
Yeah.
Granted, Rodgers did kind of drop that bomb 4 hours before the draft, so they probably already had a plan in place. And with 4 hours to go before everybody's on the clock, I don't feel like 4 hours is enough time to reconsider your entire draft plan. But going into the draft, knowing you already screwed Aaron Rodgers over, probably should have had a better plan to begin with. But here we are.
I can't remember their draft off their top of their head. Have they taken any receivers? Or
Amari Rodgers.
They took a Amari Rodgers? Okay, so that's a good one. I like that one. I actually like that a lot. I feel like he can be kind of like that Randall Cobb type of guy.
I was going to ask you guys if you wanted to play a game real quick, but in doing that, I saw that Arizona selected Victor Dimukuje from the edge from Duke, and I'm probably saying his last name wrong, but this to me is a great value pick this late in the draft. This is another guy with the name that's been kind of there. Anybody have a take on him?
I didn't do him.
I don't.
All right, that's fine. So let's go to the game then. The game I was gonna play is something I compile every year. Is what average gets drafted at each position. So as you can see here, wide receivers average 31.9 drafted per year. So last year was 35. That's a high. 2019 was 28. That's a low. But the average is 32. And so far, 28 have been taken in 2021's draft. So that leaves approximately. So of the most notable wide receivers that are still, who are the that we think are going to get taken?
Who are the? Sorry, you cut in and out there. What did you say, Dan?
I said, who are the 4 that you think will still be taken?
Well, Felton just went.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're down to 3.
I think they had Felton listed as a running back. I'm not sure if.
All right.
There's one wide receiver.
We're still at 4, but you got guys like Seth Williams, Sage Surratt, Josh Imitatori, yeah,
That guy.
right, Austin Watkins. You still got Tamorian Terry. You still got Tim Jones, Rico Buse, Tyler Vaughns, Jonathan Adams. You still got Warren Jackson. You still got Isaiah McCoy.
Yeah. I'm still going to pound the table for my 2 guys, man. The Williams and Watkins, my WWs. I mean,
we're gonna see some popular and prominent names, as UDFA's. I mean, we see it every year, but I'm just surprised. Like I said, the 2 guys that jump out the most are Sage Surratt and Seth Williams, obviously.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, I feel like this year, I don't know. I feel like we're having more wide receivers that ended up getting drafted that we just kind of like didn't expect. Like, I don't know. I felt like, again, going back on Racing McMath, I did not think that guy was going to go anywhere past the 7th round. And I feel like we're getting a lot of surprises this year than I was expecting.
I think especially with us having a smaller class this year, as well as such a deep wide receiver class, you're going to see more wide receivers and cornerbacks go than normal. Especially if you're looking at offensive linemen, there's only so many 6'8" guys in the draft every year. So with such a overall smaller class, because guys are returning for their extra year eligibility because of their missed college season or for whatever reason, there's not going to be as many of those big boys that you can really take as a 6th or 7th round flyer. So you can see a guy like Michael Strachan out of Charleston in West Virginia, who's, I believe, along the lines of 6'5", 240. He can go late. But I think it's a lot easier to take flyers on wide receivers, and so you can be a lot more later.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true. Take more of the athletic upside and work with them, especially at this stage, than the more polished products. All right, Shay, what route do you want to see the Buffalo back-to-back picks here?
Yeah.
What route do you want to see him go here?
I want to get a running back. That'd be great. And I would love to keep JP
keep him at home.
But I believe we do still have a 7th round pick, so we could still find him there. But yeah, I would love. Our running game was atrocious last year, so I would love to just get another body, just because why not? But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I feel like with Buffalo, I mean, obviously I haven't paid attention too much. Ooh, I like this. Damar Hamlin.
Oh, okay.
That's a good pickup. I like that value right here.
Yes. I did him, actually.
Nice. What are your thoughts?
He actually committed a lot of penalties, I believe in 19. Yeah. So when I did his eval, it was towards the beginning of when we were writing reports. So in 2019, he had a lot of PI penalties. I think in one game he had 3 in the red zone. So he needs to cut down on that and not be so early for the receiver. But I believe he was very versatile. I believe he played as the single high last defender and then also in the box. He didn't blitz often when he was at Pitt, but they played quarters, which is odd for us to pick because we play a lot of man. So, I mean, I guess he could be. So he's going to sit behind Poyer and Hyde because those are our guys, so we can learn from them. But he's definitely going to be a core special teams guy.
How about you, Peter? You have any thoughts on Hamlin?
He sort of strikes a lot like Jalen Twyman of me. Obviously, he didn't have that sort of upside, and I haven't watched him personally, but just coming out after a year off, not putting up great combine numbers, and specifically he ran a 4.6, I believe, which for his size is just not sort of what you're looking for. But I think as a developmental guy who showed on tape in the past, you can be able to pick something out of that in the 6th round. Although I believe if you are looking at running back here, I'd throw the name Khalil Herbert out there. And he's definitely a late-round guy you make something out of.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he's still around here. I mean, I know he wasn't going to be drafted high or anything, but 6th round, I thought Khalil Herbert would definitely be off the board at this point.
Unless I missed it, is Kyler Hill still not taken?
Kai Hill?
Yeah.
I don't
think he's still out there.
Yeah. So again, we were talking about people opting out. He opted out after playing in just 3 games this year, and he also, with all the political stuff as well that we talked about, he was very outspoken, and I don't know if that. I don't personally believe that knocked him, but maybe teams think that it did, and they don't like how outspoken he was.
Well, if I remember correctly, he had like a falling out a little bit with Mike Leach, right? That was part of the reason why he opted out. So I think that's tough too.
Because he wanted the flag of Mississippi changed, the state flag changed, and Mike Leach said something, I think in support of Trump or something like that, something along those lines, or something. Black Lives Matter, I don't know.
You know who else is still out there and fits that need? Jared Patterson is still on the board.
Yeah, I know.
Khalil Herbert, I like Khalil Herbert a lot, but I mean, could there be a better fit to keep Patterson in Buffalo?
No, because his brother's still playing at UB, so he can just walk down the street. And I would be ecstatic if he stayed.
That would be just a good family story, I think.
Yeah, I would love it.
I personally wanted to see them take Gainwell. I thought he was perfect. I don't think the Bills are designed to be a run team. I think their line is much more suited for pass blocking. And you know, I loved Motor. I love Singletary coming out. I still love him. I wasn't the biggest Zach Moss fan, but I definitely appreciate him. But those two guys are kind of redundant, you know, for what they need. And Gainwell to me would have been the perfect blend. So even Patterson, like I just see him as what they already have. So the story might be great, but I don't think it's a great fit for what they need. Even a guy like Puka Williams, like I'll be as undecisive as he might be. They really need more of a dynamic receiving threat out of the backfield than anything. So it'll be interesting to see where they go here. Or is it the pick in already?
Yeah, it's right now. Rashad Wildgoose of Wisconsin.
We added him. He was a late add to the guide as well.
I know Owen loves him because he's a big Wisconsin guy, but
yes.
That is a great name, especially for someone from Wisconsin.
Yes.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I wrote him up. Sorry, go ahead.
No, whatever. Go ahead. You did all the corners.
Yeah, I wrote Wild Goose up. I see him more as a free safety, to be honest, which is a little bit out there for a guy who's 5'11", 197. But he's faster than quick, in my opinion. So he ran a 4.51, which isn't fantastic, but he's just very stiff. He's not able to turn really quickly. And so taking, in my opinion, 2 safeties back-to-back doesn't really seem like the best move. I think he's got developmental size. You can use him around some different spots. And so obviously with that defensive staff, they'd love to be able to move him around a little bit. But it's just the stiffness. You can't really play him at the line of scrimmage. Really, it's just got to get into a stretching routine that works better for him.
Yeah.
Where are we going with this?
All right, Green Bay going to get Aaron Rodgers some help.
No.
Seth Williams.
Wow. Still, have they take who? Oh yeah, that's right. We already went over this. Amari Rodgers. That's right.
Yeah.
Van Leiden.
If I can take an unpopular opinion, I think Rodgers has plenty of help. He has one of the best offensive minds as a head coach. He's got one of the top wide receivers. He's got a top paid running back. He's got some really high level pieces on the offensive line, starting of course with Bakhtiari. But now they're adding 3-4 wide receivers, so they may not have that top end number 2 guy. But what other quarterback in the league outside of Mahomes and maybe Brady has more weapons than Rodgers does? Like, they didn't lose the NFC Championship game because they couldn't score enough. They lost because they couldn't stop the Bucs from doing anything.
Yeah. I saw a tweet that I don't know who it was, and they said, "Why are you picking a defender in the first round of the draft for the Packers?" And somebody quoted it and said, "There's more than one round of the draft." Yes, I get there's more than one round of the draft, but in the last however many years, how many pass catchers or skill players have you taken in the first round for your team? That was my whole point. Like, I get you can find diamonds in the rough on day 3. George Kittle was 5. Stephon Diggs was round 4. Like, you can find solid players on day 3. It's just the point is you passed on Jefferson last year when you were in a position to take him, but you did not. And that is why, and you traded up to get the quarterback. And that is why Aaron Rodgers is so mad. Like, if you're in a position to take pass catchers who help your quarterback, whether he needs the help or not, I just feel like if you're in a position to take a star guy to be Devontae Adams is number 2, then you should do it. But here we are.
He is a Wisconsin guy, though.
Yeah.
So
not going very far.
Local.
I mean, especially for the Packers, even though you traded up and took a guy who never saw the field in his first season, they had the top scoring offense in the league. They scored the most points. They had the fewest turnovers. They had the 5th most yards. And the problem wasn't that they couldn't put up 26 points in the championship game. The problem is that they were giving up 31, 18, 16.
Yeah.
And they gave up 38 the first time they played the Buccaneers in the regular season. I mean, at some point, you've got to be able to stop them.
Yeah.
The way the Patriots have had success was always defensively. Belichick would just take over and make it easy for Brady. And although Brady was dominating in his own right.
Yeah. He may be the best quarterback of all time, but like defense wins championship.
All right, guys, I got to take off. I got to run, but appreciate you all for having me on, setting this up. Thank you, Andy. Have a blast.
No problem.
Got to go run and do some errands around the house, but if this draft's still going on when I'm done, I'll hop back on.
All right. Well, I might. If I start losing people here, I'm probably gonna crap out myself. But
Sounds good, man.
I'll keep going as long. We're in hour 5 here.
Running on it.
Yeah.
All right, fellas.
All right. Thanks,
See you
Matt.
guys.
Bye, Matt.
All right. So, you guys want to grade a couple more teams here? I can sort some of these by teams. Give me some direction. What do you guys want? Open floor.
Yeah, we can go and grade some teams.
What route should we go? What's a team we haven't done yet that we should probably take a look at?
I wish Tim was still here. We could go over the Cowboys and how bad they have been.
We can still do Dallas. Let's do Dallas. I thought Dallas actually had a pretty good draft so far.
Tim has been blowing up Twitter, freaking out.
Let me remind myself of it before I commit to that.
I think Dallas, at least in my opinion, they did really well the first few picks.
Yeah, the first couple picks. All right.
First 4 out of 5, but then I have no idea what they're doing.
Golston. Yeah.
Okay.
I do like Carson's pick.
Is this crazy? They had this many picks? Did I miss something here?
They had 3 picks in the 3rd round, a pair in the 4th round, a pair in the 6th round. So you're not crazy.
All right, so these picks.
You have just Cox in there twice.
Okay, that could be it. All right, so Cox is in here twice for whatever reason. He's out now. All right, so that seems right. They still have 2 more coming up. Does that seem right?
Parsons, Joseph, Odigizua, Golston, Wright, Cox, Ball, Fahoko, Bahana.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so yeah, I mean, Jabril Cox in the 4th is great value. But as we mentioned it before, we were wrong when that pick came in, just saying that was like overkill for what they already have, especially going Micah Parsons. But I mean, if you can make something just in elite positional group, aren't you better off doing that than trying to strike it rich somewhere else?
Yeah, I definitely think it is overkill because they got Parsons in round 1 and they have Van Der Esch still, but with the loss of Sean Lee, Van Der Esch now basically becomes Sean Lee, and now you got to fill him somewhere.
All right. I think my biggest like here though is the Simi Fahoko pick. I mean, that's just an opportunity to strike it rich, kind of like they did with Gallup. Considering what they have there already, like he's probably not going to see the field that much. Cedric Wilson's still involved there, right? So that's a nice receiving core. But Fahoko is kind of like, he's a sneaky good talent. Bigger bodied wide receiver. I mean, if he turns out to be like Arcega Whiteside, okay, no harm, no foul. This is where we took him. We're not relying on him. If he turns out to be the real deal, though, like now all of a sudden you can sit here and say, hey, guess what, Amari, we're going to trade your contract. Or, Gallup, we can let you walk, or however you want to play it. But I like that take.
Yeah, I think especially with them coming in after last year, it really exposed a lot of their weaknesses on the defensive side of the ball. So obviously, they brought in Dan Quinn, and it feels like they promised him that, hey, we're going to do as much as we can. We may not have the salary cap space, but we're going to throw you as many defensive picks as possible, and then just went down the board. Obviously, they would have loved a corner with their first pick, but after seeing 2 of them go right in front, you can't really do a ton about that. I don't hate them for not reaching for Farley because he might not even see the field for a while. Kelvin Joseph, at least for me, was my 4th corner. So getting him in the 2nd round, even though there's some character issues there, seems to be a really nice steal. But other than that, just jumping around, I don't hate them taking a pair of inside linebackers. It could be more of a Kirk Cousins kind of situation where you've got your star, but hey, for whatever reason, it may not work out. Obviously, we can sit here and say, well, he's the better player all we want, but for whatever reason, guys don't pan out every year. And so sort of covering your ass a little bit there seems to be pretty helpful. I don't hate it with this many picks.
All right.
Andy, your Herbert went to the Bears.
Where did he go?
Khalil Herbert went to the Bears.
I don't know how I feel about that because that's kind of, to me, again, like
you have Cohen.
He's not a Cohen type. He's more of a Montgomery type.
Yeah.
So I like that for depth, but I don't think it provides him immediate value.
Yeah.
But if Montgomery gets hurt, though, he's a nice fill-in. I could see why they went that direction. He kind of adds to that. There are a couple big home run hitters, at the running back position still on the board here. Jamar Jefferson being probably the biggest one. He reminds me of Ronald Jones a lot. Just boom or bust kind of, but I think with better vision. And then Stevie Scott out of Indiana, another big big-bodied guy that had a phenomenal first couple seasons in Indiana and then just kind of tailed off and people have forgotten about him. I think he's somebody that could rebound and remind people like this was one of the top freshmen in the country a couple years ago. So I'm curious to see if and where they go, if they get picked at all.
Sam Ellinger has been drafted by the Colts.
Fullback question mark? That's interesting. Because I don't see him. I don't really. I guess he's kind of like Wentz in a sense, but not as good of a passer. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I personally did not think he was going to get drafted. He's just an athletic individual.
I think he's got some pedigree there too, though. Obviously, he led a lot of comebacks at Texas, and though they didn't reach the heights of some of these other teams, they did well running the offense through him. I think behind Carson Wentz, it's a really nice spot for him to step in and just learn for a year or two, and really be able to run the same offense that the first team is running. Like, that's one of my main problems with the Mac Jones pick to New England, is you're going to have Cam Newton on the field running one offense and then Mac Jones on the practice squad running a different offense.
Yeah.
So how are you going to be able to transition these guys and these skills as quickly as you want? But Sam Ellinger fits right into what the Colts are trying to do.
That's why I thought with the Pats, when Fields wasn't taken yet, I honestly thought they were going to go up and get him. Because if they were in the process, if McDaniels really likes the offense that he's running with Cam Newton, granted he hasn't done it because he's had Tom Brady for 20 years, but if he does like the offense where it's RPO type, you give QB options and you give the quarterback out in space, then Justin Fields would have been that guy to get because his athleticism before 440 for a quarterback, and he can also launch the ball down the field. Like, you had the best of both worlds if you go up and get Justin Fields, but also Pats aren't known for trading up and giving away picks. They're not even known for taking a quarterback in the first round. So, great discipline by them to just sit and wait for their guy to come to them.
Quincy Roche goes late to Pittsburgh, another edge out of Miami. Kind of an underperformer, tailed off a little from what expectations were. But is this a good value for Pittsburgh to just have another weapon to pair to? I mean, they have a pretty solid defense across the board. So is this just a nice depth fit, or do you not expect much out of Roche going forward?
I think it's great. It's good to have depth no matter what. I just don't know because their Steelers seem to be so young up front that it's just, when is he going to play? Like, if somebody gets hurt, I guess. But, like, other than that, I don't really see him playing in the next year or two.
Oh, my guy goes, Sam Ellinger. And this is a beautiful, beautiful spot for him landing in Indianapolis because, obviously Wentz is the guy, but, he doesn't have a great track record of staying healthy for a full season. So Ellinger could see the field, and I think he's somebody that people have slept on a little bit too much. Athletically, he's one of the tops at that position, and production-wise, you can say what you want about the Big 12 and their defenses, but he performed. I know there'll be a lot of Texas fans that'll tell you, he had a lot of inopportune picks that he threw, but still, I could say the same thing about Zach Wilson, and he went second overall. So I'm happy. I'd be happy with Ellinger. I'm a fan of his. I think he's been a little overlooked. Going back to that glamour position of QB, do either of you have any thoughts on Ellinger? Is he somebody you kind of overlooked or kind of wrote off in this whole scouting process?
I kind of, in my what do we need to know, I asked if you would consider a position change. So.
Oh, come on. Really? To what position?
I think I don't know if I specified, but I was thinking like fullback or tight end.
Oh, gosh. Well, that speaks, though, athletically to what I think,
Definitely, because he's athletic.
Yeah, all right. Fine.
But I also, so when I was with SIS, I did Shea Patterson. And I was like, no, first of all, he's a horrendous quarterback, but he's a great athlete. Go get him out in space, have him run. Bye. But he's not a good quarterback.
Oh man.
Give me
How about
all
you,
the
Peter?
quarterbacks. I'll watch all this film on bad quarterbacks, and I'll find something good about them.
How about you, Peter? Are you Ellinger hater or lover? Seth Williams goes to Denver. This is insanity. Where does he play?
And we can get to Williams in a second, but in terms of Ellinger, honestly, I got to disagree. I haven't followed up on all his 2020 tape, but he was on my list of guys to look at just from 2019 tape in the offseason. I really liked what he was doing.
Thank you.
I think he's a guy who can come in, lead an offense. He's making pre-snap reads of the defense. He's anticipating in terms of his throws, but making those full field reads with plus arm strength. You've got some accuracy issues, obviously. There's some decision-making issues. But this is a 6th-round quarterback and way better than the other guys you're looking at here. Honestly, I would take him over Kyle Trask, who just got bailed out by Kyle Pitts constantly, every other throw, Kadarius Toney, every other throw. I think he's a great developmental quarterback, and maybe he doesn't turn out. But throwing him in Indianapolis, where they've been producing quarterbacks for the past 15 years.
I love it. I'm with you there. I agree. I think he's I think he became
Isaiah McDuffie. Yes.
Okay. I'm not a fan.
Packers.
All right, give us a McDuffie take. What do you like? What are you so excited about Isaiah
First of all,
McDuffie?
he is from Buffalo, New York. He went to St. Joe's, I believe, St. Joe's High School. But he is from Buffalo, New York. His brother plays at UB. He's behind Kevin Marks. So his brother has not gotten reps yet, but he is smooth dropping back into coverage as a coverage linebacker. He does tend to lock his eyes on the quarterback quite often and lose track of everybody. But his feet and his footwork when he drops back, quick, smooth, doesn't trip over his own feet. I believe he said he doesn't have many pass rush repertoire moves. Like, he's not special. I don't think he's that bendy. But where is he? He's not even in here. I don't even know where he is.
All right.
I'm trying to pull him up, but
What's his upside?
I like his athleticism. I think he moves well for his size. His downside would be he doesn't really produce much. Like behind the line of scrimmage, he doesn't get there. So I like his athleticism is probably the upside to him. But I like how big he is and how big he is for what his athleticism is. It just I like linebackers that are athletic.
Good.
Athletically, I have to agree with you. Like, there's a lot to like there in terms of athletically, but I just don't understand at all what's going on in his head. He's running the wrong direction on plays. He doesn't have really any idea what's going on. I don't know how you can put him on the field. Like, yeah, he can drop nice. He's got nice footwork, but he doesn't. He doesn't have production because he doesn't see where the ball is going. In terms of getting locked in, I saw that a ton. Honestly, I prefer his teammate, BC captain Max Richardson, who doesn't have that athletic profile, but really, really smart team leader, guy you can throw on to set up your defense.
All right, I'm sharing this now because you just made me think of this. Talking about Trey McKitty, I don't think you can compare as far as not knowing where you're going as much as you can this. So.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
So yeah, I mean, it depends on how far you want to set that bar of not knowing where he is on the field. This being the lowest point.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Sage Surratt is still out there, and it breaks my soul to say that.
That's crazy.
where are we going with this? I'm trying to get some guests on here to give us all a little bit of a break, but everybody's either already involved in another stream or
Well, they don't want to talk to us.
Or they don't want to talk. Daz Newsom just goes. My dog is gonna go crazy because my wife is coming home. Daz Newsom goes. I thought he won a while ago. I'm happy to see he's finally off the board.
It really feels like we've hit that point where we're taking all the big names off the board, getting those priority free agents sort of locked in, where teams don't really feel there's much talent past this point.
People think they think of a quarterback, but did your mom just get into mullet?
You're muted.
I tried it out, and my parents always wanted me to try stuff.
I know I'm muting on purpose because my dog's going crazy because my mother-in-law's here and my wife is coming home, so I'm muting again.
All right.
It's kind of like you've done the show, and I just didn't really ever want to do that long term, but it was good that I tried it and realized that I didn't necessarily want to do that, but I have that in my belt. Even for stuff like this, you're just more comfortable being on the camera or things like that.
All right, I'm going to ask you guys this question then. So we just saw Daz Newsom go 221st overall, and we saw Diami Brown go later than maybe you would have expected. Javonte Williams, maybe not. Michael Carter, certainly. Those are 3 out of 4 big-time offensive weapons out of this Tar Heel offense. Is this basically GM saying, yeah, we don't trust Mac Brown players, and their college careers were fantastic, but, yeah, we've been there, done that? I mean, what's going on here? Why are these guys slipping so much out of North Carolina, considering how dynamic this offense seemed to have been?
I don't know. I would say on one hand, maybe people think it's more Howell than his weapons. But I haven't watched enough, or I don't even think I've watched any North Carolina tape, honestly, but I did hear that people are more intrigued by Sam Howell than they are his weapons that he has had. So could be that.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've heard a lot of people that just knock Sam Howell and don't think he's like the real deal. So I love that because I'm a believer. Right now, he's my QB1, and that's over Spencer Rattler. Rattler's fine, but I like the grittiness Howell plays with. He just has that, like, he just looks like the more rugged, get down and dirty type than Rattler at this point, where Rattler's a little bit, to me, more finesse. You want to talk quarterbacks for next year? You guys got a favorite yet? Have you started? Have you dug in yet?
No, not yet.
All right. That's fine.
But I don't know about Rattler. I watched like a game of his or a couple of clips of his from this past year, and I don't really. From the games I watched, I didn't see anything special, but I also don't remember what games I watched. And so.
Well, we're speaking of corners, and I want to ask Peter if you have something on Tay Gowan, because he was a late riser for me, specifically as like a nickel corner, which is huge in today's game. So out of Central Florida, you got anything on Tay Gowan?
Yeah, I didn't personally see the nickel corner, but I think with you saying that, it's absolutely somewhere he could fit. I think he's a ball hawk, but he's really, really good at the line of scrimmage, really making those quick reactions, mirroring. I don't think he's got a ton of twitch, but he's really smart. He's got that potential to improve on that even farther. I think sort of the issue is, even though he's over 6 foot, he doesn't really play up to that size as much. But I think he's got a lot of potential. I'm surprised he lasted this long. He had ball production unparalleled in this class, and I thought he had the best ball skills out of anyone.
Yeah, I agree. This is phenomenal value for a need position in today's game to land a guy like Tay Gowan, to just have added depth and potential and versatility there.
And especially because they were looking at corners early as round 1. I know there's a lot of talk for them going Caleb Farley, which they decided not to, or even J.C. Horn, who was gone by that point. But I honestly, I think this is a far better pick, both in terms of value, but even year one production over Marco Wilson.
Wow. I mean, if you get something out of either of them, let alone both, it's definitely a win and an upgrade from where they are now. All right, we got how many picks left here in the sixth? We got 5 left here in the sixth. So why don't we do this? Why don't we say this? We'll close out the 6th round, and then we'll call it a day.
Sounds good.
And we can maybe reconvene later or tomorrow and do a recap after all 7 are in.
We could even do one on undrafted free agents.
That too. That could be its own separate 6-hour marathon show.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So what are we looking for here if you're Washington?
Philly's still on the clock.
Philly's okay. The pick is in for Philly. The pick is in for Philly. I don't know what it is yet, but the pick is in, it says. And then Washington's on the clock. So either one, Philly or Washington. What are you looking for here? You could go in pretty much any direction.
Let's see. I don't know too much about either one of them, really.
I would love to see either of these two teams take Briley Moore.
Okay.
And a high upside tight end. I mean, if Philly's actually going to trade Ertz like is rumored to be, now you got Moore to replace that. You got Goddard as your lead. You're kind of right back in that same position you were a couple years ago when they took Goddard as a potential, replacement for Ertz, and now that's kind of where they are. And Moore could be that guy, like I was mentioning, earlier. He tested through the roof. He's probably the most athletic tight end. He's probably a tight end too. Him and Tremble are probably tied for that honor after Pitts in this class. So that's the kind of upside you're getting with Moore. And he's just a lesser known name because he was at Northern Iowa for most of his career until he had this weird 2020 at Kansas State. So he's another sleeper pick that I would love to see. I mean, if I'm being selfish, hopefully he's still around for the Jets' next pick, unless they decide they need another cornerback. But
tight end's absolutely a position of need for them. I'm really confused why they haven't taken a developmental quarterback in this draft.
Philly,
there's been the opportunities. They've had data skills fell farther than most people seem to expect in the lead up to the draft.
There we go.
Well, you got Felipe Franks left on the board.
Well, they go with Jacoby Stevens, safety, LSU.
Is Jamie Newman still on the board?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be surprised if he gets drafted, but yes.
Yeah.
That's.
I know Sal's big on him.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, how could you lose by taking a Jamie Newman?
Yeah.
You can't. All right, so you have 4 left here. Let me give a quick best available. Position. Sort by that. All right. Yeah, so Jamie Newman is definitely still on the board there.
You're talking best available. I'd have to throw DJ Daniel in there as well. Cornerback out of Georgia. He had no talk being stuck behind Campbell and Stokes. But honestly, I put him not quite up to their level, but I had him as my 11th ranked corner in the entire draft, which is well above where most other people had him ranked. But he's really, really long. He's got a lot of potential there, but just not super athletic. And
Another one from he's from Wisconsin, Eric Burrell. He was at TGS. I did one on him. I did a report on him. Oh boy. Said he's intelligent, who's serviceable and mid-level impact. Projects to be used as a box safety that favors playing in man. He had good tackling and good man coverage and decent instincts, but pretty good ball skills, but impact at every level was poor. Didn't have sideline to sideline range. Not very good in zone, and he didn't have very good pursuit angles or pursuit in general. But he was at CGS, and I actually left before the big name guys at CGS practice, so I didn't get to physically see them practice. So I didn't even see Sean Byer is somebody who I guess he played very well and he ran very well in practice drills. Missed that, but I'm interested to see if he goes, if at all, and then if he goes undrafted, where he gets picked up by.
Well, we're grinding down to the end here for our coverage, at least. Washington's pick is in. Kansas City's on the clock. We were talking, before as we finish wrapping this up. Let's just throw out a couple more names of guys that we're surprised to see as still on the board. Did you expect? I know you in your heart you want to say yes, but did you expect Jared Patterson was going to get drafted, or did you kind of think there was a shot he wouldn't? Are you surprised to see him still available at this point?
In my heart, no, I'm not. If anything, I was hoping and praying 6th and 7th round and leaning towards more 7, just because of the level of competition he played at the MAC, and UB has ran all over the MAC for the last 2 years, so it's so not really. I'm not that surprised, and I can see him going undrafted. But with his production the last season and a half, I don't know how as an evaluator you can ignore that. Like, yes, the tape doesn't lie, but stats do come into play in some aspects. Like when I write reports, I always write down those stats. Like, that's the first thing I do: height, weight, stats, hometown, whatever, and on the accolades, and then I go to the film because I need to compare the film to their stats. So maybe scouts are comparing his stats to the fact that he played at a lower level and racked up all those stats, but I truly wouldn't be surprised if he went undrafted.
Is there a ideal landing spot you would see as a UDFA?
Well,
or does it not matter? Just get an opportunity.
Yeah, just give him an opportunity. Even if he just gets a camp invite where he can work his butt off and prove to teams that he can play with higher levels of competition. I would love wear sales, Cameron Cheeseman. Yeah, I would love to see him just get a shot, especially with his story. He is small, so just give the kid a chance.
Right. And Peter, how about you? Any name you're just shocked to see still out there?
To be honest, Trey Smith. This is a guy who we identified as someone who could be off the board at the end of round 1, early round 2. I know there's lots of talk about his past heart issues, but I don't think that's the reason he's falling. Unless they found something new along those lines, it's got to be a character issue that the public doesn't know about. It's got to be some off-the-field impact because his play clearly doesn't have him going below the 6th round.
Yeah, right. And at this point, you're basically in UDFA territory now. So, what's to lose if you take a guy that was graded, that had a first-round grade, by and large on everybody's board, to get that in the 6th round? It's just pure upside. Like, most of those guys are not going to be available at this time. And so if it is a character concern and you bring him in and he's, Tennessee, what Tennessee just dealt with recently, name's going to escape me now 6 hours into this, but the lineman who they released and then Miami picked up and released.
Isaiah Wilson.
Yes, exactly. Okay. If it's as bad as Isaiah Wilson, what are you losing in the 6th round? Nothing. 7th round, nothing. And if it's not that bad, or if it's a medical issue, fine, same issue. But if it's not that bad and this guy puts it together, you got a first-round talent that you just stole, Speaking of the guard position, I mean, this kind of reminds me, and obviously he got drafted. It didn't slip this far, but like a few years back, if you remember, Gabe Jackson was just dropping for Oakland, and people are like, why is he falling? They get a tremendous value, and then sure enough, here's a potential borderline All-Pro guard that they basically stole for much later than he should have ideally been drafted. But Trey Smith, all right, give me somebody that outside of Trey Smith, because that's kind of the obvious one right now. You got another guy that's kind of just like, this guy should definitely have been gone by now.
Outside of Trey Smith, I mean, I can see a little bit why Dylan Moses is still on the board. Obviously, he's was really a stud in 2019, but he didn't really pull it back together for 2020. Hamilcar Rashed is another guy who just didn't perform as well in 2020, who honestly could have done better from opting out. I am really surprised Israel Mukawamu out of South Carolina is still on the board. Obviously, he's a project of position, but he's 6'4". You can't buy that size. Take a shot on him. Why is he falling to the 7th round when we're taking some of these lesser regarded corners earlier before that?
Right. Agreed. All right. Well, listen, we're coming to the end here. The Cowboys are on the clock with the second to last. Peter, please tell everybody again what you do, where they can find you, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on. First of all, it's really been a great time getting to talk to some of these guys with you. I work over at the 33rd team, and so absolutely check us out online or on Twitter. We've got our website, the33rdteam.com. We've got a really nice newsletter coming out there as well. Personally, we've been working on a lot of the cornerbacks. So we've got the top 55 guys this cycle. But then I worked over with the Charlotte Thunder of the AAL as well, putting their roster together. So it's been a good time. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a pleasure, and hopefully we can get you back to do some other, recap stuff, and going forward with, just the ins and outs of the recruiting world, if you will. So definitely give Peter a follow at Peter Engler. It's all up there right now. So yeah, thank you, and appreciate you sticking it out this long too. It's been a journey.
Speaking of Trey Smith, he just went to the Chiefs.
Oh, wow. Oh, my Lord. Is that insane or what? This is like exactly what they needed, too. This just makes Orlando Brown have to play at an all-pro level if he really wants the contract he wants. I know one's a tackle, one's a guard, fine, but really at this level, you're kind of in the same boat, whether you're a guard or left tackle, right tackle, whatever, right? You just want good hogs up front blocking, especially for the Chiefs. So that's pretty insane for Trey Smith to go there. And that, you know what? That's what a good franchise does. Says, all right, listen, this is somebody that we can steal. All right, Shay, go ahead and do your sign-off. Tell everybody where they can find your work. Obviously with XTB, but what else do you do?
Yeah, so I am one of the scouts for the XTB scouting department. Twitter handle is right there. Shayana Renchowski is the name on Twitter. Go by Shay. Not only do I scout for XTB, but I also am volunteering remotely for both UB, University of Buffalo, and Temple University. It adds to my resume. I've been doing great work with the scouting coordinator and the director of player personnel for those programs, and I'm loving every second of it. Not only do I get a chance to evaluate collegiate level talent with XTB and those guys, but I am also on my own learning the recruiting aspects of what it takes to recruit kids from high school, and I honestly did not think I would enjoy it as much as I do. So career-wise, I am open to not only being an NFL scout is what I want to do, but I am also open to being a director of recruiting operations or director of scouting or what have you at a collegiate level program. So I'm just keeping my options open and doing as much as I can. But give me a follow right down there. RENCZKS is my Twitter handle. And you'll see football, sometimes basketball, soccer, softball, you name it. Sports is my passion, and you're gonna see a bunch of takes from different kinds of sports.
Awesome. Well, appreciate you sticking it out as well. While you were wrapping that up, you were letting us know that one of the guys we had is still one of the notables still available. Israel Mukawamu goes to Dallas at 227. So Chicago is the only team left for our portion of this. We're going to sign off after this. The pick is in. This is the final pick, 228 of the 6th round. Is Thomas Graham still on the board? Is that? Am I reading that right?
Yes, sir. Thomas Graham Jr. out of Oregon.
Oh man, that's how does he fallen so far as well?
He was an opt-out, but other than that, he doesn't have a ton of holes in his game. Specifically, he was my highest cornerback left on the board, so they're getting really good value here.
Yeah, this is teams really like. Would you call it punishing players that opted out? I mean, can we chalk it up to anything more than that?
I think you've definitely seen that after the top guys, where sort of the talent is up there. I think what the teams are looking at is other teams in the league might not value them as highly, so they're waiting on them as well, and so it's sort of creating one of those positive feedback
and
these guys falling. I think the other issue with Thomas Graham is just he doesn't have great tackle technique. He's a little bit smaller, but you put him in zone, he can do really well.
And no sooner that we discuss him, he goes to Chicago at 228 to close out the 6th round, which will bring us to a close. 5 hours, 45 minutes. We've been here since the start of day three with XTB. We were going to go all 7 rounds, but I lost a host, so I haven't had a chance to opt out for any portion of this. We've had some guests come and go. Hopefully you enjoyed everything we did. Definitely get the guide if you haven't yet. The XTB 2021 NFL Draft Guide, 378 prospects. There's literally only been maybe 6 total that are not in the guide that have been drafted to this point. So still a lot of guys out there that will be picked up in the 7th round. And there's undrafted free agents that are still in the guide. So if you're looking to get some background on these players and some more insight, what they can bring to a team, definitely go pick that up. Only $12. Listen, thanks for everybody who stuck it out with us. Go watch the replay if you missed anything. We'll be doing some more stuff this week and going forward. And appreciate you riding out with us. So enjoy the 7th round. Enjoy the rest of NFL draft season. And we'll have a lot more coming for you at Expand the Box Score. I'm Andy Singleton at People's Pen, as you probably know by now. So there it is. We will see you later. And adios. Thank you again.
Bye.